Hello, welcome. Today we'll expose the most bizarre and grotesque practices medieval doctors used to deal with menstruation and pregnancy. If you like raw and shocking truths, this video is for you. Subscribe now and hit the bell so you don't miss anything. The clanging of bells at dawn was not only a call to prayer, but also a reminder of how tightly life in the Middle Ages was wrapped in religion. Imagine being a woman then, waking up in a small stone cottage with straw on the floor and a smoky fire, barely keeping the cold away. Your body begins to bleed, as it has since you were 12, but instead of being seen as a natural part of life, it is treated as a mark of impurity. In many towns, people believed that menstrual blood carried a dark power, that it could spoil crops or turn wine sour. One chronicler even wrote that a menstruating woman who touched bread could make it black and inedible. Absurd as it sounds now, people lived with these beliefs as if they were common sense, whispering about them behind closed doors. It is hard not to laugh at the idea that a loaf of bread might crumble in fear just because a woman looked at it, but this fear shaped daily habits and how medicine treated women. Doctors of the time were not just doctors in the way we think today. They were men trained in universities, steeped in Latin texts, quoting Hippocrates and Galen as if they were holy scripture. They saw the female body as unstable, ruled by coldness and moisture, and thought menstruation was nature's way of cleansing excess blood. If a woman did not bleed, they assumed poison was building up inside her. To help, they prescribed bizarre remedies. Some suggested attaching leeches near the ankles or even on the thighs to draw blood out if the monthly flow did not arrive on time. Others brewed mixtures of herbs like wormwood and artemisia, believing the bitterness would coax the womb into action. It was both medical theory and superstition, stirred together in a bitter brew that women had no choice but to drink. The church, meanwhile, was both judge and healer. Menstruating women were often forbidden from receiving the Eucharist, entering sacred spaces, or even touching holy objects. A priest's manual warned that a woman's blood was so polluting it could rust iron and kill bees. Imagine being told that your body might be responsible for collapsing an entire beehive. It sounds comical, but behind the humor lies something darker, the sense that women carried guilt simply by existing. For many, religion and medicine were not two separate forces, but one tangled net, binding women in rules that turned their own bodies into sites of shame. Inside monasteries and convents, monks and nuns copied medical texts by candlelight, blending scripture with science. Some of these texts described in detail how to treat menstrual problems. They spoke of fumigations, where women were told to sit over burning herbs like frankincense or myrrh, letting the smoke rise around them supposedly to balance the humors of the womb. The scene is almost theatrical. A woman crouched awkwardly over smoldering incense, while others waited to see if the ritual smoke would restore her health. The line between medicine and ritual blurred, and no one questioned it. If anything, the strange mixture of piety and treatment made it feel more legitimate. Yet even within this rigid system, women found ways to navigate. Midwives, who were not university trained but relied on practical experience, passed from mother to daughter, offered advice far more grounded in reality. They taught women which plants could ease cramps, how warm compresses could soothe pain, and when rest was more valuable than any physician's complicated brew. Midwives often faced suspicion, accused of witchcraft if they strayed too far from what the church permitted, but their knowledge endured because it worked. Their remedies were often the only lifeline for women living far from the reach of formal doctors. It is ironic that, while learned men debated endlessly about humors and divine punishment, village midwives were the ones quietly delivering relief. This constant tension between learned authority and lived experience created a strange atmosphere where women never knew whom to trust. Was the bleeding a sign of health or of sin? Was it a natural process or a dangerous excess needing treatment? The answer changed depending on whether you asked a monk, a physician, or the old woman down the road. The confusion was not harmless. It shaped how women saw themselves, how families treated daughters, and how entire communities viewed female bodies. To bleed was to be feared, pitied, and controlled all at once. Curiously, menstruation was not always condemned. Some believed it was proof that a woman was fertile and therefore capable of bringing forth children, a quality celebrated in societies where survival depended on large families. But even this positive view carried pressure, turning a woman's worth into a biological function. If the bleeding stopped too early or became irregular, she might be branded barren or cursed. This contradiction, menstruation as both blessing and curse, wove through daily life like an invisible thread, tugging at how women were valued and judged. At the heart of it all lay the belief that the female body was a mystery. Doctors described the womb as if it were a separate creature inside the woman, an animal that moved around, caused hysteria, and demanded control. They believed the womb's hunger for release was what drove menstruation. A strange and almost comical idea when we read it today. Imagine blaming every mood swing, every ache, every sudden laugh or tear on a restless animal living in your belly. Yet that was the framework guiding not only treatment, but also moral judgment. What strikes us is how this worldview is less about curing illness and more about maintaining control. Women's cycles became an excuse for social boundaries, reinforcing male authority in medicine, religion, and family. The humor of bees falling dead or bread crumbling under a woman's gaze hides the deeper reality. These beliefs dictated access to holy rites, shaped marriage prospects, and sometimes led to punishments when natural processes were misunderstood as witchcraft or divine punishment. Behind the comic absurdity lay a machinery of fear. And still, despite all the rules, remedies, and rituals, life went on. Women bled in secret, whispered remedies to one another, sought help from midwives, and carried the weight of superstition on their shoulders. Their stories, passed down in fragments through medical manuscripts and court records, remind us that the everyday struggles of the Middle Ages were shaped as much by myth as by medicine. That strange mixture of ritual, fear, and practicality lingers in how we remember the era, raising a question that resonates even now. How often do we confuse cultural anxieties for science, and how much of what we call treatment is simply society trying to tame what it does not understand? If you had wandered into a medieval marketplace between stalls of salted fish and rough woolen cloth, you might have caught sight of an apothecary arranging his shelves. Small clay jars, labeled in Latin, bundles of dried herbs tied with string, and glass flasks of wine infused with bitter roots, all waiting to be prescribed as remedies for women whose bodies refused to obey the expectations of the time. Menstruation that came too late, too early, or too heavily was never seen as just an inconvenience. It was interpreted as imbalance, danger, even omen. And so the jars and flasks held promises of correction, of coaxing the body back into line, though the methods often sound more like a witch's pantry than a doctor's arsenal. One common prescription involved artemisia, known for its strong scent and bitter taste, boiled in wine and swallowed with a grimace. It was believed to open the womb, a phrase that in practice meant everything from encouraging menstruation to restoring fertility. Wormwood, pennyroyal, and rue often joined the recipe, herbs that today we recognize as having toxic properties. Imagine a woman crouched over the hearth, swallowing a dark brew that burned her throat, praying for relief but risking her health with every gulp. The irony is sharp. In trying to treat what was considered dangerous inside her, she was often poisoning herself from the outside. Doctors also leaned heavily on bloodletting, a ritual that carried both symbolic and medical weight. If a woman's monthly bleeding failed to appear, it was assumed that excess blood was trapped inside, threatening to rot her body. The solution? Leeches carefully placed on the thighs or ankles, or a vein opened in the arm. Picture the cold touch of metal against skin, the slow drip of blood into a bowl, the doctor nodding with satisfaction as if balance were being restored. In truth, many women were left weakened, dizzy, or ill from the very cure meant to heal them. And yet, families trusted the practice because to question it was to doubt centuries of tradition handed down in dusty manuscripts. Even stranger were the fumigations. Women were told to sit over a pot of burning herbs, wrapped in cloth to trap the smoke, the vapors rising into their most intimate parts. Some texts recommended burning myrrh and frankincense, others more pungent ingredients like onion or garlic. The scene must have been surreal. A woman sweating, choking on smoke, while attendants whispered prayers, believing that the womb was being purified by scented air. One cannot help but wonder if the only real effect was watery eyes and a lingering stench that clung to clothes. Yet this practice endured for centuries, repeated, not because it worked, but because it offered a visible ritual, a performance of care. For cramps and abdominal pain, doctors prescribed compresses soaked in hot wine or vinegar, tied around the belly with strips of cloth. Sometimes animal fat or honey was added to the mixture, smeared on the skin in a sticky paste meant to draw out pain. A woman already uncomfortable would lie still while her body baked under strange concoctions that left her reeking of sour grapes or rancid grease. It may sound absurd, but such remedies reflected a desperate attempt to make sense of female pain in a world where true understanding was lacking. When relief came, it was likely from the warmth itself, not the ingredients, but the placebo effect was powerful enough to keep faith alive. Superstition intertwined with these medical attempts. Women often carried amulets, pieces of iron, small carved bones, or verses of scripture written on parchment and tied around the waist. These were not prescribed in official medical manuals, yet they were used widely, blending folk belief with formal treatment. If a woman felt safer because a charm jingled at her side, then perhaps her body did ease, if only by calming her mind. The line between medicine and magic was thin, and in many households indistinguishable. Diet, too, was seen as central to menstrual health. Doctors advised against eating cold or wet foods, fearing they would increase the body's natural moisture, which they believed already overwhelmed women. Instead, warm foods, roasted meats, spiced wines, baked breads were encouraged, while raw fruits and vegetables were sometimes forbidden. The womb, according to theory, was like a furnace that needed careful stoking. If it grew too cold, menstruation might stop. If too hot, it might burn out life itself. In this logic, every bite was both a danger and a cure. Imagine the pressure of eating a meal while your husband watched anxiously, convinced that your fertility depended on whether you chose cheese or chicken. Precious stones even entered the realm of cures. Worn on the body or ground into powders, gems like jasper or coral were said to protect the womb. One medieval manual claimed that wearing a diamond could ease painful periods, though another warned that the same stone might make a woman barren. The contradictions were dizzying, yet the allure of precious cures was too strong to resist. Women of wealth wore them proudly, while poorer women relied on simpler tokens, beads of wood, scraps of fabric, whispered charms. And then there were the more dangerous remedies, whispered in private rather than written in public. Mixtures designed not to regulate bleeding, but to end a pregnancy. Herbs like rue, savin, and pennyroyal were administered in stronger doses, often causing violent illness or even death. The distinction between bringing back a delayed period and inducing miscarriage was deliberately blurred, giving women a fragile shield of deniability. If the worst happened, the blame could be shifted onto bad luck or divine judgment. Behind the closed doors of kitchens and back rooms, this secret knowledge passed from one woman to another, a lifeline hidden inside a poisoned chalice. What is striking is not only the harshness of these treatments, but the faith that sustained them. Families clung to these rituals because the alternative, doing nothing, was terrifying. Menstruation out of control could mean infertility, infertility could mean shame, and shame could poison an entire lineage. The treatments, no matter how bizarre, gave people the sense of action, the comfort of believing they had some control over forces larger than themselves. It is easy to mock these practices from the distance of centuries, but perhaps we should recognize in them our own tendency to cling to quick fixes and miracle cures, even today. After all, how different is a medieval woman swallowing a bitter brew of herbs from someone today buying overpriced supplements with promises of hormonal balance? The costumes change, but the fears remain stubbornly familiar. And in that recognition lies a more unsettling thought. What if much of what we call progress in medicine is still shaped by the same mix of science, superstition, and hope? The women of the Middle Ages endured leeches, smoke, and potions, believing they were being healed. We laugh at the absurdity, but maybe one day, future generations will laugh at us, shaking their heads at the things we swallowed, the treatments we trusted, and the myths we never dared to question. Pregnancy in the Middle Ages was both a blessing and a threat, celebrated as proof of fertility, but feared as a journey that could end in death. For most women, there were no reliable tests or clear medical explanations. The earliest signs, a missed period, a swelling belly, a wave of nausea, were interpreted through layers of superstition and experience. Midwives claimed they could tell by simply observing a woman's eyes, saying that pregnancy dulled their brightness. Others swore that if a woman spat into water and it sank, she was carrying a child, while floating spit meant her womb remained empty. It is comical to imagine husbands waiting eagerly for the verdict of a saliva test, but these crude methods carried serious weight, shaping family expectations long before the child was born. The desire to predict not only pregnancy, but also the sex of the baby fed a thriving market of guesses disguised as science. Some physicians said that if a woman craved sweet foods, she carried a boy, while a taste for sour or bitter flavors pointed to a girl. Others believed the position of the belly revealed secrets, high and round for a boy, low and wide for a girl. Imagine the scene of a crowded cottage, neighbors leaning in to debate the shape of a stomach as if it were a public mystery to be solved. The woman herself, swollen and exhausted, became a canvas for everyone's theories, rarely consulted about her own body. In these moments, the female experience was less about personal health and more about the hopes and fears of the community. Religion saturated the experience of pregnancy. Priests offered blessings to protect unborn children, and women prayed to saints for safe deliveries. St. Margaret, who, according to legend, was swallowed by a dragon and cut her way out, became a favorite patron of pregnant women, her miraculous escape seen as a symbol of surviving childbirth. Charms bearing her name were tied around bellies or tucked beneath pillows. A woman in labor might cling to a cross while whispering prayers, her cries mixing with chants of protection. It is difficult not to reflect on how the line between faith and desperation blurred, when survival depended on divine intervention as much as on human care. When labor finally began, the home transformed into a battlefield. Parturition took place not in hospitals, but in bedchambers, crowded with midwives, neighbors, and sometimes priests. Men were often kept out, unless they were physicians summoned in extreme emergencies. Candles burned low, herbs smoldered in pots, and words of encouragement filled the air. Midwives, armed with hands and courage rather than instruments, guided the process, cutting cords with knives heated in the fire, wrapping infants in linen strips and urging mothers to push through the pain. Pain itself was not merely tolerated, but theologically framed, described as a reminder of Eve's sin and the curse of women's flesh. To suffer in childbirth was to pay a debt, and surviving was both physical triumph and spiritual redemption. Yet danger lurked in every contraction. Childbed fever, hemorrhage, or a breech birth could turn celebration into mourning in moments. Remedies were limited and often improvised. To speed delivery, women were given strong-smelling herbs like savory or tansy to inhale, sometimes held beneath their noses until their eyes watered. Others were told to drink mixtures of honey and warm wine to loosen the womb. If labor stalled, prayers were whispered louder, relics were pressed to the mother's skin, and midwives massaged her belly in desperate attempts to coax life forward. The fear of losing both mother and child was constant, and every birth carried a shadow of death that could not be ignored. After the birth, attention shifted to the placenta, known as the second birth. Failure to expel it was seen as extremely dangerous. Midwives encouraged women to cough, sneeze, or even chew bitter herbs to force the body's release. Sometimes they pulled with cloths tied to the umbilical cord, a risky maneuver that could cause bleeding. The moment the placenta finally slid free, it was greeted with relief, as if the household itself could exhale. Wrapped and buried in secret spots, often under thresholds or gardens, the placenta was thought to carry spiritual power, capable of blessing or cursing depending on how it was handled. The ordinary became mystical, and nothing of the birth process was free from symbolic weight. Pregnancy outside of marriage carried its own terrors. While noble women's bellies were wrapped in silk and prayers, a peasant girl who conceived without a husband faced whispers of sin, accusations of witchcraft, or even punishment. In some villages, illegitimate births were met with fines or exile. The shame was communal. The body of the woman turned into a public spectacle of moral failure. And yet, these women also relied on midwives, who sometimes helped them in secret, balancing compassion with fear of exposure. It is telling that the same herbs used to regulate menstruation could easily become tools for terminating pregnancy, and the boundary between remedy and transgression was crossed more often than records admit. Royal pregnancies added another layer of intensity. A queen's body was not her own, but a vessel for dynasty and politics. Her fertility determined alliances, wars, and successions. Courtiers monitored her diet, astrologers cast charts for the unborn child, and rumors spread like wildfire with every fainting spell or missed appearance. When a queen miscarried, whispers of curses or divine displeasure filled the halls. When she carried a male heir, entire kingdoms rejoiced. The womb was national property, its triumphs celebrated and its failures condemned. For ordinary women, childbirth determined survival. For queens, it determined history. And through it all, the paradox remained. Pregnancy was revered as a miracle, yet treated as a disease needing constant management. Women endured smoke, potions, and prayers, their bodies becoming battlegrounds where medicine, religion, and superstition collided. To imagine these scenes today is to feel both sympathy and unease, for behind the strangeness lies a truth we still recognize. The urge to predict, control, and sanctify pregnancy has never left us, only changed its language and tools. And if medieval women could hear us now with our prenatal vitamins, ultrasounds, and gender reveal parties, perhaps they would laugh, or perhaps they would recognize the same anxieties dressed in brighter colors. The mystery of childbirth, wrapped in danger and faith, always led to one inevitable question. If life itself began in such uncertainty, what did that mean for the worth of a woman's body in the world that awaited her? The female body in the Middle Ages was often described in ways that sound more like myth than medicine. Physicians and clerics alike painted it as unstable, moist, and unpredictable, a creature of its own that needed to be watched and contained. They spoke of the womb as if it were a restless animal wandering inside the body, moving from place to place and causing hysteria if it went unchecked. The very word hysteria comes from the Greek for womb, and medieval doctors embraced the idea wholeheartedly, convinced that unexplained fits or sudden laughter were not signs of human emotion, but proof of a roaming uterus demanding attention. It is almost absurd to picture a womb with legs stomping around inside a woman, yet this belief shaped treatments, rituals, and judgments for centuries. Menstruation, in particular, became a source of dread in the collective imagination. Chronicles and manuals insisted that menstrual blood could poison crops, sicken infants, and rust iron. One physician even claimed that a menstruating woman's gaze could dim a mirror or turn wine into vinegar. These ideas might sound laughable, but for women living under such suspicions, the consequences were no joke. A peasant accused of causing spoiled milk with her presence might face fines or worse, while noble women endured isolation during their cycles, as though their very existence carried contagion. The social stigma created walls around women, pushing them further into silence about their natural processes. The contradictions, however, were endless. Menstruation was feared as dangerous, but also celebrated as proof of fertility. A woman who bled regularly was considered healthy and capable of producing children, while irregular cycles were treated as signs of disease or even curses. Families anxiously observed their daughters, waiting for the first blood as though it were an announcement of her eligibility for marriage. In communities where survival depended on large families, this biological milestone became not only a personal change, but a public event, whispered about at wells and markets. The body was not private, it was communal property, its rhythms inspected and judged. The weight of religion added another layer of meaning. Clerics linked menstrual pain and childbirth agony directly to the punishment of Eve, framing female suffering as divine justice. To endure cramps or to die in childbirth was to pay for ancient sin. Yet alongside this grim theology, women carved out small spaces of humor and resilience. Folklore recorded jokes about men fainting at the sight of blood, even as women endured it monthly without fanfare. These small jabs at male fragility became a quiet rebellion, a reminder that while men preached punishment, they themselves were spared the realities of bleeding and birthing. Medical texts, copied carefully in monasteries, reinforced the idea of the female body as fundamentally weaker and more dangerous than the male. Drawings portrayed women with distorted proportions, their organs mysterious and threatening. Some illustrations exaggerated the womb into a monstrous shape, as though it were capable of swallowing the body whole. These images both fascinated and frightened, offering a strange combination of science and nightmare. For ordinary women, the gap between how their bodies were represented and how they lived must have felt wide, though their voices rarely made it into the written record. Beyond the manuscripts, rumors spread in everyday life. A menstruating woman was told not to touch plants for fear they would wither. She was warned not to bake bread lest it fail to rise. In some villages, she was forbidden from sharing a bed with her husband during her cycle, seen as unclean and spiritually dangerous. These restrictions isolated her, but also gave her brief moments of separation from constant labor and expectation. What was cast as impurity might have also offered, ironically, a tiny window of arrest in a life filled with endless demands. It is striking how something framed as punishment could also become a hidden space of survival. Pregnancy carried its own set of paradoxes. It elevated women as vessels of creation, yet reduced them to fragile containers that could break at any moment. Queens were revered for producing heirs, but their failures were judged harshly, sometimes leading to annulments or accusations of witchcraft. Peasant women, on the other hand, carried children with little fanfare, their labors folded into the daily grind of fields and hearths. The same society that glorified fertility also punished women when it arrived in the wrong context, outside marriage, or too frequently, or not frequently enough. The female body became a battlefield of expectations, impossible to win. What lingers most is how these ideas shaped everyday identity. To be a woman in the Middle Ages meant to live inside a body constantly judged, feared, and mystified. It meant hearing men in universities debate whether your womb wandered like an unruly beast while you quietly endured cramps in silence. It meant carrying the burden of being both necessary for life and suspected of bringing disease or misfortune. And yet, within these contradictions, women carved out their own narratives, passing knowledge among themselves, laughing at absurdities, and enduring with resilience that rarely made it into the official texts. This double vision, the body as miracle and menace, did not disappear with the Middle Ages. If anything, it reminds us how enduring these cultural scripts can be. The fear of women's blood, the obsession with fertility, the tendency to frame natural processes as disease, these patterns echo faintly even now, dressed in more modern language, but carrying the same anxieties. To look back is not only to see the strangeness of the past, but also to catch glimpses of our own shadows. And if the medieval womb was imagined as a restless animal, perhaps we should ask what restless myths still wander among us, shaping how we see bodies today. For generations, silence was the greatest weight carried by women whose bodies were both feared and exploited. But silence never lasts forever. Somewhere in the dim corners of medieval life, a spark of rebellion would appear, often in the smallest gestures. A midwife whispering to a frightened young girl that her pain was not punishment, but simply life. A nun recording in the margins of a manuscript that certain herbs actually worked, despite what male doctors claimed. These were the cracks in the great stone wall of superstition, hints that women themselves refused to accept the roles assigned to them entirely. The change did not arrive as a sudden revolution, but as murmurs of truth spreading through kitchens, convents, and birthing rooms. The breaking point often came when suffering grew too great to be dismissed as divine justice. A mother watching her daughter nearly die in childbirth might question why priests preached punishment rather than offering help. A wife forced to endure leeches, smoke, and bleeding might finally trust the neighbor's herbal tea over the physician's Latin spells. This shift from official authority to lived knowledge was quiet, almost invisible in official records, but powerful. Every woman who chose to believe her own body over a dusty manuscript was taking a step toward liberation, even if she never named it as such. There were also rare but significant moments when outsiders noticed. Some traveling physicians, influenced by Arabic medical texts, far more advanced in gynecology, began to question the rigid dogma of European universities. They observed that many of the remedies women passed among themselves actually had merit. Pennyroyal could stimulate uterine contractions, though dangerously strong. Chamomile eased cramps. Fennel encouraged milk flow. While these remedies were wrapped in superstition, they contained threads of genuine observation. Slowly, painfully, the gap between folklore and medicine began to narrow, though often only for those wealthy enough to access books and physicians. And yet, the price of speaking truth could be severe. Midwives who knew too much, who claimed too confidently that they could end a pregnancy or save a failing one, often attracted suspicion. Inquisitors accused them of witchcraft, twisting their healing into evidence of demonic pacts. The very knowledge that made them valuable became the rope around their necks. Villages that once relied on their skills could turn against them when fear of heresy spread, proving how fragile women's power was in a world ruled by suspicion. The paradox was cruel. Silence kept them powerless, but speech could condemn them. Still, the stories of survival multiplied. In households where priests and doctors failed, women relied on each other. They passed down recipes hidden in the folds of prayer books, taught daughters which herbs grew best in shadowed corners of the garden, and created rituals of comfort that blended faith with practicality. One might light a candle to St. Margaret while also brewing a tea of mugwort. Another might recite the Lord's Prayer while massaging oil into a laboring woman's belly. These practices were not acts of ignorance, but of resilience, proof that women shape their own care in the gaps left by official medicine. It is tempting to imagine these moments only as shadows of the past, but the truth is that the rhythm of repression and resistance has never vanished. When we laugh at the medieval belief that menstrual blood could wither crops, we might also pause to notice how modern myths about impurity, weakness, or distraction still cling to women's bodies. The language has changed, but the policing of fertility and menstruation lingers, dressed in more polite clothes. In this way, the Middle Ages are never entirely gone. They echo in the present, reminding us how deeply fear can shape what we call knowledge. What makes the final turn in this story so compelling is the irony that the very forces which sought to control women inadvertently preserved their voices. The manuscripts of monks, while condemning female impurity, also recorded the remedies and rituals women practiced. The trials of midwives, while brutal, left behind testimonies of their knowledge. Even in persecution, fragments of women's agency survived, carried through time like embers waiting for breath. To read them now is to hear whispers across centuries, voices of women who endured ridicule, suspicion, and danger, but still left traces of defiance. The liberation was not dramatic, not an open rebellion with banners and swords. It was quieter and more enduring. It was the grandmother teaching her granddaughter to trust the rhythm of her own body. It was the midwife who risked accusation to save a mother in labor. It was the queen who refused to be silent when her miscarriage was blamed on sin, demanding instead that her grief be recognized as loss. Each act, small on its own, became part of a longer chain of resistance that stretched beyond the Middle Ages, feeding into the slow birth of modern understanding. Perhaps the most striking realization is that history itself was shaped by these hidden acts of survival. Dynasties rose and fell based on heirs, but heirs existed only because women endured childbirth against staggering odds. Villages thrived because women learned how to manage pain and illness with what little they had. Even as physicians debated abstract theories about humors, real lives were preserved by practical remedies and stubborn resilience. To study the history of medieval medicine without acknowledging this quiet strength is to miss the very heart of the story. And as the silence broke, even if only in whispers, the world began to shift. The mythology of the wandering womb lost ground to more rational anatomy. The belief that blood poisoned crops slowly faded as observation triumphed over fear. Women's roles as patients began gradually to intersect with their roles as healers. It did not happen overnight, but the seeds of change had been planted, watered by centuries of endurance. And from those seeds would grow the uneasy but undeniable truth that even in the darkest chapters, women's knowledge and courage refused to be erased. What lingers after centuries of superstition, whispered cures, and fragile acts of defiance is the realization that women's lives in the Middle Ages were never simply about survival. They were about negotiating with forces determined to define them. Medicine, religion, and society all pressed their weight onto the female body. Yet women found ways to carry it, bend it, and sometimes even throw it back. The stories that reach us through manuscripts and folklore are rarely tidy. They are fragments of contradictions, proof that medieval womanhood was at once feared, controlled, and indispensable. Consider the paradox of childbirth itself. Every village feared the blood and pain of labor, but without it, there was no future. Communities celebrated fertility in festivals, invoking saints to bless the wombs of young brides, while at the same time treating the very process of menstruation and pregnancy as a source of impurity. Imagine being told in one breath that you were sacred as a vessel of life, and in the next that you could spoil wine merely by walking near it. The contradiction would be maddening, but in that tension, women learned a strange resilience, adapting to live within rules designed to diminish them. And perhaps, in small moments of laughter at the absurdity, they carved out a sense of dignity that no decree could erase. It is in these moments of contradiction that the humanity of the medieval woman feels most vivid. A mother might pray fervently for the safety of her unborn child, clutching relics and chanting psalms, only to turn later to the herb garden where she knew a tea of chamomile could ease her cramps better than any priest's blessing. A noblewoman might endure isolation during her menstrual cycle, considered too impure to touch holy objects, but then re-enter her court with her head high, knowing her body was proof of her family's future. A peasant girl, whispered about for an irregular period, might secretly find comfort in the wisdom of a midwife who had lived through the same fears. Each story speaks not of blind obedience, but of subtle negotiation, of women making space for themselves in a world that rarely offered it. One cannot overlook how much of this history is filtered through male voices. Doctors and universities wrote treatises in Latin, far removed from the fields where women labored or the kitchens where they brewed remedies. Priests thundered sermons about purity while never knowing the reality of monthly blood. Court officials judged the fertility of queens with political urgency, as if a miscarriage were not a personal tragedy, but a failed contract. Yet, within these male-dominated records, women's presence persists, slipping through in testimonies, confessions, and even accusations of witchcraft. Ironically, the same documents meant to control them preserved traces of their agency, ensuring that their whispers survived long enough to be heard centuries later. It is worth pausing on the role of humor, because laughter was perhaps one of the sharpest tools women had. Folktales sometimes mocked the fragility of men compared to the endurance of women in childbirth. Jokes about men fainting at the sight of blood circulated quietly, flipping the script on who was truly strong. These fragments of comedy remind us that medieval women were not only victims of repression, but also active participants in shaping how their bodies were understood. Their laughter was resistance, and in its echoes we hear defiance wrapped in wit. The broader question becomes clear: how do societies use medicine to enforce power rather than provide healing? In the Middle Ages, the theories of humors and sin blended into a doctrine that justified suspicion and control of women. But the pattern is not alien to us. Even today, debates about women's bodies, about fertility, contraception, and autonomy, are framed less as matters of health and more as battlegrounds for ideology. When we look at medieval women crouching over pots of smoke or swallowing bitter herbs, it is easy to feel superior. Yet, how different are they from modern patients overwhelmed by overpriced supplements, miracle diets, or rigid expectations about motherhood? The centuries change, but the underlying tension remains uncomfortably familiar. Perhaps the most poignant legacy of this era is the quiet heroism embedded in everyday survival. A woman who risked her life with a dangerous brew to end an unwanted pregnancy, a midwife who braved accusations of witchcraft to save a laboring mother, a nun who annotated the margins of medical texts, daring to add her observations to a male-dominated field. These were not queens or saints, but ordinary women whose choices, often hidden, shaped the reality of their communities. Their stories remind us that history is not only written by kings and doctors, but also by the silent endurance of those who had little voice yet bore the greatest burdens. And then there is the haunting thought that, for many women, liberation was not an option in life, but only in death. The grave became the final silence where pain ended, but even then, the memory of their suffering shaped those left behind. Families remembered the mother who died in childbirth, the daughter whispered about for her irregular cycles, the healer burned for knowing too much. These memories carried weight, slowly shifting attitudes, making people question whether the punishments they accepted as divine might instead be cruelty dressed as faith. In those doubts lay the fragile beginnings of change. What endures most strongly is the sense that the medieval world, for all its darkness and superstition, could not extinguish the resilience of women. They bled, they birthed, they endured, and they whispered their truths into ears that would carry them forward. The fact that we can piece together these fragments today is itself an act of justice, a way of listening across time to voices long buried but never truly silenced. And as we listen, we are left with an unsettling realization. The myths that once bound them are not entirely gone. They echo still, reshaped in modern debates, haunting our present just as surely as they haunted their past. It is in that echo that the story finds its true conclusion, not as a closed chapter, but as an unfinished conversation. The Middle Ages may be distant, yet the questions they leave us with, about fear, control, resilience, and the worth of a woman's body, remain alive. And if those women, crouched over smoke or clinging to relics, could whisper one final truth to us now, perhaps it would be this: that survival itself was their rebellion, and that every time we remember them honestly, we continue the fight they never stopped waging. The world of the Middle Ages was stitched together with contradictions, and nowhere were those contradictions sharper than in the way society spoke about women's bodies. Publicly, clerics thundered sermons about purity and sin, weaving tales of Eve's disobedience into every menstrual cramp and childbirth scream. Privately, however, the same men often relied on women's knowledge when their own households needed care. A wife's pain could silence even the most rigid preacher when he realized that the prayers he prescribed did little to ease her suffering. This quiet hypocrisy was not unusual. It was the very air people breathed. Yet within these gaps, between dogma and lived experience, we can glimpse the seeds of something much more human. The small moments where survival mattered more than doctrine. Medical practice itself reflected the awkward marriage of observation and superstition. Physicians who lectured in universities could write long treatises about humors, but when called to a noblewoman's bedside, they often fell back on folk practices no different from those used in peasant cottages. A pot of hot wine pressed against the belly, herbs tucked into pillows, whispered charms spoken at the height of labor. These were not the grand solutions of scholars, but the recycled wisdom of countless midwives. Even the most learned doctors could not escape the fact that women knew their own bodies better than any Latin manuscript could explain, and perhaps, despite their arrogance, some of them recognized it. The power of midwives lay not just in their hands, but in their presence. They were trusted figures in communities, often more feared and respected than priests. Women called on them for everything, from easing cramps, to delivering babies, to advising on how to delay conception when food was scarce. Their authority did not come from universities, but from survival, from the accumulated knowledge of generations. Yet this authority made them vulnerable. Accusations of witchcraft often targeted midwives, precisely because their influence was undeniable. In times of crisis, people leaned on them. In times of fear, they became the perfect scapegoats. A woman who could help life enter the world could also be accused of consorting with the devil to end it. This dangerous duality followed midwives through every century of the medieval world. Superstition blurred constantly with attempts at practical medicine. Some believed placing iron scissors under the bed of a laboring woman could cut through the devil's interference, while others swore that tying a saint's relic around her waist would guarantee a safe birth. These rituals might seem strange to us, but they reveal the desperate need to find comfort in the unknown. Pain was terrifying, death was ever present, and in such a landscape, even the smallest ritual could offer hope. One might smile at the thought of scissors scaring demons, but for a woman crying out in agony, the presence of something tangible to hold on to was no small thing. At the same time, stories about women's bodies seeped into the broader culture, shaping how communities imagined danger and purity. Tales circulated about menstruating women who withered crops simply by walking through fields, or whose touch could sour butter churns. These stories reinforced isolation, but also created an odd sense of power. To be feared meant, in some twisted way, to hold influence. Perhaps some women leaned into these fears, letting the whispers of their supposed dangers protect them in subtle ways. After all, in a world where weakness was constantly assumed, turning superstition into a shield might have been one of the few strategies available. The control of women's bodies was never just about health, it was about power. Queens were measured by their ability to produce heirs, noble women by their obedience to family strategy, and peasant women by their capacity to work and reproduce. A barren queen could shake the stability of a kingdom, while the peasant woman who bore too many children could doom her household to starvation. Every womb was political, every cycle a matter of survival or scandal. This was not simply biology, it was destiny written into the lives of women, shaping not only their personal worth, but the fates of entire communities. And yet, amid the control and fear, women found ways to weave resilience into their stories. A mother who shared a family remedy with her daughter ensured continuity of knowledge outside the reach of priests and physicians. A midwife who risked her reputation to help a neighbor escape an unwanted pregnancy passed down both courage and defiance. Even a woman who laughed quietly at the absurdity of being accused of spoiling milk with her presence preserved a spark of resistance. These were not revolutions that made it into chronicles, but they were acts of survival that kept women's knowledge alive. What fascinates most is how much of this history we still feel lingering today. The language has changed, the rituals have modernized, but the same themes remain. Control over women's fertility, judgment tied to purity, myths about what female bodies can and cannot do. The medieval fear of menstrual blood echoes faintly in modern stigmas, just as the political weight of royal pregnancies mirrors today's fascination with celebrity motherhood. When we look back at the Middle Ages, we are not only studying the past, we are also catching our own reflection in its distorted glass. And so, the narrative does not close neatly. It bends forward, asking us whether we are as different as we like to believe. The myths of the wandering womb, the poisons of menstrual blood, the punishments tied to childbirth, they seem laughable until we notice the myths we still carry. The endurance of medieval women was not only about surviving their time, but about planting questions that outlasted it. And those questions, still unanswered, demand that we keep listening to the whispers left behind, for in them lies the uncomfortable truth that the past is never fully gone. By the time the Middle Ages gave way to the stirrings of the Renaissance, the long entanglement of medicine, superstition, and control had already left deep scars on the way society thought about women's bodies. Yet the echoes of that past were not fading. They were reshaping themselves, stretching into new forms that still carried the old anxieties. What is striking is not just how deeply these ideas were rooted in fear, but how skillfully women learned to live around them, bending the weight of restriction into strategies for endurance. And it is in this final reflection that we begin to see the lasting imprint of those centuries, where liberation did not come as a dramatic rupture, but as a slow, stubborn insistence on survival. The rituals of menstruation, for instance, continued to ripple through daily life long after their supposed dangers were questioned. Families still whispered about women who touched the family's food during their cycles, even when no miracle of spoilage occurred. A mother might quietly pass her daughter a pouch of dried herbs, explaining which ones could ease the pain, framing it as both protection and tradition. What official medicine dismissed as superstition became private inheritance, the kind of knowledge that kept households functioning when doctors had little to offer. These domestic remedies were more than survival tools. They were vessels of memory, proof that women refused to let their bodies be defined only by fear. Pregnancy, too, retained its dual identity as miracle and menace. For noble women, a successful birth could secure political alliances or crown a dynasty, while a miscarriage might unleash whispers of curses or infidelity. For peasants, pregnancy was more ordinary but no less fraught. Another mouth to feed, another risk of death in childbirth. Yet across classes, rituals of protection flourished, relics tied around bellies, chants whispered into the night, charms buried beneath thresholds to ward off evil spirits. These practices reveal how little control anyone truly had. When survival balanced on a knife's edge, hope itself became medicine, and no talisman felt too small to cling to. It is easy to view these rituals as relics of ignorance, but they also remind us of the universal human need for control in the face of uncertainty. The fumigations, the amulets, the hot compresses, all were ways of grasping at agency in a world where women's voices were rarely heard. Even if the remedies did little, the act of trying mattered. And perhaps this is the most telling insight, that sometimes belief itself was as powerful as the cure. In an age without anesthesia, without antibiotics, without even a clear understanding of anatomy, comfort came from rituals that gave women the sense that they were not entirely at the mercy of fate. The social consequences of these beliefs, however, were less forgiving. Menstruation could still be used as evidence of impurity in legal and religious disputes, shaping whether women were allowed to testify in court or even participate in rituals. A woman accused of witchcraft might have her reproductive health twisted into proof of guilt, with irregular cycles or multiple miscarriages framed as evidence of her pact with the devil. In such trials, the body itself became the courtroom, its natural rhythms weaponized as testimony against its owner. This cruel inversion, where the very processes that made life possible were turned into accusations of evil, left women trapped in a cycle of suspicion from which there was little escape. Yet the darker the suspicion grew, the more striking the resilience became. Women did not simply endure these judgments passively. They laughed at the absurdities, whispered truths behind closed doors, and clung to the wisdom that their mothers and grandmothers had given them. In the quiet of kitchens and gardens, they built a counter-narrative that refused to disappear, one that saw their bodies not as monstrous, but as powerful in ways official records refused to admit. Every secret remedy, every hidden ritual, every shared story was a thread in a fabric of survival that outlasted the voices of doctors and priests alike. It is tempting to think of progress as a clean break, but history rarely works that way. The transition from medieval superstition to modern science was not sudden. It was layered, filled with contradictions and continuities. The same society that clung to tales of wandering wombs also laid the groundwork for anatomy studies. The same households that tied charms around bellies also began to adopt more rational herbal practices. Change did not erase the past. It folded it into new forms, leaving behind traces that still shape how we think today. When we see modern stigmas around menstruation or the politicization of pregnancy, we are hearing faint echoes of medieval fears, dressed in contemporary clothing. The most haunting realization is that the medieval obsession with controlling women's bodies was never just about misunderstanding biology. It was about fear of blood, fear of pain, fear of power. Women's ability to bleed without dying, to carry life and bring it forth, was both awe-inspiring and threatening to a society built on male authority. And so the body became a battlefield, where myths were weapons and rituals were defenses. To survive was not only to endure physical pain, but to resist cultural narratives designed to diminish and control. Even now, when we look back, we are struck less by the strangeness of the past than by its familiarity. The details may differ. No one today fears that menstrual blood will rust iron, but the underlying anxieties remain. Control over fertility, judgment tied to purity, suspicion of women who claim authority over their own health, these are not relics. They are living debates, reappearing in new forms across centuries. The Middle Ages may feel distant, yet their legacy lingers in the most intimate corners of daily life. And so the story closes not with finality, but with a challenge. To remember medieval women is not only to marvel at their endurance, but to recognize how much of their struggle still shapes our present. The laughter they used to defy absurdity, the whispered remedies they passed down, the resilience they carved out of fear. These were not only tools of survival, but seeds of resistance. And those seeds, planted in the soil of superstition, continue to grow, reminding us that the past is never truly behind us. It lives in our myths, our debates, and our bodies, urging us to ask what we still believe and why. When we move deeper into the echoes of the Middle Ages, The striking element is not simply the bizarre remedies or the harsh judgments, but the way those centuries sculpted the very imagination of Europe. Women's bodies were not only sites of medicine and ritual, they were symbols pressed into art, law, and folklore. To bleed was not just to menstruate. It was to embody sin and purification, weakness and power, shame and necessity, all at once. This layering of meaning meant that even when women were silent, their bodies spoke for them, often in ways they could not control. Consider the countless illuminated manuscripts that adorn monasteries and courts. Within their painted margins, women's wombs were drawn as curious, sometimes monstrous shapes, organs portrayed as if they were creatures themselves. One image might show the uterus as a vessel holding a tiny homunculus, a preformed child curled up as if simply waiting to grow. Another might depict it as a horned structure, echoing the belief that the womb could misbehave or move around. These illustrations, while artistic, shaped how people thought about life before birth, offering a visual theology of reproduction that was more myth than science. For women, it meant that their bodies were constantly imagined by others, explained through pictures they had no hand in drawing. This artistic vision bled into law. Menstruation, pregnancy, and childbirth all influenced legal standing in ways that were rarely fair. A woman accused of adultery might be subjected to humiliating tests based on her fertility, while accusations of impotence against men could hinge on whether their wives had conceived. Courts even entertained the idea that a woman could not conceive without pleasure. A cruel twist that excused assault by claiming a pregnancy proved consent. The law, instead of shielding women, turned their biology into evidence against them. It is hard not to see the comedy in such logic, until one remembers the real consequences it carried for women whose lives were judged in courtrooms where their voices held little weight. Folklore added yet another layer, turning the rhythms of female biology into cautionary tales. Villagers told stories of witches who stole menstrual blood for spells, of women whose infertility marked them as cursed, of midwives who used secret knowledge to bind or unbind pregnancies. These tales were not harmless entertainment. They justified suspicion, painting women as both necessary and dangerous. A woman whose cows stopped producing milk might be whispered about as a thief of fertility, blamed for misfortune she could not control. And yet, within these stories, we also glimpse sly resistance. Tales where women tricked the devil, outsmarted priests, or used their supposed impurity as a weapon against those who sought to harm them. The contradiction remained that while women were stigmatized, they were also indispensable. A community without women to bear children and tend households could not survive. Even the men who preached their impurity depended on them for continuity of life. This dependence gave women a quiet power, though one often unacknowledged. A midwife who could save a life in childbirth commanded a respect that no priest could erase, even if he condemned her from the pulpit the following Sunday. A wife who managed her family's health with herbs and rituals became the true physician of her home. Even if doctors dismissed her remedies as superstition, authority might have been denied on paper, but it was lived in practice. The slow erosion of these medieval myths began not through sudden enlightenment, but through accumulated doubt. Observers started to notice that crops did not wither simply because a woman entered a field, or that bread did not always fail in the hands of menstruating bakers. Anatomy texts, influenced by translations of Arabic scholars, began to replace the wandering womb with more grounded understandings of the body. Yet even as knowledge advanced, the old fears lingered, sticky as tar, difficult to scrape away. This dual existence of progress and superstition meant that women continued to live in a twilight of partial liberation, their bodies caught between fading myth and emerging science. It is here that the most unsettling reflection emerges, that myths, once entrenched, rarely vanish entirely. They adapt, mutating into new forms. The medieval belief that menstrual blood poisoned the earth has little currency today, yet the stigma around menstruation as something dirty or shameful still shapes conversation. The medieval insistence that women's fertility defined their worth may no longer be law, but echoes in the pressures surrounding motherhood and family expectations. What we inherit from the past is not just dusty manuscripts, but patterns of thought, deeply rooted and disturbingly persistent. And so the legacy of the medieval imagination is not merely academic, it is alive. It breathes in our language, in our jokes, in the silences we keep around subjects deemed too uncomfortable. The laughter of medieval women, mocking male fragility, the whispered prayers over herbs, the quiet defiance of midwives. These are the counterpoints that remind us history was never one voice but a chorus. Some voices sought control, others survival, and together they created a complex song still resonating today. In the end, the fascination of this history lies not in its strangeness, but in its mirror. We laugh at the image of a womb wandering like a restless animal. Yet how often do we let unexamined myths guide our understanding of bodies even now? We shudder at trials where women's biology was used against them, but how often do courts and politics still reach into matters of fertility and autonomy? The past insists on its relevance, pressing us to recognize that the line between superstition and science, between myth and medicine, is thinner than we might wish to believe. And from that recognition rises the question that lingers like an echo in a stone chamber. If women in the Middle Ages endured centuries of fear, silence, and resilience, what lessons do we carry from their survival, and how much of their unfinished struggle still belongs to us? By the late medieval period, the conversation around women's health had become a battlefield of competing voices. Clerics, physicians, midwives, and ordinary families, all trying to define what the female body meant. This clash was not just about biology, but about who had the authority to speak. Universities, newly established and proudly Latin, declared themselves guardians of knowledge, copying the words of ancient Greek and Roman masters with reverence. Yet outside their walls, midwives continued to deliver babies, heal women, and teach their daughters remedies passed down through generations. The tension between these two forms of knowledge, learned and lived, shaped everything that followed. A university-trained physician might insist that a woman's irregular bleeding was caused by an imbalance of humors, prescribing bloodletting or bitter herbs. Meanwhile, a midwife in the same town might tell the woman that her body was simply adjusting, advising rest, warm compresses, or a soothing tea of chamomile. The difference was stark, one diagnosis wrapped in abstract theory, the other grounded in experience. And though male physicians often dismissed midwives as ignorant, communities knew the truth. When crises came, it was the midwife who was summoned first, her hands trusted more than the words of a man in robes. This lived trust reveals a quiet defiance, a reminder that knowledge does not always flow from the top down. Still, the grip of superstition was strong, reinforced by the church's influence. Confessors often asked women questions about their bodies, framing menstruation and pregnancy as moral issues rather than medical ones. A woman who sought help for infertility might be told to confess sins or make pilgrimages before receiving any treatment. In some shrines, women tied scraps of cloth or placed small carved figures as offerings, begging for fertility or safe deliveries. These rituals were heartfelt but also heavy with expectation, as though a woman's worth depended on her ability to produce life on demand. To imagine the weight of such pressure is to understand why so many clung to any remedy, no matter how unlikely, if it promised control over their uncertain futures. The contradictions grew sharper in the courts of kings and queens. Royal pregnancies were matters of state, their outcomes tied to alliances and wars. Chroniclers describe queens undergoing elaborate rituals, from bathing in perfumed waters to sleeping beneath relics of saints, all meant to ensure a healthy heir. When miscarriages occurred, rumors of curses, adultery, or divine displeasure spread quickly. For a queen, her body was never her own. It was a stage upon which dynasties played out their hopes and fears. Yet even in this grandeur, the same basic dangers lingered. Infection, hemorrhage, and death, risks that no relic or ritual could fully erase. For peasant women, their realities were more mundane but no less brutal. Pregnancy often came one after another with little rest in between, the body treated as a tool for labor in both fields and home. Food scarcity, harsh winters, and disease made survival precarious, and many women faced the cruel reality of bearing more children than they raised. Midwives did what they could, offering herbal remedies, advice on spacing pregnancies, and practical comfort, but the cycle of survival left little room for escape. Yet even here, resilience surfaced. Women created networks of support, caring for each other's children, sharing knowledge of herbs, and weaving strength out of hardship. These networks, invisible in official records, formed the backbone of communities. The fascination of this period lies in the small details that bring it to life. A woman hanging sprigs of rue above her door to ward off miscarriage. A midwife placing a heated brick at the foot of a bed to ease cramps. A nun scribbling a note in the margin of a medical manuscript, quietly correcting the learned physician's claim with her own observation. Each detail reminds us that beneath the grand debates of universities and churches, real lives were shaped by everyday gestures of care. These gestures, humble yet powerful, reveal a history not of passive suffering, but of active survival. What stands out most is the persistence of myth alongside progress. Even as anatomy texts began to challenge the idea of a wandering womb, fears about impurity lingered. Even as herbal remedies proved their worth, women carrying them could be accused of witchcraft. This uneasy coexistence shows how slowly cultures change, how reluctant people are to abandon beliefs that give structure to their fears. And in that reluctance lies a warning. Progress in knowledge does not always mean progress in practice. A woman in the 15th century might have access to more accurate medical texts than her grandmother, but still face the same stigma, the same isolation, the same risks in childbirth. As the Middle Ages drew to a close, the stage was set for new ways of thinking, but the echoes of the past were not silent. The debates about fertility, purity, and women's autonomy did not end. They simply shifted into new forms. The Renaissance would bring dissections, anatomy theaters, and an explosion of interest in the human body, but it would also carry forward the same old anxieties. And so, the story does not resolve neatly with the end of the medieval era. Instead, it invites us to see continuity, to recognize how much of what was believed in those smoky cottages and echoing monasteries still shadows the way we think today. By the dawn of the 15th century, the world stood on the edge of change, yet the deep entanglement between superstition, medicine, and control of women's bodies showed no signs of fading. If anything, it grew more complex. The same Europe that was beginning to rediscover classical texts and expand its horizons through trade and exploration still clung tightly to the myths that had shaped women's lives for centuries. The womb remained both a mystery and a menace, menstruation both a sign of health and a source of danger, childbirth both a miracle and a threat. The tension between progress and tradition gave rise to new contradictions, where old fears slipped quietly into new language and practice. One of the most telling arenas where this played out was in the growing field of anatomy. Dissections, once taboo, began to appear in universities, attracting curious students and anxious clerics. Men peered into cadavers by candlelight, sketching organs and labeling them in Latin, as if naming alone granted understanding. But when it came to the female body, their observations were still colored by myth. The uterus was drawn as an elaborate vessel, its chambers imagined to correspond to the number of children it could hold. Some texts described multiple rooms in the womb, where male and female embryos supposedly developed separately. These illustrations, striking in their detail, reveal less about biological truth than about cultural imagination. Women, of course, had no seat in these lecture halls, even though their own bodies were the subjects under the knife. The knowledge gained was filtered through the eyes of men, preserving the gap between lived experience and recorded science. This gap was most painful in the realm of childbirth. Midwives continued to be the central figures of labor, their hands guiding countless babies into the world, their voices calming terrified mothers. Yet their authority was under increasing scrutiny. As universities grew, male physicians sought to expand their influence beyond courts and into villages, often framing midwives as dangerous rivals. Inquisitors, too, eyed them with suspicion, seeing in their whispered remedies and herbal teas the shadow of witchcraft. Stories circulated of midwives who supposedly killed infants, sold charms, or used demonic powers to manipulate fertility. These accusations were rarely based on truth, but they reflected a growing fear that women who held knowledge outside official channels threatened the fragile balance of authority. The irony was sharp. Communities trusted midwives precisely because they delivered results. They knew which herbs eased pain, which positions helped to stalled labor, and when to call for stronger intervention. Some even practiced early forms of cesarean delivery, though at staggering risk. Their knowledge was pragmatic, rooted in survival, but their very effectiveness made them targets. In times of disaster, a stillbirth, a fever, a famine, it was easier to blame the midwife than to confront the randomness of suffering. By branding her as dangerous, society could preserve the illusion of control, even as it destroyed the very people who made survival possible. Meanwhile, noble households staged pregnancies like performances. Queens and duchesses were monitored with relentless scrutiny, their bellies public property. Ladies-in-waiting recorded every symptom, ambassadors reported rumors to foreign courts, and astrologers cast charts to predict the fate of unborn heirs. Miscarriages were whispered about as divine punishment, successful births celebrated with fireworks and festivals. Yet behind the pomp lay the same stark dangers that peasant women faced: hemorrhage, infection, exhaustion. A queen might give birth in gilded chambers, but she shared with the poorest labor the raw terror of survival. That shared vulnerability, across all classes, remains one of the most striking reminders of the universality of childbirth in this era. The influence of religion remained ever present, shaping how women understood their own bodies. Confessionals became spaces where women revealed intimate details of menstruation and pregnancy, their cycles reframed as sins or virtues depending on circumstance. Some priests advised women to abstain from church during menstruation, while others permitted participation under strict conditions. The inconsistency only deepened confusion, leaving women to navigate a maze of rules that changed from parish to parish. At pilgrimage sites, women sought blessings for fertility or protection in childbirth, leaving tokens such as wax models of wombs or infants as offerings. These gestures reveal how faith and medicine remained inseparable, not competing but entwined, each shaping how women coped with the uncertainties of their bodies. Even folklore adapted to the shifting times. Tales of witches stealing menstrual blood for spells blended with newer fears of poison and conspiracy. In some regions, rumor spread that women could cause miscarriages and rivals simply by cursing them during pregnancy. These stories fueled fear, yet they also reveal how communities interpreted misfortune. In the absence of scientific explanations, tragedy demanded a culprit, and women's bodies provided an all-too-convenient scapegoat. Such tales remind us of how fragile survival felt, how quickly communities turned suspicion into stories that justified exclusion or violence. And still, through all of this, women persisted in creating their own forms of agency. Herbal gardens flourished behind cottages and convents where women cultivated sage, fennel, and mugwort not only as food, but as medicine. Knowledge passed quietly from hand to hand, preserved in recipes, scratched into prayer books, or whispered over cradles. Humor, too, became a tool of survival. Folklore preserved jests about men collapsing at the sight of blood, while women carried on with their work unfazed. These flashes of laughter, small but sharp, cut through the weight of doctrine and fear, preserving dignity in the face of endless scrutiny. What emerges most clearly from this period is the sense of continuity. For all the advances in learning, the fundamental anxieties remained the same: fear of impurity, obsession with fertility, suspicion of women who claimed knowledge. Progress and superstition coexisted, each shaping and reshaping the narrative of the female body. And it is here that the story of medieval medicine reveals its true legacy, not as a collection of outdated myths, but as a mirror, reflecting patterns of control and resilience that continue to echo in our own time. The expectation of obedience, the suspicion of autonomy, the reliance on rituals when science falters, these are not relics. They are habits, passed down like heirlooms, hidden in the folds of culture. To trace their history is to see how deeply they are rooted, how stubbornly they survive. And so the story does not end with the 15th century or with the Renaissance on the horizon. It lingers, pressing forward, asking us to consider how much of the medieval still lives in us today, and how much of our own world will one day be judged as myth by those yet to come. By the 16th century, the landscape of Europe was shifting dramatically, but the legacy of medieval beliefs about women's bodies remained thick in the air, reshaping itself in new and unsettling ways. The Renaissance promised light, learning, and reason, yet old shadows clung tightly to medicine, law, and daily life. The female body was still treated less as a biological reality and more as a battlefield of meaning, where theology, superstition, and emerging science collided. And though the printing press spread knowledge faster than ever before, it often spread myths alongside truths, ensuring that suspicion and fear continued to shape how women experienced menstruation, pregnancy, and childbirth. One of the most profound shifts of this period was the rise of printed medical manuals. Suddenly, knowledge that had once been confined to university lectures or handwritten manuscripts began to circulate more widely. Texts such as The Rose Garden and the Trotula, collections of gynecological remedies, were copied, reprinted, and passed from physician to physician. Some of these works were rooted in centuries of women's practical knowledge, yet their transformation into Latin print often stripped them of context, rebranding lived wisdom as abstract theory. For women, the irony was sharp. The remedies they had used for generations were now declared legitimate only when stamped by male authority and preserved in ink. Even worse, some of these manuals repackaged practical advice with layers of moral judgment, warning women against excessive desire or disobedience, as though their bodies themselves were unruly creatures needing taming. At the same time, new forms of observation began to challenge older myths. Anatomists like Vesalius drew human organs with unprecedented detail, correcting centuries of errors passed down from Galen. But when it came to female anatomy, even these advances remained entangled with prejudice. The uterus was often depicted as an inverted version of male organs, reinforcing the idea that women were incomplete or inferior versions of men. The female body, rather than being studied on its own terms, was forced into comparison with the male, framed as a deviation from a supposedly perfect standard. This distorted lens meant that even progress carried with it echoes of medieval suspicion, repackaged in the language of science. Childbirth remained as dangerous as ever, and women continued to rely primarily on midwives. But the 16th century brought increasing attempts to regulate their work. Guilds of surgeons and physicians sought to extend their authority into the birthing chamber, claiming that midwives needed supervision to prevent malpractice. Manuals were written specifically for midwives, some genuinely practical, others dripping with condescension. A midwife might be praised as the savior of a community in one breath and accused of witchcraft in the next. The dangerous ambiguity of her role reveals the tension of the age. Women were indispensable as healers, yet their authority was constantly undermined. The rise of witch trials only heightened this threat, casting suspicion on any woman whose knowledge seemed too effective, too independent, or too mysterious. The witch hunts themselves cannot be separated from the story of women's health. Many accusations focused on fertility, menstruation, and childbirth. Women were accused of causing miscarriages, of stealing infants, of using menstrual blood in potions. These charges reflected not only superstition, but also deep cultural anxiety about the uncontrollable power of reproduction. A barren woman might be whispered about as cursed. A woman with too many children might be envied and despised. In both cases, the womb became a site of fear, and midwives or wise women who held knowledge of it became convenient scapegoats. What had once been respected as healing now risked being branded as heresy. And yet, alongside this climate of fear, quiet resilience persisted. Women continued to cultivate herb gardens, their knowledge encoded in recipes and rhymes, easy to memorize and hard to erase. They adapted to the pressures of their time, disguising remedies as harmless domestic advice or embedding them in religious rituals. A tea for cramps might be explained as a soothing drink for fasting days. A charm for safe labor might be framed as a devotional prayer. In this way, women cloaked their wisdom in acceptable forms, ensuring its survival even under suspicion. The blending of faith and medicine, so characteristic of the medieval world, remained a lifeline in the Renaissance, protecting knowledge through disguise. The contradictions of the age reveal themselves most clearly in how women's bodies were imagined culturally. In art, the Madonna and Child became the central symbol of purity, fertility, and divine motherhood. Yet real women faced scrutiny, danger, and shame for the very processes that image celebrated. The contrast between the serene virgin painted in glowing oils and the exhausted mother laboring in a smoky cottage could not have been more stark. In literature, too, metaphors of wombs, blood, and fertility abounded, often weaponized to frame women as symbols rather than people. Their lived experiences became fodder for allegory, their bodies sites of meaning that others controlled. What fascinates most about this period is the way continuity and change intertwined. The Renaissance is remembered as an age of discovery, but for women, much of it felt like repetition. The myths of the wandering womb and poisonous menstrual blood slowly lost their grip, yet new myths rushed in to take their place. The authority of midwives was chipped away, even as communities relied on them more than ever. Science began to map the body with precision, yet it carried forward biases that treated women as deviations rather than equals. The past did not disappear, it evolved, reshaping itself for new contexts. And so we are left with the same haunting realization that threads through the entire story, that control over women's bodies was never about science alone, but about fear and power. The 16th century, with its printing presses, its anatomists, its witch trials, and its radiant Madonnas, did not resolve this tension. It only sharpened it, embedding it more deeply in law, culture, and imagination. And if we listen closely to the voices of those women, whispered remedies, hidden laughter, stubborn survival, we realize that their struggle was not only to endure their own time, but to leave behind traces of resistance that would speak to those who came after. By the 17th century, Europe had begun to clothe itself in the garments of modernity, scientific revolution, expanding empires, and the slow crumbling of medieval structures. Yet beneath this glittering facade, the weight of old fears still pressed heavily on women's bodies. Medicine was shifting from superstition to experiment, but women remained subjects more than participants, their experiences filtered through male voices, their wisdom often dismissed or condemned. It was a time of contradiction. Microscopes revealed the hidden world of cells, while courts still burned women as witches accused of using menstrual blood in curses. In that uneasy coexistence of progress and persecution, we can trace the long struggle between knowledge and control. The new scientific spirit encouraged observation, and physicians began to study the female body with unprecedented detail. Anatomical theaters, where dissections were performed before audiences, became popular spectacles. Students crowded into halls to watch bodies cut open, organs displayed, and mysteries explained. But the bodies on the table were rarely male and almost never female by choice. Executed criminals, often women accused of witchcraft or infanticide, became the unwilling teachers of anatomy. Their bodies, vilified in life, became instruments of knowledge in death, a cruel irony that speaks volumes about who was considered disposable. And the lessons drawn from these dissections were still colored by bias, portraying the female form as secondary, incomplete, a distorted mirror of the male. This period also saw the intensification of witch hunts, which reached their peak between the 16th and 17th centuries. Many of the accusations revolved around reproduction. Women were accused of causing miscarriages, preventing conception, or stealing infants for ritual. Menstrual blood, once thought to poison crops, was now imagined as a weapon in demonic rites. Midwives, who had long been trusted in their communities, became especially vulnerable. Their intimate knowledge of childbirth, fertility, and herbs was reframed as evidence of satanic power. A woman who had delivered dozens of babies safely could suddenly be accused of killing one with a curse. Her reputation twisted into condemnation. It is chilling to imagine how easily respect turned into suspicion, survival into peril. At the same time, new ideas about reproduction began to emerge. The invention of the microscope revealed sperm cells for the first time, leading to debates about how life began. Some scientists argued that tiny, fully formed humans, homunculi, existed inside sperm, waiting to grow once placed in the womb. Others insisted the seed lay within the egg, which was itself only beginning to be recognized. These debates, while seemingly absurd in hindsight, show how difficult it was to shake the grip of old myths. Even as technology advanced, cultural assumptions about women's inferiority and passivity shaped interpretations. The womb was still seen less as an active participant and more as a vessel, its role minimized even as its mysteries fascinated. In noble courts, pregnancy continued to be a stage for politics. Queens were paraded as symbols of dynastic continuity, their bodies watched with obsessive scrutiny. Diaries record how every craving, fainting spell, or swelling belly was noted, reported, and interpreted. Court physicians clashed with midwives, each seeking to claim authority over the queen's body. When miscarriages occurred, the blame was swift, too much movement, too little prayer, or hidden sin. Behind the velvet curtains and gilded beds, royal women endured the same pain and risk as peasants in smoky cottages, but with the added cruelty of public spectacle. Their grief became gossip, their bodies instruments of state policy. Among common women, the struggle for survival continued with little fanfare. High maternal mortality meant that many families lost mothers in childbirth, leaving children to be raised by relatives or stepmothers. Women worked until the moment of labor, then returned to the fields or spinning wheels soon after, their bodies treated as endlessly renewable. Yet, in these harsh conditions, networks of female solidarity persisted. Midwives, neighbors, and kin formed circles of support, sharing remedies, offering care, and bearing witness. These circles were not written into official history, but they formed the invisible scaffolding of daily life, the quiet defiance that kept communities alive. The role of humor persisted even in this age of fear and spectacle. Satirical pamphlets mocked men who feared women's cycles, while plays and stories hinted at the absurdity of myths surrounding fertility. In taverns and kitchens, women joked about men fainting at the sight of childbirth, reminding each other that the supposed weaker sex was not the one screaming on the birthing bed. These small sparks of laughter, though fleeting, reveal how resilience took many forms, not only in whispered remedies, but also in shared jokes that lightened unbearable weight. What stands out most in this era is the duality of progress. On one hand, the microscope opened new vistas, anatomy corrected old errors, and the scientific method encouraged critical thought. On the other, witch trials executed thousands of women, myths about impurity lingered, and laws continued to treat female bodies as objects of suspicion. The old and the new coexisted uneasily, creating a world where a woman might be the subject of groundbreaking scientific study one day and an accused witch the next. This contradiction leaves us with a haunting reflection. Knowledge alone does not dissolve fear. The 17th century reminds us that progress in tools and techniques means little if culture refuses to let go of its myths. And perhaps that is why the voices of women, whispering remedies, telling jokes, passing knowledge in secret, remained so crucial. They were the ones who carried continuity through the storm, ensuring that survival did not depend solely on the whims of universities or courts. Their legacy is not written in great books or public monuments, but in the fact that communities endured, children were born, and traditions survived. By the 18th century, Europe was entering what many celebrated as the Age of Reason, but for women, reason did not always bring relief. The Enlightenment promised clarity, science, and progress, yet the female body remained a contested space, caught between old superstitions and new forms of control. Men of science filled libraries with treatises about reproduction, menstruation, and childbirth, presenting their findings as definitive truths. Yet these truths were often shaped less by observation and more by preconceptions, filtered through the same anxieties that had haunted the Middle Ages. The language of demons and curses might have faded, but the language of deficiency, fragility, and weakness took its place, ensuring that women remained trapped in a narrative written by others. Anatomy advanced dramatically, fueled by public dissections and the rise of scientific illustration. Artists sketched wombs with exquisite detail, producing engravings that spread across Europe. But even in this precision, bias persisted. The female body was still depicted as an inversion of the male, defined by what it supposedly lacked rather than by what it uniquely offered. Some scientists argued that women were naturally unfit for intellectual pursuits because their biology tied them to reproduction, a claim repeated in pamphlets and lectures until it hardened into common sense. It was progress cloaked in prejudice, a reminder that science can sometimes reinforce the very myths it seeks to dispel. Childbirth during this era became increasingly medicalized, a shift that profoundly altered women's experiences. For centuries, births had been overseen by midwives, assisted by female relatives and neighbors. But now, male physicians began to assert authority in the birthing chamber. They introduced new instruments, most notably the obstetrical forceps, which promised to ease difficult deliveries. These tools were often shrouded in secrecy, passed within medical families as guarded knowledge. When they worked, they saved lives. When they failed, they left mothers and infants maimed or dead. For many women, the arrival of male doctors in a space once governed by female solidarity felt both promising and threatening. They offered innovation, but also stripped away the sense of communal care, replacing it with cold authority. This intrusion was not simply medical, it was cultural. The birthing room, once a female-centered space, became a site of male observation and control. Women who had trusted midwives now found themselves examined by strangers, their privacy surrendered in the name of progress. Some resisted, clinging to traditional practices and insisting on female attendance. Others, particularly among the wealthy, embraced the prestige of having a physician present, even if it meant enduring unfamiliar procedures. This shift in authority revealed how fragile women's autonomy was, constantly negotiated between the promises of safety and the price of surrendering control. Yet midwives did not vanish quietly. They adapted, incorporating new techniques, lobbying for recognition, and defending their role in communities. In France, some were trained formally at the Hôtel Dieu hospital, gaining certificates that legitimized their practice. In England, midwives organized networks to protect their reputations against accusations of incompetence or witchcraft. Their persistence demonstrates not passivity but resilience, a refusal to be erased from the story of childbirth. Still, the cultural tide was turning, and the very profession that had sustained women for centuries was increasingly defined by the standards of men. The Enlightenment also brought new debates about menstruation. Physicians discussed it in journals and lectures, attempting to frame it as a purely physiological process rather than a moral or spiritual one. But in doing so, they often reinforced stereotypes. Menstruation was described as a source of weakness, an explanation for why women should avoid intellectual or political engagement. Some doctors even claimed that women who studied too hard risked damaging their reproductive systems, as though knowledge itself might dry up the womb. The absurdity is easy to see now, yet at the time these arguments carried real weight, shaping education and limiting opportunities. Women's bodies became not only medical subjects, but political tools, used to justify exclusion from universities, professions, and public life. Meanwhile, folk traditions endured stubbornly, especially in rural areas. Women continued to rely on herbs, charms, and communal wisdom, even as official medicine dismissed them. A grandmother might pass her granddaughter a recipe for easing cramps with fennel tea, while also teaching her to hang protective amulets during pregnancy. These practices, often hidden from authorities, reveal a double world, the public narrative of science and progress, and the private continuity of female knowledge. In many ways, it was this hidden world that sustained families, bridging the gap between abstract theory and lived experience. The contradictions of the 18th century are perhaps best captured in its literature and art. Philosophers debated liberty and equality while excluding women from their visions. Painters glorified motherhood in idealized portraits while ignoring the blood, risk, and loss of real pregnancies. Writers produced medical guides filled with advice for controlling women's fertility, as if their primary role in society remained unchanged despite the intellectual ferment of the age. It is striking that in an era obsessed with reason, the female body was still framed as irrational, unpredictable, and in need of control. And yet, cracks began to show. Women writers like Mary Wollstonecraft began to challenge the notion that biology determined destiny, insisting that education and opportunity mattered more than reproductive function. Midwives defended their craft with increasing confidence, some even publishing their own manuals. The very debates that constrained women also provided space for resistance, proving that even within a culture of control, new voices could emerge. What lingers most from this period is the uneasy blend of progress and prejudice. The Enlightenment shone a light on the body, but often used that light to cast new shadows of inequality. Women were studied, described, and categorized more than ever before, but rarely on their own terms. The old medieval myths had not disappeared. They had simply been translated into scientific language, dressed in the vocabulary of reason. And as the 18th century drew to a close, the question remained unresolved. Would the coming revolutions in politics and medicine finally break these chains? Or would they simply reforge them in new and subtler ways? The 19th century opened with revolutions rumbling through Europe and empires stretching across oceans, but within the homes, hospitals, and hidden spaces where women lived their daily lives, the ancient story of control over the female body continued to unfold. Medicine had grown louder, more confident, claiming the authority of science and dismissing what it labeled as superstition. Yet for all its progress, the same old fears lingered beneath new vocabularies. Women's bodies remained sites of fascination and anxiety. Their reproductive functions studied, regulated, and often pathologized. What strikes us most is not how much changed, but how much simply shifted shape, clothed in the rhetoric of modernity while carrying forward the weight of the past. By now, menstruation was increasingly understood in physiological terms, with medical textbooks describing it as a natural process of the reproductive cycle rather than an act of divine punishment. But this recognition did not free women from stigma. Doctors frequently described menstruation as a source of instability, using it to explain why women were unsuited for political rights, intellectual pursuits, or strenuous labor. In one notorious claim, a physician argued that if women were allowed to enter universities, their brains would enlarge at the expense of their wombs, leading to infertility. The absurdity of such reasoning seems laughable today, but it carried devastating consequences, reinforcing the belief that a woman's body defined her destiny more than her mind ever could. Childbirth, meanwhile, entered a new and dangerous phase of medicalization. Hospitals, once seen as places for the poor and desperate, began to present themselves as centers of modern maternity care. Women were encouraged, sometimes pressured, to leave their homes and give birth under clinical supervision. Male doctors, now firmly installed in the birthing room, introduced tools like forceps with increasing regularity, often with little understanding of the long-term consequences. Infections spread easily in overcrowded wards where physicians moved from one patient to another without washing their hands, carrying invisible death on their fingers. Maternal mortality soared in some regions, not because of neglect, but because of intervention, a tragic irony that reveals how progress can sometimes deepen suffering before it cures it. The story of Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian physician, illustrates this irony with chilling clarity. In the 1840s, he noticed that women who delivered in clinics staffed by doctors and medical students had much higher death rates from childbed fever than those who delivered with midwives. His discovery, that hand washing with disinfectant drastically reduced deaths, was revolutionary, yet his colleagues mocked and rejected it. They refused to believe their own hands could be instruments of death. Semmelweis died in obscurity, ridiculed for his insistence on cleanliness, while thousands of women perished from preventable infections. It was not until decades later that germ theory vindicated him, but by then, countless mothers and infants had been lost. The tragedy of his story reminds us how stubbornly culture can resist truth, especially when it demands accountability. Even as medicine expanded its reach, midwives persisted, though often pushed to the margins. In many rural areas, they remained the trusted figures, blending herbal knowledge with practical skill. Communities clung to them not only for their experience, but also for their presence, for the comfort of being attended by women who understood their pain. Yet, official narratives increasingly portrayed midwives as relics of a bygone era, unscientific and dangerous. The very wisdom that had sustained women for centuries was now cast as backward, erased by the triumph of modern obstetrics. But behind closed doors, the old traditions lived on, whispered from grandmother to granddaughter, reminding us that not all knowledge needs the stamp of official approval to endure. The 19th century also saw the rise of gynecology as a distinct medical field, and with it, new forms of intrusion into women's lives. Doctors devised instruments and surgeries to treat what they labeled as disorders of the womb and ovaries. Some prescribed hysterectomies for ailments as vague as hysteria or nervousness, reducing complex human emotions to a problem of organs. Perhaps the most disturbing chapter belongs to J. Marion Sims, often called the father of modern gynecology, who developed surgical techniques by experimenting on enslaved black women without anesthesia. Their suffering, erased from celebratory narratives of progress, reveals the darker truth that much of modern medicine was built on the bodies of women who had no choice, whose pain was dismissed as inconsequential. To recall their names, too often lost, is to insist that history not only record triumphs, but also confront the violence that made them possible. In literature and culture, the contradictions were no less vivid. Novels of the Victorian age often idealized women as pure angels of the home, guardians of morality and motherhood, while medical journals described them as fragile, prone to breakdown, governed by cycles of blood and fertility. Women themselves internalized and resisted these narratives in complex ways. Some embraced the role of moral guide, finding in it a measure of power within the household. Others rebelled, writing essays, publishing books, and marching for education and suffrage. Their arguments often turned the logic of medicine against itself. If women were truly so fragile, then why burden them with endless childbirth and labor? If science claimed to value reason, why exclude half of humanity from its pursuit? These questions pierced through the veneer of authority, planting seeds of change. Even humor carried weight in this era. Satirical cartoons mocked women who demanded the vote, depicting them as shrill, unfeminine, and biologically unsuited for public life. Yet in kitchens and sewing circles, women laughed at men's fear of their supposed fragility, noting wryly that those who fainted at the sight of blood were the very ones declaring themselves superior. This use of humor as defiance, subtle but sharp, echoed the survival strategies of their medieval ancestors, proving that resistance often begins in whispers and laughter before it grows into open challenge. What emerges most from the 19th century is the sense of paradox. Science made real advances, saving lives and unveiling mysteries, yet it also entrenched prejudices, codifying them in textbooks and laws. Women endured new forms of control dressed as progress, even as they seized new opportunities to challenge those controls. The tension between oppression and resistance grew sharper, setting the stage for the movements of the 20th century when the question of who controls the female body would no longer remain confined to manuscripts or lecture halls, but spill into streets, parliaments, and courts. And so the 19th century leaves us with a haunting image, a woman giving birth in a sterile hospital surrounded by doctors who believe they are saving her, even as their unwashed hands bring death. A midwife in a rural village, scorned by official medicine, yet quietly delivering children who survive. A suffragette raising her voice in defiance, laughed at by crowds, yet planting seeds of revolution. Together, these images remind us that progress is never simple, never untainted, and always contested. The question that lingers is not whether medicine advanced, it surely did, but whether those advances truly liberated women, or merely wrapped the same old fears in the shining cloak of science. And that question leads inevitably to the next chapter, where the struggle over knowledge, power, and the female body would collide with the modern world in ways more explosive than ever before. The 20th century arrived, carrying both the weight of centuries of superstition and the promise of unprecedented change. For women, this century would become a battlefield, not just of biology, but of rights, identity, and autonomy. The story of menstruation, pregnancy, and medical authority no longer played out only in private chambers or cloistered hospitals. It spilled into public debates, courtrooms, legislatures, and even the streets. Science surged forward, offering antibiotics, anesthesia, and safer childbirth. Yet these advances did not erase the deep cultural anxieties that had long shadowed the female body. Instead, they reshaped them, transforming old myths into new forms of regulation and expectation. At the dawn of the century, childbirth remained perilous, but the tide was beginning to turn. The discovery of antiseptics and the growing practice of sterilization dramatically reduced the risk of infection. Hospitals became safer, though not always kinder. Women in maternity wards were often treated as passive subjects rather than active participants, their voices silenced in the name of efficiency. Twilight sleep, a method introduced in Germany that combined morphine and scopolamine to dull the memory of pain, was hailed as a miracle. Mothers awoke believing they had been spared suffering, yet many had endured violent deliveries while unconscious, restrained to beds and deprived of agency. The method became a symbol of the paradox of progress. Pain was reduced, but at the cost of dignity and control. Menstruation, too, underwent a profound shift in cultural meaning. With the rise of industrialization and advertising, menstrual products became mass-marketed commodities. Kotex, introduced in the 1920s, promised modern women discretion and convenience, selling not only hygiene, but also a new form of freedom. Yet the marketing was steeped in shame, urging women to conceal their cycles as though they were embarrassing flaws. Pamphlets assured them that with the right product, no one would know they were bleeding, as if invisibility was the goal. The language of impurity and secrecy, so familiar from the Middle Ages, found a new home in glossy magazines and radio ads. Women were told not to spoil crops anymore, but to hide their sanitary pads discreetly in handbags, as though visibility itself was dangerous. The medicalization of female health grew deeper with the rise of gynecology as a central discipline. Doctors began to regulate not just childbirth, but fertility itself. In the early 20th century, birth control was illegal in many countries, framed as immoral and even criminal. Margaret Sanger in the United States, pursued by the authorities for distributing information, argued fiercely that women's liberation depended on control over reproduction. Her activism, controversial and at times fraught with its own compromises, opened doors to the contraceptive revolution that would explode later in the century. Yet the resistance was fierce, fueled by the same anxieties that had haunted medieval clerics. The fear that women controlling their fertility would disrupt the very foundation of social order. The invention of the contraceptive pill in the 1960s marked a turning point that cannot be overstated. For the first time in history, millions of women could reliably separate sex from reproduction, transforming not only personal lives, but entire societies. Yet even here, control remained contested. Doctors often required husbands' permission to prescribe the pill. Debates raged about whether women could be trusted with such power, whether the pill would erode morality or destabilize families. The language echoed older fears, dressed in modern clothes. Once again, female autonomy was cast as a threat to the social fabric. Still, the pill became a cornerstone of the sexual revolution, giving women a new kind of agency, even as institutions tried to hold on to the reins. Childbirth practices also underwent dramatic changes during the century. In many countries, hospital births became the norm, replacing home deliveries almost entirely. While this shift reduced mortality, it also introduced new forms of control. Women were subjected to routine interventions, episiotomies, inductions, forceps deliveries, often without informed consent. The laboring woman became a patient, monitored by machines and guided by protocols designed for efficiency rather than experience. By the 1970s, a backlash emerged. Women began to demand natural births, midwifery care, and the right to make decisions about their own bodies. The home birth movement revived traditions long dismissed as outdated, proving that resistance to authority could coexist with modern medicine. The rise of feminism in the 20th century reshaped the entire conversation around menstruation and reproduction. Activists challenged the culture of shame, demanding open discussion and better education. They fought for reproductive rights, from access to contraception to the legalization of abortion. Court cases, protests, and political battles made visible what had long been hidden, transforming private struggles into public causes. Yet every gain met with resistance. In debates over abortion, echoes of medieval accusations of impurity resurfaced, with women once again accused of defying divine order by controlling their fertility. The past was never fully gone. It lingered like a ghost in every argument. Science itself was not free from prejudice. Studies often excluded women, treating the male body as the universal model and dismissing female biology as a complication. This bias meant that medications were dosed without regard to women's unique physiology, leading to risks and misdiagnoses. Research into women's health lagged behind, reflecting cultural assumptions rather than objective need. Even when progress came, like advances in prenatal care or safer surgical techniques, it was often accompanied by narratives of control, framing women as fragile vessels in need of management rather than active partners in their health. What makes the 20th century so compelling is this constant duality: liberation and regulation, progress and prejudice, empowerment and resistance. Women gained tools their ancestors could hardly have imagined: contraceptives, safer childbirth, greater medical knowledge. Yet they also faced new pressures, from the commercialization of their bodies to the clinical coldness of institutional care. They laughed at the absurdities, as women always had, mocking the contradictions even while navigating them. And in their laughter, their protests, their resilience, they carried forward the same thread that had run through centuries of struggle. The century closed with extraordinary gains: greater rights, better medicine, broader opportunities, but also with lingering questions. If women could now control reproduction, why were debates over their choices still raging in legislatures? If menstruation was no longer demonized, why was it still hidden in hushed tones and coded advertisements? If science had advanced so far, why were women's voices still too often excluded from the decisions that shaped their care? These contradictions ensure that the story did not end with modernity. Instead, it spilled into the 21st century, where the ancient struggle between autonomy and control continues to unfold in new and unexpected ways. And so the image of the 20th century is not one of closure, but of acceleration. A woman stepping out of a hospital with her newborn, grateful for survival, but resentful of how little say she had in her treatment. Another swallowing a pill that grants her freedom, yet sparks controversy across nations. A teenager opening a glossy magazine that sells her tampons with a smile while telling her never to speak of blood aloud. These moments are the echoes of everything that came before, and they set the stage for what lies ahead. A world where old myths resurface in modern debates, and where the struggle to define the female body remains as urgent as ever. The 21st century promised to be the era when science and equality would finally converge to rewrite the story of women's health. After centuries of superstition, silence, and partial progress, modern medicine entered the new millennium armed with advanced technology, evidence-based research, and a growing awareness of the injustices of the past. Yet even with these tools, the struggle over menstruation, pregnancy, and reproductive autonomy has not vanished. If anything, it has grown sharper, reframed not in the language of demons or humors, but in debates over politics, economics, and cultural identity. The ghosts of the Middle Ages may have been exorcised from textbooks, but they still whisper in courtrooms, advertisements, and even in the way women talk, or hesitate to talk, about their own bodies. Menstruation, once hidden behind church prohibitions and whispered folklore, is now part of global marketing campaigns. Shelves are filled with brightly colored boxes of pads, tampons, and menstrual cups, and corporations spend billions convincing consumers that their products equal freedom. And yet, the language often remains coded in secrecy. Commercials show blue liquid instead of red, slogans promise discretion, and the underlying message echoes an old refrain: menstruation must be concealed to be acceptable. This quiet shame has sparked a counter-movement, with activists pushing for period positivity and education. Scotland became the first country to make menstrual products free, a decision celebrated as revolutionary. But elsewhere, period poverty still forces girls to miss school, women to improvise with unsafe materials, and entire communities to treat menstruation as taboo. Progress, as always, is uneven, and the struggle continues not in monasteries, but in parliaments and NGOs. Pregnancy, too, sits at the center of 21st century conflict. On one hand, medical technology has made it safer than ever before. Ultrasounds let parents see beating hearts within weeks, genetic testing reveals hidden risks, and neonatal care saves infants who would have been lost in earlier times. On the other hand, this technology has increased surveillance of women's bodies. Pregnant women are monitored, measured, and advised at every turn, often with little room for personal choice. Social media feeds amplify this scrutiny, with strangers offering unsolicited judgments on diets, exercise, and birth plans. What was once a private journey has become a public performance, praised or criticized in real time. The cultural pressure is relentless, echoing the medieval queen whose belly was watched by courtiers, though now the courtiers are followers with smartphones. The politics of reproduction have perhaps never been more explosive. Court rulings, protests, and policy debates dominate headlines as governments wrestle with the question of who truly controls fertility. In some nations, access to contraception and abortion has expanded, framed as fundamental rights. In others, these same choices are restricted, justified not by theology of impurity, but by modern arguments about morality, demographics, or national identity. Oh, yet the pattern is hauntingly familiar. The female body remains a site where cultural anxieties are played out, where larger fears about power, tradition, and change converge. It is difficult not to hear in these debates the echo of medieval priests and inquisitors, recast in modern suits, but still seeking authority over what they cannot fully understand. Medical research, though far more advanced, continues to reveal its own biases. For decades, clinical trials excluded women, arguing that their hormonal cycles made results too complicated. The effect was devastating. Drugs were approved without knowledge of how they worked in female bodies, leading to misdiagnoses and dangerous side effects. Only recently has the push for gender-specific research gained momentum, highlighting just how much science must unlearn from its past. At the same time, new frontiers of technology, fertility preservation, IVF, and even the possibility of artificial wombs are opening questions once confined to myth. Could the wandering womb, once imagined as a restless animal, now be replaced by a laboratory device? And if so, what new fears, hopes, and moral battles will that unleash? The cultural narratives of the present mirror the contradictions of earlier centuries. On Instagram and TikTok, influencers speak openly about endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, or postpartum depression, breaking silences that once lasted generations. Yet these same platforms are filled with unrealistic images of perfect pregnancies, effortless recoveries, and polished bodies that fuel shame. The duality is dizzying: empowerment and pressure, visibility and distortion. It is not unlike the Middle Ages, when women found comfort in the Virgin Mary's image, yet suffered in silence in their own homes. The stage has changed, but the script often feels the same. Even humor carries the same rebellious spark it once did in smoky medieval kitchens. Comedians and writers now make light of cramps, cravings, and labor pains, reframing them not as weaknesses but as universal experiences that demand recognition. Their jokes cut through centuries of silence, proving that laughter remains one of the sharpest tools of resistance. It is a reminder that, even now, the stories of women's bodies are not only about suffering, but also about resilience, creativity, and the refusal to be silenced. What is perhaps most striking about the 21st century is how global the conversation has become. The struggles once confined to villages or kingdoms are now discussed across continents. A law passed in one country sparks marches in another. A viral campaign about period stigma in India inspires reform in Africa. A breakthrough in fertility treatment in the United States raises ethical debates in Europe. The female body has become a stage for worldwide dialogue, yet the questions remain eerily unchanged. Who controls it, who defines it, and who gets to speak for it? And so the 21st century reveals itself not as the final chapter of progress, but as a continuation of the same ancient struggle. The myths of poison, impurity, and wandering wombs may be gone, but in their place stand new myths, a perfection of productivity, of the endlessly adaptable woman who must succeed at everything while hiding her pain. The language has shifted, the settings have modernized, but the pressure endures. The enduring thread through all of this is resistance. From medieval midwives to modern activists, from whispered remedies to public campaigns, women have always found ways to reclaim their stories. And in that resistance lies the challenge for the present, to ensure that progress does not become another mask for control, that science does not repeat the errors of arrogance, and that voices long silenced are finally heard in full. The question now is not whether myths about women's bodies will vanish, they never truly do, but what new forms they will take, and whether society will recognize them before they harden into chains. And that uncertainty, echoing across centuries, ensures that the story remains unfinished, demanding to be told again and again in every generation that inherits both the burden and the strength of the women who came before. The 21st century unfolded with dazzling promises of technology, globalization, and medical breakthroughs, yet the weight of history has continued to press on women's bodies with surprising persistence. What has changed most is not the existence of control, but the sophistication of its forms. Instead of priests whispering about impurity or physicians quoting Galen, we now have governments, corporations, and even algorithms shaping how menstruation, pregnancy, and fertility are understood. The female body, once bound by superstition and ritual, is now surrounded by data, markets, and political debates. And still, the same old question lingers: who has the right to decide what happens inside a woman's body? Menstruation has stepped partly out of the shadows, but not fully into the light. Apps that track cycles are downloaded by millions, promising empowerment through knowledge. Women can now predict ovulation, monitor symptoms, and even share data with doctors. Yet this technological liberation comes with a hidden cost: privacy. Stories have emerged of companies selling cycle data to advertisers, or even to governments seeking to restrict reproductive rights. A tool meant to grant autonomy risks becoming another form of surveillance. The irony is sharp. Where once women were told to hide their cycles in silence, they are now urged to record them openly, only to find that secrecy has been replaced with commodification. The medieval fear of menstrual blood spoiling crops may be gone, but a new anxiety has taken its place, that even biology can be turned into profit and control. Pregnancy, too, is increasingly framed by technology. Ultrasounds no longer just reassure parents. They are shared on social media, transformed into content for public consumption. Gender reveal parties, sometimes involving fireworks or elaborate stunts, turn private anticipation into performance. Yet beneath the spectacle, the same old dangers persist. Maternal mortality rates remain shockingly high in parts of the world, even in wealthy nations where advanced hospitals coexist with racial and economic disparities. In the United States, black women are still far more likely to die from childbirth-related complications than white women, a fact that speaks less to biology than to systemic inequality. The contradictions echo across centuries. Childbirth, celebrated as the ultimate proof of life, remains a site of danger, shaped as much by culture and class as by medicine itself. The politics of reproduction have become some of the fiercest battlegrounds of the modern age. Court rulings overturn or protect abortion rights, sparking protests that fill streets with voices demanding autonomy. In one country, women celebrate expanded access to reproductive health care. In another, they face criminalization for the same choices. This uneven landscape mirrors the medieval patchwork of rules, where one parish priest allowed communion during menstruation while another forbade it. The language has changed, but the fragmentation remains. Geography still dictates rights, leaving women's lives shaped by lines on a map rather than universal recognition of autonomy. It is a reminder that progress is not linear. It zigzags, advances in one place while retreating in another, leaving the struggle as urgent as ever. Medicine itself has entered astonishing new frontiers. In vitro fertilization, once experimental, is now routine. Egg freezing allows women to delay motherhood, separating fertility from the ticking clock of age. Surrogacy, though deeply controversial, has given families possibilities unthinkable in earlier centuries. There are even discussions of artificial wombs, a technology that could one day shift reproduction out of the body entirely. Yet each breakthrough raises ethical storms. Who will have access to these technologies? Will they deepen inequality, available only to the wealthy? Will they liberate women from biological limits or impose new pressures to optimize reproduction? These questions reveal that every solution carries the potential to become a new chain, and every promise of freedom can be twisted into another form of expectation. Cultural narratives about menstruation and pregnancy remain as contradictory as ever. On one hand, influencers speak openly about period pain, postpartum depression, and infertility, breaking silences that lasted generations. On the other hand, industries continue to profit from shame, selling products that promise to deodorize, disguise, or erase natural processes. A menstruating woman may no longer be accused of poisoning bread, but she is still urged to buy items that suggest her body needs correction. In this, the medieval logic of impurity has not vanished. It has been rebranded, wrapped in glossy packaging, and marketed as self-care. The persistence of these contradictions shows how deeply myths embed themselves, adapting to new economies and refusing to die. The globalization of these issues has added another layer. A teenage girl in rural Africa may miss school because she lacks access to sanitary pads, while her counterpart in Europe scrolls past advertisements for organic menstrual cups on her phone. A woman in South America may risk prison for seeking an abortion, while another in Scandinavia receives it as part of routine health care. These disparities remind us that progress is uneven, not universal, and that the same struggles replay in different forms across the globe. It is not enough to celebrate advances in one corner of the world while others remain shackled by restrictions that feel centuries old. Perhaps the most profound change of the 21st century is the rise of women's voices themselves. No longer confined to whispers in kitchens or margins of manuscripts, women now publish, protest, and perform their stories for the world to hear. Hashtags amplify solidarity across continents, movements expose hidden injustices, and once private experiences become part of collective activism. This visibility has its risks, backlash, harassment, and the weaponization of public platforms, but it also ensures that silence is no longer the default. The resilience once hidden in folklore and humor is now broadcast in marches, memoirs, and viral videos, weaving a new fabric of resistance. And so, the story of the female body in the 21st century is not one of resolution, but of acceleration. Every step forward opens new battles. Every gain reveals deeper inequalities. The ghosts of medieval superstition linger not in sermons, but in advertisements, in biased research and restrictive laws. Yet alongside them rise louder voices, sharper tools, and wider networks of solidarity than ever before. The endurance of women across centuries has not been wasted. It has built the foundation for struggles that are now fought on a global stage. What remains uncertain is whether the future will finally break the cycle of control or simply reinvent it once again. The technologies exist to liberate, but so do the structures that can twist them into chains. The voices exist to resist, but so do the forces determined to silence them. And in that tension lies the true inheritance of history, a reminder that progress is never guaranteed, that freedom must always be defended, and that the story of women's bodies, told for centuries in whispers, will continue to demand to be heard. The 21st century has revealed with painful clarity that progress is rarely a straight line, especially when it comes to women's health. For every breakthrough in medicine, every victory in law, there has been resistance, regression, or new forms of control hiding in plain sight. The conversation about menstruation, pregnancy, and reproductive rights has shifted from monasteries and lecture halls into legislatures, social media feeds, and even corporate boardrooms, yet the fundamental struggles remain hauntingly familiar. The same anxieties about purity, fertility, and authority that once fueled medieval superstition have resurfaced, disguised in the language of politics, economics, and morality. And nowhere is this more visible than in the ongoing battles over reproductive autonomy. In recent years, some countries have expanded reproductive rights, framing them as inseparable from human rights. Nations like Ireland, long bound by strict Catholic doctrine, have legalized abortion after historic referendums that brought thousands into the streets. In Argentina, women in green scarves filled public squares demanding access to safe procedures, transforming protest into policy. These victories felt like ruptures with the past, moments when centuries of silence finally broke open. Yet at the same time, other countries have moved sharply in the opposite direction, criminalizing abortion or restricting access to contraception. In Poland, women have faced some of the strictest abortion laws in Europe, sparking mass demonstrations where black-clad crowds marched through rain-soaked streets. In the United States, the overturning of Roe v. Wade in 2022 reignited a battle that many thought had been settled decades earlier, proving that no victory is ever final. The parallels with medieval patchworks of rules are striking. Just as one parish once permitted communion during menstruation while another forbade it, today one state grants reproductive freedom while its neighbor threatens imprisonment. The politicization of women's bodies has grown sharper in part because of modern technology. Ultrasound images, once used to reassure parents, are now wielded in political campaigns, held up on posters as evidence in debates about life and choice. Genetic testing has added further layers of complexity, raising questions about disability, ethics, and who gets to decide the boundaries of viability. In some cases, these technologies empower women to make informed choices. In others, they are weaponized to limit those very choices. It is a reminder that tools are never neutral. They reflect the values of those who wield them. And just as medieval relics were once invoked to control women's fertility, today scientific images and data can be marshaled to reinforce authority rather than expand freedom. The globalization of the conversation has amplified both hope and conflict. Period poverty, once invisible, has become a subject of international activism. Organizations distribute pads and menstrual cups to girls in rural Kenya, Nepal, and beyond, aiming to prevent them from missing school each month. Campaigns in Europe and North America challenge the so-called tampon tax, arguing that menstrual products are necessities, not luxuries. Yet stigma remains stubborn. In parts of India, women are still barred from kitchens or temples during menstruation, echoes of the old impurity taboos that refuse to fade. The coexistence of progress and prejudice across borders makes the issue impossible to simplify. It is not a single story of advancement, but a mosaic where liberation and limitation live side by side. Meanwhile, the culture of pregnancy continues to oscillate between empowerment and pressure. Social media, for all its capacity to connect, has turned pregnancy into a spectacle. Influencers curate flawless maternity shoots, glowing bellies framed in soft light, as if discomfort and fear had been erased. Yet behind these polished images, real women still grapple with postpartum depression, miscarriages, and the unglamorous realities of recovery. Online forums have become modern versions of village circles, where women share experiences and advice that official medicine often neglects. One woman posts about tearing during childbirth, another about the terror of infertility treatments, another about navigating motherhood while holding down 3 jobs. Their honesty cuts through centuries of silence, creating solidarity in spaces where shame once reigned. But it also raises questions about how much of women's private lives must now be lived in public and at what cost. Even the rise of wellness culture has complicated the story. Yoga classes, fertility diets, and holistic remedies are marketed as empowering alternatives to clinical medicine, yet they often carry the same pressures of perfection. Women are told to optimize their cycles, to cleanse their wombs, to align their fertility with lunar phases, as if failure to conceive or to thrive could be blamed on not trying hard enough. The irony is hard to miss. While medieval women clutched relics and charms to guard their pregnancies, modern women buy supplements and apps with the same desperate hope. The language has changed, but the burden of responsibility remains squarely on their shoulders. What makes this era particularly striking is the visibility of resistance. Women march, write, film, and organize like never before. Hashtags turn into movements, sparking solidarity across continents. A protest in Warsaw resonates with women in Texas. A campaign in Nairobi inspires action in London. These connections, impossible in previous centuries, give the struggle a new dimension. Yet they also provoke backlash, with opponents mobilizing just as fiercely to defend old structures under new banners. The clash is raw, public, and global, and it ensures that the story of women's bodies remains at the heart of cultural and political conflict. The persistence of humor is perhaps the most human thread of all. Stand-up comedians joke about cramps and mood swings, turning pain into shared laughter. Viral memes poke fun at outdated medical advice, exposing absurdities that once went unchallenged. In these moments, the resilience that carried women through centuries of superstition surfaces once again, reminding us that laughter has always been a weapon against silence and fear. But even laughter cannot erase the stakes. Behind every joke lies the awareness that rights gained can be lost, that progress made can be undone, and that the body remains a contested frontier. The 19th century ended with suffragettes demanding votes, the 20th with feminists demanding rights, and the 21st continues the fight for autonomy over biology itself. And so we are left with a world where science offers dazzling possibilities, gene editing, artificial wombs, fertility preservation, while politics and culture still cling to ancient anxieties. The question is not whether progress will come. It always does, though unevenly. The question is whether society will allow progress to liberate, or whether it will twist it, once again, into new forms of control. This uncertainty ensures that the story cannot end here. Each victory, each setback, each protest, and each silence feeds into the next chapter. And as history has shown us time and again, the female body will remain the stage on which some of society's deepest fears and fiercest hopes are played out. The suspense is not whether the struggle continues. It always will, but how and by whose voices it will be told. As the 21st century advances, the struggle over women's bodies reveals itself not as a chapter nearing its end, but as a story constantly rewritten, adapting to every shift in technology, politics, and culture. The same themes that haunted medieval Europe, fear of blood, suspicion of fertility, and anxiety over autonomy, are still present, though they wear different clothes. The question is no longer whether menstruation will spoil crops, or whether demons lurk in a womb that wanders, but whether corporations, legislatures, and algorithms will decide how women live their most intimate realities. Progress has been undeniable, yet it remains fragile, precarious, and uneven, leaving women to balance between liberation and new forms of control. One of the most striking developments of our time is the commodification of menstruation and fertility. Entire industries thrive on apps, supplements, and devices designed to monitor cycles, boost fertility, or ease symptoms. Marketing campaigns sell empowerment alongside products, promising women that, with the right subscription or gadget, they can take control of their bodies. But lurking behind the glossy branding is the reality that personal data has become currency. Menstrual tracking apps, downloaded by millions, have raised alarms for sharing sensitive health information with advertisers or even governments. A cycle, once kept in whispered memory, is now stored in servers, vulnerable to misuse. The irony is almost medieval in its logic. Once women feared confessing their bodies to priests, now they confess to algorithms, hoping the trade will bring comfort rather than control. Pregnancy, too, is shaped by both astonishing progress and deep contradictions. Medical technology can now detect fetal health with remarkable precision, monitor development through 3D imaging, and save premature infants once deemed lost. Yet these very technologies have intensified debates about choice and control. Parents are offered more knowledge, but also more pressure, expected to make decisions about disabilities, interventions, and risks with moral, emotional, and legal consequences. In some countries, laws compel women to continue pregnancies despite medical complications, while in others, they are accused of being careless if they do not use every available technology to secure a perfect birth. What was once fate is now framed as responsibility, another burden carried disproportionately by women. At the same time, maternal health outcomes reveal the brutal persistence of inequality. While some societies celebrate low maternal mortality rates as proof of progress, others face alarming statistics, even within wealthy nations. In the United States, maternal mortality remains far higher than in other developed countries, with black women disproportionately at risk. These numbers cannot be explained by medicine alone. They expose structural racism, economic disparity, and the cultural undervaluing of women's pain. Stories abound of women whose symptoms were dismissed until too late, echoing centuries of disbelief where women's voices carried little authority. It is sobering to realize that in high-tech hospitals equipped with the latest machines, echoes of medieval silence still resound. The globalization of women's health issues continues to sharpen contrasts. In some parts of the world, menstrual products are freely provided in schools, helping girls stay in class, while in others, menstruation remains grounds for exclusion, forcing girls to miss weeks of education each year. In some nations, reproductive rights expand with increasing protections, while in others, they contract under religious or political pressure. The patchwork mirrors the uneven medieval landscape, where customs varied parish by parish. Progress is not universal. It is fractured, fragile, and dependent on context. This unevenness ensures that while one group of women gains visibility and autonomy, another remains silenced, caught in systems that refuse to recognize their dignity. Cultural narratives about menstruation and pregnancy remain contradictory. Advertisements promise discretion, urging women to carry their cycles invisibly, while activists push for openness, demanding that society confront the reality of blood without shame. Social media amplifies both sides, Influencers glamorize pregnancy with curated photo shoots, while others bear the raw truths of miscarriage, infertility, or postpartum depression. This duality is both liberating and exhausting, offering space for honesty while also creating pressure to perform even suffering for public consumption. In many ways, it feels like a continuation of the past, when women carried both the burden of secrecy and the responsibility of care, their experiences constantly framed by the expectations of others. Technology continues to complicate the story. IVF, egg freezing, and surrogacy have opened doors once unimaginable, allowing people to build families in ways unbound by tradition. But these advances raise profound questions. Who can afford them? Who provides the labor of surrogacy? Often women from poorer countries carrying children for wealthier families abroad. The power dynamics are not so different from those of medieval households, where noble women relied on peasant wet nurses. Only now, the transactions are global, monetized, and more visible, but still shaped by inequality. The promise of liberation through science is real, but it risks creating new hierarchies rather than dismantling old ones. Resistance, however, is louder than ever. Women march in streets, rally online, and testify in courts. Campaigns for reproductive justice, for access to menstrual products, for better maternal care, have gained visibility on an unprecedented scale. These movements draw strength not only from modern tools, but from centuries of survival, laughter, and defiance. Just as medieval women mocked the absurdities of myths whispered by men, modern women turn to humor, memes, and satire to challenge outdated medical advice or political hypocrisy. Their laughter carries the same power it always has, to expose the ridiculousness of control and to remind the world that endurance alone is not enough. Voices must also be raised. What emerges most clearly in this moment is that the story is unfinished. Each breakthrough, whether a new contraceptive, a new law, or a new technology, creates fresh questions. Each victory carries the risk of reversal. Each gain is shadowed by backlash. It is not enough to believe that progress will simply accumulate, because history has shown again and again how fragile gains can be. The medieval past, with its witches and wandering wombs, is never entirely gone. It lingers, reshaping itself to fit the anxieties of the present. And so the image of our time is layered and unsettled. A girl in Scotland picks up free pads at her school, while another in rural Nepal stays home for lack of them. A woman in Argentina celebrates the legalization of abortion, while another in Poland faces prison for seeking one. A mother in a New York hospital demands to be heard, while her symptoms are ignored until tragedy strikes. These stories coexist, contradictions that define the present as much as they did the past. The question that lingers is not whether progress will come, but how it will be shaped, who will benefit, and who will be left behind. And in that uncertainty lies the thread that connects us back across centuries. The recognition that women's bodies remain contested spaces, fought over in courts, in cultures, and in homes. The suspense is not whether the story continues. It does. But what form the next chapter will take, and whether the voices that have too often been silenced will finally claim the authority that has always been theirs. As the 21st century moves deeper into its second decade, the conversation about women's health has become more entangled with politics, technology, and culture than ever before. The body is no longer simply a biological reality. It has become a site of debate, a symbol of identity, and a marketplace commodity. What is striking is how familiar the patterns feel, even when the context is new. The same anxieties about fertility, menstruation, and autonomy that haunted the medieval imagination are still with us, though now expressed in the language of law, economics, and digital culture. Every step forward seems to provoke a new form of resistance, and every claim of liberation reveals hidden costs. This interplay ensures that the story of women's bodies remains as contested, fragile, and urgent as it has ever been. One of the most fascinating arenas of this struggle is the rise of digital health. Apps promise to track cycles, predict fertility, and even monitor hormonal changes in real time. Some offer advice tailored to lifestyle and diet, claiming to decode the mysteries of PMS or irregular cycles with the precision of algorithms. At first glance, this looks like a triumph, women armed with knowledge once hidden from them. Yet beneath the promise lies an uncomfortable reality. Data is collected, stored, and sometimes sold. A cycle log that once belonged to a private diary now sits on corporate servers, accessible to third parties who may use it for marketing, or worse, for political agendas. When reports surfaced of period tracking apps sharing data in countries where abortion rights were under threat, fear spread quickly. The tools designed to grant autonomy threatened instead to become instruments of surveillance, echoing the medieval confessional, where intimate truths could be used to control rather than liberate. Pregnancy has also become increasingly medicalized and public at the same time. On one hand, prenatal care has reached extraordinary levels of sophistication. Doctors can monitor fetal development in remarkable detail, intervene with surgeries before birth, and save infants born months too early. On the other hand, this ability to see and intervene has intensified cultural and political scrutiny. Expectant mothers find their diets, movements, and choices judged not only by doctors, but also by family, strangers, and social media audiences. A missed prenatal appointment can be framed as negligence. A decision not to pursue a certain test can be portrayed as irresponsibility. The paradox is clear. Technology offers more information, but with it comes a burden of responsibility that women must carry almost alone. Where once fate dictated outcomes, now society demands accountability for every variable, even those beyond control. The cultural expectations surrounding motherhood have also shifted in ways that are both liberating and suffocating. Public discourse celebrates working mothers, applauds single parents, and praises women who choose not to have children at all. Yet these narratives often carry hidden double standards. A man who balances career and fatherhood is seen as admirable. A woman who does the same is often judged for not excelling at both. Social media amplifies this contradiction. One post may celebrate a mother's raw honesty about postpartum depression, while another idealizes motherhood as serene and glamorous. The result is a relentless pressure to perform, to present one's reproductive choices and experiences in ways that align with cultural expectations. Just as medieval women were scrutinized by parish priests and neighbors, modern women are scrutinized by invisible audiences scrolling through curated feeds. At the same time, global disparities in reproductive health remain stark. In parts of the world, women enjoy access to advanced reproductive technologies, from IVF to egg freezing, marketed as tools of empowerment. In others, basic access to safe childbirth and menstrual products is still a distant dream. The sight of young girls in rural areas missing school because of period poverty exists alongside stories of wealthy women choosing when and how to parent thanks to cutting-edge science. This unevenness makes the idea of progress slippery. It is real, but it is not universal. It forces us to ask whether the advances of modern medicine truly represent liberation for all women, or whether they risk creating new hierarchies, where only some can access autonomy, while others remain trapped in conditions that feel centuries old. The debates over abortion rights have crystallized this tension. Some countries have enshrined access as a protected right, embedding it in their legal systems as part of broader commitments to gender equality. Others have rolled back decades of progress, criminalizing procedures and even investigating miscarriages as potential crimes. The chilling effect is unmistakable. Women in such contexts may fear seeking medical care at all, worried that doctors themselves are obligated to report them. This recalls, in modern form, the medieval courts where women's biology was treated as evidence against them. The stage has changed, but the logic, that the female body belongs to the scrutiny of authority, remains hauntingly persistent. And yet, resistance thrives. Women have turned to grassroots organizing, using technology not only as a tool of control, but also as a weapon of defiance. Anonymous hotlines guide women through safe medication use for abortions. Networks distribute pads and tampons to combat period poverty. Campaigns harness humor, irony, and art to break stigmas. These movements echo the quiet resilience of medieval women who passed herbal remedies in whispers, but now the whispers are amplified into global campaigns that cannot be ignored. The continuity is striking. Survival strategies have evolved, but the spirit of resistance remains the same. The most thought-provoking aspect of the present moment is how much of the struggle feels unfinished. Medicine has advanced to extraordinary heights, yet women's pain is still too often dismissed in clinical settings. Cultural conversations about fertility are more open, yet stigma lingers like a shadow. Laws promise equality, yet rights are constantly contested, vulnerable to reversal. The female body is at once celebrated and condemned, liberated and restricted, seen and silenced. This paradox ensures that the story cannot settle, that every gain demands vigilance, and that the echoes of the past continue to resound even in the most modern settings. And so, the present leaves us with a tension that feels both familiar and urgent. Will the tools of science and technology finally break the cycle of control? Or will they simply reinvent it in sleeker, more sophisticated forms? Will the global conversation create solidarity across borders, or deepen divides between those with access and those without? These questions linger, heavy and unresolved, pressing us to look not only backward at the myths that shaped us, but forward at the choices we must now make. The suspense lies not in whether the struggle continues. It always does. But in what form the next act will take, and whether society will finally listen to the voices that have been speaking, resisting, and enduring for centuries. The story of women's bodies in the 21st century cannot be told without acknowledging the profound role of culture, media, and technology in shaping how menstruation and pregnancy are understood. In earlier centuries, myths spread through sermons, folklore, and whispered warnings, but now they circulate in hashtags, viral videos, and global advertising campaigns. What has changed most is the speed at which ideas travel. What was once confined to a village can now be shared across continents in seconds. Yet the themes remain hauntingly consistent: shame and silence, resilience and resistance, commodification and control. The female body has always been at the center of society's imagination, but never before has it been so relentlessly visible, dissected not only in clinics, but also in digital feeds, political rallies, and marketing slogans. Consider menstruation in the digital age. For centuries, it was a source of silence, a private cycle hidden from conversation. Now it is both more visible and more commercialized than ever. Companies sponsor period positivity campaigns while selling products that still emphasize discretion, promising that no one will know a woman is bleeding. The contradiction is glaring. Empowerment is packaged alongside concealment. A young woman in London might see an advertisement encouraging her to embrace her period openly, while another in rural Africa may still miss school because she lacks sanitary pads. Global progress is fragmented, uneven, and often tangled with consumerism. Yet, movements challenging this imbalance have grown louder. Scotland's decision to make menstrual products free sparked international debates, while activists in India have campaigned against taboos that ban menstruating women from kitchens or temples. These efforts suggest a broader awakening. Menstruation is no longer just a biological fact, but a political and cultural battleground. Pregnancy, too, has undergone a transformation in its visibility. Once a private matter, it has become a public narrative, often curated through social media. Expectant mothers share ultrasound photos, gender reveal videos, and maternity shoots with global audiences, framing pregnancy as both a personal journey and a performance. While this visibility can foster solidarity, it also creates pressure. Images of glowing, radiant mothers dominate feeds, leaving little room for the realities of nausea, exhaustion, or postpartum depression. The result is a new kind of silence, not one enforced by taboo, but by the fear of failing to meet curated expectations. This digital stage echoes the scrutiny queens once faced in medieval courts, where their swollen bellies were symbols of dynastic hope. The difference is that now the courtiers are followers, likes, and comments, but the weight of performance is just as heavy. Medical advances have only heightened these contradictions. Fertility treatments, surrogacy, and egg freezing offer opportunities unimaginable to women of past centuries, yet they also come with ethical dilemmas and profound inequalities. Who gets to access these technologies? For many, the cost remains prohibitive, creating a new divide where reproductive autonomy is available only to the wealthy. Surrogacy, in particular, raises sharp questions. Often, women in poorer nations carry children for families in richer ones, echoing old hierarchies of labor, only now written across global markets. The resemblance to medieval wet nursing, where poor women fed the children of nobles, is difficult to ignore. Progress liberates, but it also risks reproducing inequality in new forms, and women remain at the center of that paradox. At the same time, politics has refused to release its grip on reproduction. The overturning of Roe v. Wade in the United States sent shockwaves far beyond American borders, reigniting debates about abortion worldwide. Protesters filled streets from Warsaw to Buenos Aires, their chants echoing across continents. The arguments may be modern, couched in legal language, but the underlying anxieties feel ancient. Just as priests once decreed whether a woman was pure enough to enter a church, lawmakers now decree whether she may end a pregnancy. The continuity is unsettling, centuries change, but the struggle over who holds authority over women's bodies remains unresolved. Yet amid these struggles, resistance continues to flourish. Grassroots networks distribute pads in refugee camps. Activists create safe abortion hotlines, and women share stories online that dismantle stigma with honesty and humor. These acts echo the whispered remedies of medieval midwives, but amplified to a global scale. A tweet about period cramps may be read in dozens of countries within minutes, sparking laughter and solidarity across borders. The same resilience that carried women through centuries of superstition now manifests in memes, marches, and manifestos. The methods evolve, but the defiance is timeless. The role of humor is especially revealing. Stand-up comedians tackle menstruation, fertility struggles, and childbirth with candor, transforming what was once unspeakable into material for shared laughter. Their jokes highlight the absurdity of taboos that have survived for centuries, exposing the fragility of myths that once held immense power. Humor becomes more than entertainment. It becomes resistance, a way of reclaiming control over narratives that have long been dictated by others. In a world that often demands silence or perfection, laughter cracks open space for honesty. What is most striking about the present era is the coexistence of visibility and silence. Never before have women's bodies been so present in public discourse, yet never before have they been so subject to commodification and control. The paradox is dizzying. A woman can post about her miscarriage to millions online and still feel silenced in a doctor's office when her pain is dismissed. She can access the most advanced fertility treatments while another woman across the globe risks her life giving birth without medical care. These juxtapositions remind us that progress is not a straight line but a mosaic of contradictions, each piece revealing both victory and vulnerability. And so, the narrative of women's bodies in the 21st century continues to unfold with urgency and suspense. Each breakthrough in technology or law opens new questions about autonomy and inequality. Each act of resistance sparks backlash that proves the struggle is far from over. The old myths of impurity and wandering wombs may have faded, but they have been replaced with new pressures, of performance, of perfection, of surveillance. The story remains unfinished, demanding vigilance, creativity, and solidarity to shape its next chapters. The question now is whether society will finally learn to trust women with their own narratives, or whether it will once again reshape their bodies into battlegrounds for larger fears. And that question, echoing across centuries of silence and defiance, ensures that the story does not conclude here. It pushes forward, waiting to be told in new voices, with new urgency, in the years yet to come. The 21st century has been hailed as the era of unprecedented access, where knowledge about women's health is just a click away, and yet the paradox remains. Information does not always translate into empowerment. Women today live in a world flooded with resources, websites, podcasts, YouTube channels, apps, and forums dedicated to menstruation, pregnancy, and fertility. Yet, amid this abundance of information lies a troubling noise. Misinformation, conflicting advice, and cultural biases dressed in the language of science. The challenge is no longer secrecy, as it was in the Middle Ages, but discernment, how to navigate a sea of voices and determine which ones can be trusted. This new reality has given rise to both empowerment and vulnerability, creating a landscape as fraught with contradictions as any in history. Online communities have become the modern equivalent of village circles, where women once whispered remedies to each other in kitchens or fields. Forums like Reddit's 2X chromosomes or countless Facebook groups allow women to share intimate details of their cycles, pregnancies, and postpartum struggles. Here, advice ranges from the practical to the deeply personal. Which brand of menstrual cup is most comfortable? How to advocate for oneself during labor? Or how to cope with the heartbreak of miscarriage? For many, these spaces offer solidarity that medical systems still fail to provide, filling the void left by hurried appointments and dismissive doctors. Yet alongside genuine support comes the risk of misinformation. Stories of miracle cures or untested supplements spread quickly, reminding us that the democratization of knowledge brings both freedom and danger. Technology has intensified this duality. Apps track cycles with astonishing precision, sending reminders of fertile days and predicted periods. Some even integrate with wearable devices to monitor temperature, heart rate, and sleep patterns, creating a digital map of the body's rhythms. For women who once had little insight into their own fertility, these tools can feel like revelation. But the question of data privacy looms large. When reports surfaced that some apps shared information with third parties, fear spread that intimate details about cycles or pregnancies could be used against women, particularly in countries with restrictive abortion laws. The irony is bitter. The very tools meant to enhance autonomy risk becoming instruments of surveillance, echoing the centuries-old pattern of bodies being monitored and controlled by forces outside themselves. Cultural narratives continue to shape how menstruation and pregnancy are experienced, despite the abundance of medical information. Advertisements still perpetuate the idea that periods must be discreet, with commercials showing women jogging happily in white clothing as though pain and discomfort were simply marketing myths. Meanwhile, pregnancy is often portrayed in glossy terms, full of glowing mothers-to-be and perfect nurseries. These images collide with reality, where many women endure debilitating cramps, endometriosis, miscarriages, or postpartum depression in silence. Social media adds fuel to this divide, amplifying both raw honesty and polished illusion. A single scroll may reveal a woman detailing her traumatic birth experience, followed by another influencer modeling a pristine maternity photo shoot. The clash between expectation and reality leaves many women caught in a cycle of guilt, shame, and performance, as if their bodies must conform to narratives that never truly belong to them. The medical world, despite advances, still grapples with gender bias. Studies repeatedly show that women's pain is often underestimated by healthcare providers, dismissed as anxiety or exaggeration. Conditions like endometriosis or polycystic ovarian syndrome, PCOS, can take years to diagnose, leaving women to suffer in limbo. These delays are not due to lack of technology, but to cultural assumptions that echo across centuries, that women's bodies are inherently mysterious, unstable, or exaggerated. It is a chilling reminder that even as science advances, old biases can remain entrenched, reshaping themselves in modern forms. The echoes of medieval suspicion, that women's testimony about their own bodies cannot be fully trusted, linger in examination rooms today. Economic inequality deepens these contradictions. For women in wealthy nations, access to advanced treatments like IVF or elective egg freezing offers new possibilities, while for others, even basic care remains elusive. Period poverty continues to affect millions, forcing women to improvise with unsafe materials or miss school and work entirely. These disparities reveal that the conversation about autonomy cannot be separated from class and geography. A woman in a city with state-funded healthcare experiences a very different reality from one in a rural village with no clinic for miles. This unevenness forces us to confront the uncomfortable truth. Progress is real but profoundly unequal, and the liberation of some women often coexists with the continued silence of others. Amid all these challenges, resistance has taken on creative forms. Activists use art installations of giant tampons to spark conversation about period stigma. Comedians joke openly about cramps and hormonal swings, turning what was once unspeakable into shared laughter. Protesters march with slogans that blend humor and fury, demanding reproductive rights in ways that cannot be ignored. These acts of defiance echo the survival strategies of earlier centuries, when women used laughter and whispered remedies as subtle forms of resistance, but now amplified on a global scale. The creativity of resistance reminds us that silence, though heavy, has never been absolute. What makes this chapter of history so compelling is the coexistence of unprecedented visibility and lingering silences. Women can share their miscarriage stories with millions online, yet still be dismissed by a doctor in the exam room. They can access fertility treatments once unimaginable, yet still face stigma for delaying motherhood. They can buy apps that map their hormonal rhythms in detail, yet still fear how that data may be used. This coexistence reveals that progress does not erase old struggles. It overlays them, creating new tensions that must constantly be navigated. And so, the present moment demands vigilance. The tools exist for liberation, but so do the forces that can twist them into control. The voices exist to resist, but so do the systems that seek to silence or commodify them. The story of women's bodies remains unfinished, not because progress has failed, but because progress is always contested. Each step forward reveals new questions, new risks, new contradictions. The suspense lies not in whether women will continue to resist, they always have, but in how society will respond, whether it will finally dismantle the myths that have lingered for centuries, or simply reshape them into sleeker, subtler forms. And it is in that tension between empowerment and control, visibility and silence, that the next chapter of this story is already being written. The story of women's health in the modern age cannot be told without examining how old stigmas and new systems of power have fused into something both familiar and unsettling. In earlier centuries, myths about impurity and wandering wombs shaped how women were seen. Today, those myths have been replaced not by silence, but by noise, an overwhelming chorus of opinions, advertisements, medical advice, and political arguments. The difference is not that the body has become less contested, but that it is contested on more stages than ever before, in legislatures, in social media feeds, in clinics, in workplaces, and even in the digital trails of apps that track cycles and pregnancies. This constant visibility is both liberating and exhausting, offering women new avenues of agency, while at the same time demanding endless performance and vigilance. One of the most striking examples of this paradox is how menstrual stigma persists despite unprecedented openness. On one hand, we see global campaigns promoting period positivity, young women sharing unfiltered stories online, and even cultural shifts that challenge old taboos. Scotland has made menstrual products free, while activists in Kenya distribute pads in schools to reduce absenteeism. On the other hand, advertisements still market products with blue liquid instead of red, as if menstruation itself remains too indecent to portray honestly. In some regions, women continue to face restrictions, banned from entering places of worship, or forced to isolate themselves during their cycles. The persistence of these contradictions reveals that progress in conversation does not always translate into progress in practice. It is easier to post a hashtag about empowerment than to dismantle deeply rooted cultural assumptions that have endured for centuries. Pregnancy, too, exists within this strange tension between empowerment and control. Medical advancements have given expectant mothers levels of safety and insight unimaginable to their ancestors. Prenatal care, ultrasounds, and neonatal technologies save countless lives. Yet these same tools often become instruments of judgment. A woman who declines a particular test may be accused of negligence. A mother whose child is born with complications may face subtle or explicit blame, as though technology should have guaranteed perfection. Social media amplifies these pressures, transforming pregnancy into performance. From curated maternity photo shoots to gender reveal extravaganzas, the intimate act of carrying a child becomes public spectacle. And behind every flawless photo lies the silent reality of nausea, anxiety, and the physical toll of pregnancy that culture still prefers to ignore. The medical establishment, while more advanced than ever, continues to reveal its blind spots. Studies show that women's pain is still underestimated by physicians, with conditions like endometriosis and PCOS taking years to diagnose. These delays are not rooted in lack of scientific ability, but in bias, an assumption that women exaggerate symptoms or that their suffering is normal. This echoes the dismissals of earlier centuries, when women were told their discomfort was the result of humors, demons, or hysteria. Modern language may be more clinical, but the impact is the same, a silencing of women's authority over their own bodies. The irony is glaring. After centuries of claiming that science would replace superstition, prejudice still sneaks into white-coated offices, prolonging suffering through disbelief. Economic inequality magnifies these contradictions. In wealthy nations, women can access advanced fertility treatments, elective egg freezing, and comprehensive prenatal care. In poorer regions, maternal mortality rates remain devastatingly high, and access to basic menstrual products is still scarce. The gulf between these realities forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. While some women experience autonomy, others live in conditions that feel medieval. A girl in a Nairobi slum missing school due to period poverty has more in common with her ancestors from centuries past than with her peers scrolling through glossy fertility clinic ads in New York. Globalization has created awareness of these disparities, but awareness alone does not resolve them. The struggle for equality remains as much about geography and class as about gender. Politics has become perhaps the most visible arena where these battles play out. Laws regulating abortion, contraception, and even access to sex education reveal how deeply contested women's autonomy remains. The overturning of Roe v. Wade in the United States in 2022 sent ripples across the globe, reigniting debates about reproductive rights. In Poland, women marched in black, protesting some of the harshest abortion restrictions in Europe. In Latin America, green scarf movements celebrated historic victories in Argentina and Mexico, proving that resistance can overturn centuries of silence. These struggles show that progress is neither linear nor secure. Rights gained can be rights lost, and victories in one nation can be setbacks in another. The body remains a political battlefield, just as it was in medieval courts, though the vocabulary of control has shifted from theology to legality. The cultural expectations of motherhood continue to evolve, but the pressures are no less intense. Women are praised for balancing career and family, yet also judged harshly if they struggle to meet impossible standards. Men are often applauded simply for being present fathers, while women are expected to excel at work, nurture children, maintain households, and present themselves flawlessly. This superwoman myth, though framed as empowerment, often masks exhaustion. It is not unlike the saintly virgin ideal of earlier centuries, where women were celebrated in art and prayer but expected to endure pain and sacrifice without complaint. The pedestal has changed shape, but it is still a pedestal, demanding perfection at the cost of humanity. Yet within all of this tension, resistance thrives in new and creative ways. Activists use humor, art, and digital media to dismantle stigma. Comedians turn menstruation and childbirth into material for laughter, exposing absurdities that silence once hid. Artists create installations of blood-soaked fabrics to confront taboos directly. Grassroots movements distribute pads, organize safe abortion networks, and demand maternal health care reform. These acts echo the strategies of survival from earlier centuries, when women passed herbal remedies in secret or mocked myths in private. The difference is that today these acts are amplified on global platforms, transforming whispers into roars that can no longer be ignored. What makes this moment particularly compelling is the sense of unfinished business. Science has advanced beyond imagination, yet cultural biases remain entrenched. Women share their stories publicly as never before, yet stigma persists. Rights have been won through marches and protests, yet remain fragile in the face of political shifts. The story of women's bodies remains suspended between liberation and control, visibility and silence, empowerment and exploitation. Each gain carries with it new risks, and each setback fuels new forms of resistance. And so the question persists, will the future finally break the cycle of control, or will the old anxieties simply reinvent themselves once again? The patterns of history suggest that progress is never permanent, but the growing strength of women's voices around the world offers hope that this time the balance may shift. The story moves forward not with certainty but with urgency, demanding that each generation decide whether it will repeat the fears of the past or write a new narrative where women's bodies are no longer battlegrounds, but sources of power, dignity, and truth. The story of women's health has always been about more than biology. It is about who controls the narrative, who decides what is acceptable, and who gets to speak with authority. In the medieval world, those voices were priests, monks, and physicians, schooled in the language of humors and morality. In the modern world, the voices are politicians, corporations, influencers, and algorithms. And while the stage has changed, the essential question remains. Can women truly claim ownership over their own bodies, or will external forces continue to dictate the terms? This tension makes the 21st century as dramatic and uncertain as any other, with progress and resistance unfolding side by side in a constant push and pull. One of the most fascinating dynamics is the commodification of empowerment. Modern culture is flooded with products marketed under the banner of liberation. Period-proof underwear, fertility apps, herbal teas, promising hormone balance, supplements that claim to reduce cramps. Advertisements often present these items as revolutionary, portraying women as breaking free of stigma simply by buying the right product. And while many of these innovations are genuinely helpful, they also raise uncomfortable questions. When liberation is tied to consumption, who is truly benefiting? The women using the products or the companies profiting from them? It is reminiscent of medieval relics sold to protect women in childbirth, a mixture of belief, hope, and commerce. The packaging has changed, but the impulse to sell solutions to deep-rooted fears remains strikingly familiar. Technology has magnified these contradictions further. Fertility apps and wearable devices allow women to track their cycles with a precision that would have astonished earlier generations. Data points on temperature, heart rate, and sleep patterns are collected and interpreted, turning the body into a constant stream of metrics. For some, this is empowering, offering insights once shrouded in mystery. For others, it feels like a new form of surveillance, where every fluctuation is judged and every choice carries implications. The fear of data misuse, whether by corporations for profit or by governments for control, has become a new version of an old anxiety, that intimate knowledge of the body, once surrendered, can be turned against its owner. The medieval confessional has been replaced by the smartphone, but the vulnerability is the same. Pregnancy is another arena where empowerment and control collide. Women today have access to unprecedented medical care, from genetic testing to neonatal intensive units that save lives once considered impossible to preserve. Yet these same technologies often impose new pressures. A mother might feel judged for declining a particular test or intervention, her decision framed as negligence rather than choice. And if something goes wrong, blame is quick to follow, as though medicine guarantees perfection. This burden of responsibility weighs heavily, turning what should be a shared societal commitment into a deeply personal pressure. In medieval times, a stillbirth might have been attributed to fate, divine will, or demonic influence. Today, it is too often framed as the mother's failure, a cruel continuity disguised in modern terms. Global inequality deepens these contradictions. A woman in a wealthy city might weigh the pros and cons of elective egg freezing, while another in a rural village struggles to access a midwife for safe delivery. Period poverty affects millions, forcing women to improvise with unsafe materials, while at the same time luxury brands release designer menstrual products in limited editions. The coexistence of scarcity and excess is jarring, a reminder that progress is never evenly distributed. The medieval patchwork of practices, where one town offered care while another clung to superstition, has evolved into a global patchwork shaped by wealth, politics, and geography. Some women enjoy futures full of options, while others remain tethered to past-like struggles. Cultural narratives, amplified by media, complicate the picture even further. Social media platforms are filled with influencers curating pregnancy journeys and menstrual wellness routines. For some viewers, this visibility is empowering, breaking taboos and normalizing conversations once silenced. For others, it creates new pressures, holding women to unrealistic standards of glowing skin, effortless births, and balanced lifestyles. The glossy performance of womanhood often leaves little space for the messy, painful, or unglamorous truths. It mirrors the idealized depictions of saints and queens in medieval art, perfect, serene, and flawless, while the realities of their lives were marked by suffering and sacrifice. Then, as now, cultural images serve to inspire, but also to constrain. Yet resistance continues to thrive. Around the world, grassroots movements fight against period stigma, advocate for reproductive rights, and demand better maternal care. Humor plays a surprising role in this resistance. Stand-up comedians turn menstruation and childbirth into material for laughter, dismantling centuries of silence through punchlines. Activists create campaigns that use irony and satire to highlight the absurdities of outdated taboos. These acts of defiance echo the quiet strategies of medieval women who mocked myths and passed remedies in secret, showing that resilience often finds its strongest expression in creativity. The most unsettling part of the current era is the sense of unfinished business. Despite medical breakthroughs, economic growth, and unprecedented visibility, women still face old struggles in new disguises. Pain is dismissed, autonomy is challenged, and cultural biases persist. The promise of liberation is real, but so is the risk of regression. Every advance is shadowed by backlash, every gain tempered by fragility. The tension between autonomy and control remains unresolved, woven into laws, technologies, and cultural expectations alike. This uncertainty ensures the story does not end here. The future may bring artificial wombs, genetic engineering, and even greater control over fertility and reproduction. But whether these tools will liberate or further entangle women remains unclear. The lessons of history warn us that progress without vigilance can quickly become another form of constraint. And so the narrative moves forward, restless and unfinished, carrying with it the weight of centuries and the voices of those who continue to demand that their bodies be recognized not as battlegrounds, but as sources of dignity, autonomy, and truth. The question of who controls women's bodies in the 21st century is not just political or medical, it is also profoundly economic. Behind every debate about menstruation, pregnancy, or reproductive rights lies the reality that money shapes access, choices, and outcomes. This economic dimension is not new. In medieval markets, women purchased charms, herbs, and relics in the hope of easing childbirth or regulating cycles. Today, the items are sleek apps, supplements, and high-tech procedures, but the underlying exchange remains. Autonomy often comes with a price tag. And when money determines access, inequality becomes inevitable. This thread runs through every aspect of modern women's health, revealing not only progress, but also new hierarchies that echo old patterns. Consider the booming femtech industry, valued in the billions. At first glance, it looks revolutionary. Apps to track fertility, devices to measure hormone levels, subscription boxes for period care, and AI-driven platforms that promise personalized health solutions. Investors herald it as a golden age of innovation, correcting centuries of neglect in medical research on women's bodies. Yet the reality is more complicated. Many of these products are marketed to affluent consumers, leaving behind the millions who still lack access to basic menstrual hygiene. And some of these technologies, while empowering on the surface, collect sensitive data that can be shared or exploited, raising fears that autonomy may be traded for convenience. It is hard not to see the irony. Women once entrusted their secrets to priests or midwives, and now they hand them to algorithms coded by corporations. Pregnancy care shows a similar tension. For wealthy families, options abound. Prenatal testing, genetic counseling, elective C-sections, doulas, and luxury birthing centers designed to feel like hotels. For poorer women, even safe delivery remains uncertain. In parts of sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, maternal mortality rates remain shockingly high, often due to preventable complications like hemorrhage or infection. The World Health Organization notes that most of these deaths could be avoided with access to basic medical care, yet systemic poverty makes that impossible. Meanwhile, women in wealthier nations face subtler but still devastating inequalities. In the United States, Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women, not because of technology gaps, but because of systemic racism and the dismissal of their pain. It is a stark reminder that inequality is not just about geography. It is embedded within societies themselves. Even the workplace reflects these economic battles. Discussions about menstrual leave, maternity rights, and child care policies highlight how much control over women's bodies is tied to employment. Some companies now offer egg freezing benefits, marketed as progressive perks, but critics argue they send a dangerous message: delay motherhood for the sake of productivity. It recalls, in an unsettling way, the medieval expectation that women's reproductive roles be managed for the benefit of broader institutions, whether families, churches, or kingdoms. The language may be corporate instead of clerical, but the underlying assumption that women's biology should be adapted to fit external needs remains intact. The costs of fertility treatments reveal further contradictions. In vitro fertilization, surrogacy, and egg donation offer extraordinary possibilities for those struggling with infertility, same-sex couples, or individuals choosing parenthood on their own. Yet these procedures often cost tens of thousands of dollars, making them accessible only to the wealthy. Meanwhile, the labor behind them, egg donors and surrogate mothers, is frequently supplied by women in precarious financial situations. A couple in California may celebrate the birth of a child through surrogacy, while the woman who carried that child returns to economic hardship. It is a global echo of old hierarchies, wealthy families outsourcing reproductive labor to poorer women, only now written in legal contracts and transnational markets. Menstruation, though less dramatic than pregnancy, also illustrates the economic divide. In many parts of the world, pads and tampons are taxed as luxury items, creating a burden for low-income women. Activists have fought to abolish the so-called tampon tax, arguing that menstrual products are necessities, not privileges. Scotland took a historic step by making them free, inspiring campaigns elsewhere. But even where products are available, affordability remains a barrier. Period poverty forces women to miss work or school, perpetuating cycles of inequality. The medieval image of women excluded from public spaces during menstruation has taken on a modern twist. Exclusion now comes not from taboos, but from economics. Cultural messaging adds yet another layer. Advertisements promise that with the right purchase, an organic pad, a discreet cup, or a vitamin blend, women can achieve control, comfort, and even empowerment. Yet this commercialization risks masking systemic issues. Empowerment is not simply a matter of buying better products. It requires dismantling the inequalities that keep millions from accessing even the basics. The fact that menstruation and pregnancy remain billion-dollar markets, while so many women still lack essential care, exposes a deep contradiction. Progress is celebrated in glossy campaigns, while structural injustice continues quietly in the background. And yet, resistance grows. Activists challenge tampon taxes, advocate for universal maternal care, and highlight the exploitative aspects of surrogacy markets. Grassroots groups distribute pads in schools, raise funds for women's health care, and demand workplace reforms. These movements echo the resilience of earlier centuries, when women banded together to share remedies and knowledge despite restrictions. What has changed is scale. Whispers have become protests, and isolated acts of defiance now connect across continents through digital networks. The solidarity is louder, but the obstacles remain formidable. The lesson that emerges is sobering, but also energizing. Progress in women's health cannot be measured only by technology or medical breakthroughs. It must be measured by equity, by who has access, who benefits, and who's left behind. The economic dimension ensures that every advance carries with it new risks of inequality, and every gain, for some women, risks reinforcing hierarchies over others. The unfinished story is whether society will continue to allow the marketplace to dictate the terms of autonomy, or whether it will commit to true universality, where dignity and care are not commodities, but rights. And it is precisely in this tension, between liberation sold as product and liberation fought for as principle, that the next stage of the story begins to take shape. The suspense lies in whether the forces of profit will keep shaping the narrative of women's health, or whether women themselves, drawing on centuries of resilience, will rewrite that story on their own terms. If the economic dimensions of women's health reveal inequality on the surface, the cultural narratives that surround menstruation and pregnancy reveal something even deeper: the power of stories to shape how women experience their own bodies. Throughout history, myths, metaphors, and moral frameworks have dictated how blood, fertility, and motherhood were understood. These narratives were rarely neutral. They carried judgment, expectation, and control. In the 21st century, the words may have changed, but the storytelling continues to wield enormous influence. From advertising slogans to viral hashtags, from medical jargon to political speeches, the ways we speak about women's bodies still frame them as sites of mystery, danger, or responsibility, and these frames often matter as much as the medical facts themselves. Take menstruation, for example. In medieval Europe, it was often described with language of impurity, as though it contaminated not only the woman, but also her surroundings. Today, we don't call it unclean, but marketing strategies still rely on a sanitized vocabulary. Commercials show blue liquid instead of red, as if the reality of blood is too much for public consumption. Euphemisms like that time of the month or monthly visitor are still common, creating a layer of polite distance between speaker and reality. Meanwhile, activists who insist on calling it what it is, blood, cramps, clots, are often accused of being too blunt or inappropriate. The persistence of discomfort around plain language demonstrates how stigma can survive, even under new disguises. It is not demons or curses that make people squirm now, but the simple refusal to name a fact directly. Pregnancy narratives are equally revealing. Popular culture often frames expectant mothers as glowing, serene, and fulfilled, but rarely as anxious, exhausted, or conflicted. Movies and TV shows depict childbirth as either miraculous or traumatic, but seldom as the complex mixture of pain, fear, humor, and relief that most women describe. These cultural images create expectations that weigh heavily on real women. A pregnant woman who admits to ambivalence or depression may feel guilty for not embodying the ideal mother image. This is not unlike the Virgin Mary ideal of the medieval period, where the model of motherhood was one of sacrifice, purity, and silence. The details differ, but the weight of performance remains, pressing women to live up to archetypes that often erase their lived realities. Even science participates in these narratives. Medical terms like incompetent cervix or geriatric pregnancy carry value judgments that seep into how women perceive themselves. A woman in her late 30s might feel stigmatized by being told her pregnancy is high risk simply because of her age, even when her health is otherwise excellent. Language here does more than describe. It frames experience. Just as medieval texts attributed female illness to wandering wombs, today's clinical terms can still pathologize normal variation, shaping how women feel about their own bodies. It is a reminder that words, even in scientific contexts, are never entirely neutral. The media's role in amplifying these narratives cannot be ignored. Social media has created new stages for storytelling where women share candid accounts of miscarriages, fertility struggles, or postpartum depression. These stories often provide solidarity, breaking the silence that has long surrounded such experiences, yet they also invite new forms of scrutiny. A woman who posts about her traumatic birth might receive supportive messages, but also judgmental comments, questioning her choices. The public nature of these narratives blurs the line between empowerment and exposure. Women are celebrated for speaking out, but also vulnerable to criticism, as if their personal journeys belong not only to themselves, but also to an audience. Curiously, humor has emerged as one of the most powerful tools for reshaping these cultural scripts. Stand-up comedians joke about cramps, labor pains, or mood swings, using laughter to dismantle shame. Memes circulate with sarcastic takes on gender reveal parties, poking fun at the absurd lengths people go to in celebrating fertility. Humor allows women to reclaim narratives that once silenced them, transforming discomfort into solidarity. This echoes the medieval tradition of carnival and satire, where laughter was used to subvert authority. Then, as now, humor cracks open space for resistance, turning what was once unspeakable into something shareable and even joyful. What makes this cultural landscape so fascinating is how contradictory it remains. We live in an era where menstruation is both a marketing goldmine and still whispered about in embarrassment, where pregnancy is both a medical triumph and a stage for judgment, where personal stories are both liberating and commodified. These contradictions show that progress is never absolute. Old stigmas often reappear in new forms, disguised as politeness, professionalism, or even empowerment. The challenge, then, is not only to expand access to care or technology, but also to transform the narratives themselves. As long as menstruation is framed as something to hide, and pregnancy as something to idealize, women will remain caught between their lived realities and society's expectations. The power of words, images, and metaphors will continue to shape how women feel about their own bodies, sometimes more powerfully than the biological experiences themselves. And this is why the cultural dimension cannot be separated from the medical or the political. Narratives frame policy, influence medical practice, and shape personal choices. They can reinforce inequality or dismantle it, perpetuate stigma, or break it apart. The suspense of the present moment lies in whether society will finally rewrite these stories in women's voices, or whether old myths will simply be repackaged for new audiences. And until that question is answered, the story of women's health will remain as much about storytelling as it is about science. The cultural narratives around menstruation and pregnancy reveal just how deeply words, images, and myths shape lived experience. But it is impossible to stop there, because behind every story lies an institution, religious, medical, political, or economic, that uses these narratives to reinforce its own authority. And if history teaches us anything, it is that power is rarely content to observe the body from a distance. It seeks to regulate, legislate, and profit from it. The 21st century, despite its claims of progress, is no exception. What makes this period so intriguing is not that control exists, but how it has been rebranded, made subtle and disguised as guidance, protection, or even empowerment. The institutions may have swapped robes and crowns for suits and algorithms, but the logic remains hauntingly familiar. Religion, for instance, still exerts enormous influence over reproductive discourse. In countries where Catholicism remains dominant, debates over abortion and contraception often echo theological arguments that date back centuries. In Poland, bishops have spoken directly against reproductive rights, their sermons reinforcing laws that restrict women's choices. In parts of Latin America, religious symbolism fuels both restriction and resistance. Green scarves clashing with rosaries in public squares. Islam, too, shapes laws in certain nations, particularly regarding family planning and menstruation taboos, though interpretations vary widely across regions. Even in secular societies, religious rhetoric slips into political discourse, framing debates around morality rather than autonomy. The persistence of religious influence suggests that the medieval church has not disappeared. It has simply evolved into modern forms of authority that still claim jurisdiction over women's most intimate decisions. Politics, however, may be the most aggressive arena where control continues. Legislators draft bills regulating abortion, defining fetal personhood, or restricting access to contraception. In the United States, the fall of Roe v. Wade in 2022 shifted the battleground from courts to state legislatures, creating a patchwork of rights that eerily resembles the fragmented laws of medieval Europe, where one parish might bless a practice while another condemned it. In authoritarian regimes, the control is more explicit. Governments dictate family size, restrict abortions to boost birth rates, or punish those who step outside prescribed norms. Even in democratic societies, political debates often reduce women's bodies to symbols, tools for winning votes, rather than lives to be respected. The rhetoric is modern, but the underlying anxiety, that unchecked female autonomy threatens the stability of the social order, remains the same. The medical establishment, for all its advances, also wields immense power over women's experiences. Protocols, diagnoses, and medical terms often frame women's bodies as problems to be solved rather than realities to be understood. Consider how common it is to label normal variations as disorders, a geriatric pregnancy at 35, an incompetent cervix, in cases of premature birth or failure to progress during labor. These terms carry not just medical meaning but moral weight, subtly suggesting that the woman has fallen short. The authority of medicine, cloaked in neutrality, often masks the same patterns of judgment that characterized older systems of control. And while many doctors fight these biases, the structures themselves, insurance companies, pharmaceutical industries, and research priorities often perpetuate them, reminding us that even science is shaped by values and power. Economics deepens the story further. Menstrual products, fertility treatments, and maternal care are billion-dollar industries. When Scotland made menstrual products free, it disrupted a long-standing assumption that managing menstruation should be an individual financial burden. Yet in most countries, products remain taxed as luxuries, reinforcing economic inequality. Fertility clinics market hope at staggering prices, offering egg freezing packages to young professionals or surrogacy options to couples unable to conceive. Behind the glossy language of empowerment lurks a system where autonomy is contingent on wealth. In this sense, economics functions much like the medieval marketplace, where relics were sold to women desperate for safe childbirth, a blending of faith, fear, and commerce. What complicates this landscape most is that these institutions no longer act in isolation. Religion, politics, medicine, and economics now intersect, creating overlapping systems of influence. A woman seeking an abortion might face not only political restrictions, but also religious stigma, medical judgment, and financial barriers, all at once. This convergence creates a labyrinth where autonomy is not just contested, but fragmented, shaped by forces that reinforce one another. It is little wonder that women describe navigating their health as exhausting, not just physically, but socially and emotionally. Each institution claims to act in their best interest, yet together they often create a web of constraints that leaves little room for genuine choice. And yet, resistance finds its way even here. Women use the very tools of these institutions against them. Religious imagery is reclaimed by activists who march with slogans that subvert traditional symbols. Political spaces are disrupted by grassroots protests, turning legislatures into stages of defiance. Doctors and midwives challenge outdated protocols, advocating for more patient-centered care. Economists and activists highlight the absurdity of taxing menstrual products, reframing them as essential goods. The institutions are powerful, but they are not immutable. They are constantly pressured, mocked, and reshaped by those they seek to control. What becomes clear is that the story of women's health cannot be understood solely through the lens of biology or even culture. It is inseparable from the institutions that frame, regulate, and monetize it. These structures may claim neutrality, but they carry centuries of assumptions about purity, responsibility, and control. The suspense lies in whether they will continue to adapt, finding new ways to regulate women under the guise of progress, or whether they will be dismantled by the persistence of resistance that refuses to be silenced. And so the narrative moves forward, carrying the weight of centuries but also the energy of defiance. Each institution that claims authority over the body risks being undermined by the very women it seeks to regulate. The question is not whether these systems will continue to shape women's lives, they will, but whether women will reshape the systems in return. And that, more than any single medical breakthrough or cultural shift, may determine the next chapter of this ongoing story. The entanglement of religion, politics, medicine, and economics reveals just how many hands try to script the story of women's bodies. But in the 21st century, there is another force that has entered the stage with astonishing speed: technology. Not just medical technology, but digital culture itself, the apps, platforms, and networks that shape how women understand themselves and how others perceive them. If medieval women whispered remedies in kitchens and courtyards, and 20th century women gathered in consciousness-raising circles, today's women trade knowledge on Instagram, Reddit, TikTok, and podcasts. The medium has changed, but the urgency is the same: to make sense of an experience that is at once intimate and universal, ordinary and profound. The difference is that now these conversations are not limited by geography. They can ignite movements across continents overnight. Social media has become both a megaphone and a microscope. A woman can share the raw details of her miscarriage with strangers around the globe, receiving thousands of supportive comments from people she has never met. Another can post a candid video about the pain of endometriosis, sparking viral discussions that bring attention to a condition often dismissed in clinical settings. Hashtags like chromosomal period positivity, pregnancy after loss, or Endo Warrior create digital solidarity, spaces where silence is replaced with visibility. Yet this visibility comes at a cost. The same platforms that amplify women's voices also subject them to scrutiny, judgment, and trolling. A woman who speaks out about reproductive rights may find herself the target of coordinated harassment campaigns. An influencer who shares a curated version of her pregnancy may be accused of setting unrealistic standards. The public stage offers connection, but it also magnifies vulnerability. Technology has also transformed how women interact with their own bodies through tracking and monitoring tools. Period apps, ovulation predictors, and pregnancy trackers promise insight and control. Many women describe a sense of empowerment in being able to anticipate cycles, recognize irregularities, or optimize chances of conception. Yet the darker side quickly reveals itself. In countries where abortion access is under threat, fears spread that period tracking data could be subpoenaed to prosecute women. What began as a tool for autonomy suddenly feels like surveillance. The irony is sharp. Medieval women feared confessing their intimate cycles to priests, and modern women fear confessing them to servers. The medium has shifted, but the vulnerability, trusting one's body to external authority, remains. Beyond surveillance, digital culture also reshapes expectations. Platforms like Instagram and Pinterest overflow with aestheticized versions of pregnancy, glowing mothers in white linen, immaculate nurseries, and gender reveals orchestrated like Hollywood premieres. These curated performances create aspirational images that few can match, feeding anxieties in women whose realities are messier, stretch marks, exhaustion, grief. Meanwhile, on TikTok and YouTube, creators parody these very images, exposing the absurdity of performative perfection. This push and pull between curation and candor echoes older tensions. The medieval saint portrayed as serene versus the lived reality of ordinary women in pain. The difference is that now both images coexist in the same feed, forcing viewers to navigate contradictory truths every time they scroll. What makes this moment especially fascinating is how humor has become a survival strategy online. Viral memes joke about cramps, hormonal swings, or the chaos of childbirth. One popular trend turns pregnancy cravings into comedy sketches. Another mocks the awkwardness of buying tampons at a store. This laughter does more than entertain, it dismantles shame. When millions share a joke about bloating or postpartum struggles, stigma loses its grip. Humor democratizes experience, making what was once whispered behind closed doors a subject of collective recognition. In many ways, these memes are the modern equivalent of carnival traditions in medieval Europe, where laughter temporarily overturned authority. Now, digital humor flips the script on centuries of silence, making taboo subjects both visible and approachable. The global reach of these conversations cannot be overstated. A protest in Argentina, where women marched with green scarves for abortion rights, was amplified worldwide through live streams and hashtags, inspiring solidarity in Ireland, Mexico, and beyond. Stories of period poverty in Uganda sparked campaigns in the UK and US, leading to donations and legislative debates. Digital culture has collapsed distance, making women's struggles visible to audiences who once might never have imagined them. Yet this interconnectedness also raises uncomfortable questions. Do global audiences consume these stories as solidarity or spectacle? Does the virality of suffering risk reducing complex issues to clickbait? The line between awareness and exploitation is thin, and the digital stage magnifies both. Even within resistance, commercialization lurks. Brands rush to align with feminist causes, producing pink packaged tampons or sponsoring campaigns with slogans about empowerment. On International Women's Day, corporations that underpay female employees tweet supportive messages about reproductive rights. This co-option of activism mirrors the commercialization of sainthood in the Middle Ages, when relics of female martyrs were sold to pilgrims. Then, as now, genuine devotion mixed with profit, creating uneasy alliances between faith and commerce. Digital activism risks being diluted when every campaign becomes a branding opportunity. The challenge is to separate authentic voices from those that seek only to capitalize on visibility. And still, resistance adapts. Women form encrypted networks to share medical information, create anonymous accounts to speak freely, and develop grassroots campaigns that bypass traditional media. Digital storytelling has become an act of defiance, reclaiming narratives that institutions have long controlled. Each story, whether humorous, raw, or curated, contributes to a larger archive of collective memory, one that will shape how future generations understand this era. The tension between surveillance and solidarity, between empowerment and exploitation, ensures that the narrative of women's bodies in the digital age remains unfinished, precarious, and contested. The most compelling part is not simply that women now have platforms, but that these platforms themselves are unstable, constantly shifting under the influence of corporate interests, state power, and cultural trends. Just as medieval women navigated a patchwork of local customs, modern women navigate a patchwork of digital terrains, some liberating, some hostile. The suspense lies in whether these technologies will ultimately amplify women's voices or absorb them into new systems of control. And it is within this unresolved tension between freedom and surveillance, solidarity and commodification, that the next act of the story begins to unfold. The rise of digital culture has undeniably transformed how women share, perceive, and resist narratives about their bodies, but the story doesn't end with platforms and algorithms. Beneath the surface of hashtags and viral videos lies a deeper shift, the way technology has redefined intimacy itself. In past centuries, intimacy was protected by silence, secrecy, and community boundaries. A woman's body was discussed in hushed tones, often only among midwives, family members, or religious authorities. Today, intimacy is refracted through screens, dissected in apps, and shared with strangers across the globe. The paradox is striking. Women have never had more tools to track, understand, and express their bodily experiences. Yet those same tools expose them to unprecedented forms of vulnerability. The act of sharing, once a gesture of solidarity within a circle of trust, has become a public performance subject to algorithms and global scrutiny. This paradox becomes especially clear when looking at how pregnancy is now framed online. In medieval courts, a queen's belly was monitored with obsessive interest, her fertility treated as a matter of national importance. In the digital age, this obsession has been democratized. Influencers post weekly bump updates detailing cravings, moods, and fetal growth as if reporting to a global audience of courtiers. Strangers follow, comment, and speculate, offering advice or critique. The pregnant body, once a private mystery, is now a kind of public project. While this visibility can foster connection, reassuring other women that they are not alone, it can also create pressure. Every decision, from choosing a home birth to eating sushi, becomes a point of debate, as if the pregnant woman's autonomy dissolves under the weight of collective commentary. What once was controlled by kings and priests is now influenced by likes, comments, and followers. Menstruation, too, has entered the realm of performance. Period-positive influencers post candid images of blood-stained sheets or videos of their bloated bodies, reclaiming what society has long urged women to hide. These acts challenge the sanitized advertising tropes of blue liquid and smiling women in white pants. Yet they also reveal the precariousness of authenticity online. A photo meant to normalize menstruation might be flagged by platforms as inappropriate content, while hypersexualized images of women are allowed to circulate freely. The inconsistency highlights the ways digital gatekeepers still police the female body. Much as medieval clergy once dictated which bodily realities could be spoken of publicly, only now the authority is not theological but algorithmic, guided by opaque codes that decide what is acceptable to show and what must remain hidden. Technology's intrusion into intimacy also reshapes the very act of knowing one's body. Period tracking apps, smart thermometers, and fertility monitors claim to decode cycles with mathematical precision. For many women, these tools provide a sense of agency once denied to them, allowing them to anticipate ovulation, confirm pregnancy earlier, or recognize irregularities. Yet the sense of control is shadowed by a deeper anxiety. The more data that is generated, the more responsibility it places on the individual. If conception doesn't happen, did the user fail to interpret her app correctly? If miscarriage occurs, will she wonder whether she ignored a data point? This burden of self-surveillance echoes the moral judgments of earlier eras, when women were told misfortune was the result of sin or carelessness. The language is different, but the weight of blame feels hauntingly similar. Even leisure and humor reveal this shift in intimacy. Viral memes turn PMS into a punchline, with jokes about chocolate cravings, irritability, or binge-watching dramas. On the surface, these jokes create camaraderie, reminding women that their struggles are shared. But they also risk flattening complexity, reducing profound physical and emotional experiences to cliches. The humor can be liberating, but it can also be limiting, pushing women to frame their pain in socially palatable ways. In this sense, memes are not unlike medieval morality plays, where humor was used to instruct as much as to entertain. Both forms simplify reality into digestible fragments, shaping how audiences perceive the body and its rhythms. Global inequalities intensify this paradox. While a woman in London or New York debates whether to share her fertility struggles on Instagram, a girl in rural India may still be forced to sit in isolation during her period, cut off from her community. While affluent women analyze ovulation charts on sleek apps, others improvise with rags or leaves in the absence of sanitary products. This divide highlights the uneven distribution of intimacy itself. For some, the body is hypervisible, dissected in digital spaces. For others, it remains silenced, hidden by cultural taboos. The coexistence of these realities underscores that progress cannot be measured only by visibility. A global audience may be aware of period poverty through viral campaigns, but awareness alone does not dismantle the structures that perpetuate it. And yet, even within these contradictions, resistance grows. Women adapt technologies for their own purposes, creating encrypted groups to share safe abortion information, or using anonymous accounts to document experiences that would otherwise be censored. Humor, art, and activism thrive in unexpected corners of the internet, turning digital spaces into arenas of defiance. These acts echo the creativity of earlier centuries, when women transformed domestic spaces into sites of resistance, whether through whispered remedies or satirical songs. The stage is bigger now, but the instinct is the same, to carve out space for voices that institutions, algorithms, and cultures have tried to silence. The deeper question, however, is whether this new era of visibility will ultimately liberate or entangle women further. When every detail of menstruation and pregnancy can be tracked, shared, and judged, does autonomy expand? Or does it shrink under the weight of constant performance? The suspense lies not in whether women will continue to resist, they always have, but in whether society will learn to value that resistance not as spectacle, but as truth. And until that answer emerges, the story of women's health in the digital age will remain suspended in the tension between intimacy reclaimed and intimacy exposed, a tension that keeps unfolding with each post, each protest, and each new technology that promises liberation while demanding surrender. The redefinition of intimacy through digital tools and platforms raises one of the most pressing questions of our time. How much of women's health is still theirs to control, and how much has been surrendered, willingly or unknowingly, to external systems of surveillance and profit? In earlier centuries, women feared the priest who demanded confession of bodily functions, or the neighbor who whispered suspicions about fertility. Today, the gatekeepers are less visible, but perhaps more powerful. They are corporations storing cycle data, platforms shaping public discourse with algorithms, and governments with the ability to subpoena information that was once scribbled in private journals. The stage may look different, but the old question, who owns the body's secrets, remains unresolved. At the heart of this dilemma are the apps that promise empowerment. Fertility trackers tell women when to conceive, pregnancy apps map the development of embryos week by week, and wellness platforms monitor hormonal fluctuations. For many, these tools provide clarity where there was once only guesswork, offering a sense of agency denied to generations before. A woman struggling with irregular cycles might finally detect patterns. Another trying to conceive might feel guided rather than lost. But beneath the veneer of empowerment lies a troubling trade. The data collected is often stored and shared. In some cases, users discover too late that their most intimate details, missed periods, pregnancy losses, sexual activity, have been commodified, turned into marketing insights or potential evidence. The intimacy surrendered is not only personal but political, reminding us that technology is rarely neutral. Pregnancy, framed by these digital tools, becomes even more precarious. Apps send congratulatory notifications on due dates, but what happens when the pregnancy ends in miscarriage? For some women, the same device that once offered support becomes a cruel reminder of loss, flashing cheerful updates disconnected from reality. The emotional dissonance is profound, forcing women to grieve while their phones insist on celebration. In this sense, technology can feel almost medieval in its rigidity, applying generic rules to experiences that are deeply individual. Just as physicians once relied on universal theories of humors without accounting for personal variation, today's apps often fail to adapt to the messy unpredictability of real lives. The irony is that while digital culture offers unprecedented opportunities for women to tell their own stories, it also pressures them into performance. Sharing miscarriage stories, infertility struggles, or birth experiences can foster solidarity, but it also creates a kind of spectacle. Women may feel compelled to craft their narratives in ways that fit the expectations of online audiences, either as inspirational triumphs or tragic cautionary tales. Complexity is often lost in favor of digestible content. This echoes the way medieval saints' lives were written, stripped of ambiguity, polished into moral lessons for others to consume. Then as now, women's realities risk being flattened into archetypes, their nuances erased by the demands of storytelling. Even the language surrounding these technologies reveals bias. Terms like failed cycle, poor egg quality, or hostile uterus are embedded in medical and digital vocabularies, framing women's bodies as defective machines rather than living systems with variability. These words carry judgment, shaping not only medical charts, but also self-perception. A woman told she has failed IVF cycles may internalize blame, just as medieval women internalized the idea that infertility was punishment from God. In both cases, language becomes a subtle weapon, transforming misfortune into moral failure. The continuity is unsettling. Centuries change, but the sting of blame persists. What complicates this further is the global inequality in how these technologies are distributed. In wealthy nations, women debate which app has the most accurate fertility algorithm, while in poorer regions, women lack access to basic sanitary products or prenatal care. This duality exposes the uneven geography of progress, empowerment for some, continued silence for others. Campaigns to provide free menstrual products in schools or to expand maternal care in underserved areas highlight the need for equity, but the gap remains wide. It is as if two eras coexist, the digital age and the medieval age, depending on where a woman happens to be born. Resistance, however, adapts with equal creativity. Encrypted chat groups share information on reproductive health where governments restrict it. Anonymous activists build apps designed with privacy as a priority, refusing to store sensitive data. Artists use digital media to confront taboos head-on, creating visual projects that force audiences to see what has long been hidden. Humor thrives in unexpected ways, with parodies of overzealous wellness apps or satirical takes on the commodification of fertility. These acts of resistance reclaim space within the very technologies that threaten autonomy, turning tools of control into arenas of defiance. The lingering question is not whether women will continue to adapt, they always have, but whether the structures shaping digital health will evolve to prioritize dignity over profit. Will apps become truly private, designed to protect rather than exploit? Will online platforms allow complexity instead of demanding performance? Or will the digital age, like so many eras before, simply repackage old anxieties into sleeker forms of control? The suspense is sharpened by the fact that the answers are not abstract. They affect daily decisions, intimate moments, and even matters of life and death. And so the narrative remains suspended between liberation and constraint. Women have more tools, more visibility, and more solidarity than at any time in history. Yet they also face new risks that are harder to detect precisely because they are disguised as progress. The story is not one of triumph or failure, but of constant negotiation, an unfinished struggle to ensure that intimacy, once surrendered to priests and now surrendered to algorithms, might finally return to the women themselves. And it is within this tension, unresolved and urgent, that the next act of the story is already being written. The increasing reliance on digital tools to mediate women's health has revealed not only the promises of modernity, but also the fragility of progress when technology becomes another form of gatekeeping. Behind every glowing app interface and every cheerful push notification lies a history of control that stretches back centuries. What is most striking is not that these tools exist, but how they subtly replicate patterns of authority that women have long fought against. If priests once dictated purity laws, and doctors once dismissed pain as hysteria, now algorithms decide which experiences are validated, which words are censored, and which stories gain visibility. The form has changed, but the underlying struggle to claim ownership of the narrative remains just as urgent. Consider the ways in which online platforms decide what can and cannot be seen. Posts about menstruation, miscarriage, or breastfeeding are sometimes flagged as inappropriate or graphic, even when shared for educational purposes. Meanwhile, hypersexualized images of women's bodies circulate freely, protected by the logic of engagement and profit. The contradiction is impossible to miss. Women's bodies are acceptable as objects of consumption, but not as subjects of honest discussion. This digital censorship echoes medieval restrictions that kept women's experiences shrouded in secrecy, reinforcing the message that certain truths are too disruptive to be spoken. The difference is that today, the arbiters are not clerics, but algorithms, opaque and unaccountable. And yet, the impact on women, silenced, erased, or made invisible, is hauntingly familiar. The commodification of fertility also takes unsettling forms in the digital space. Advertisements for IVF clinics, egg freezing, and genetic testing target women with increasingly personalized precision, appearing in feeds after searches or even casual conversations. The tone is often urgent, suggesting that time is running out, that the clock is ticking, that fertility is a resource about to be depleted. The pressure is relentless, and it is framed as empowerment. Take control of your future. Preserve your options. Don't let biology decide for you. But beneath this language lies a business model built on anxiety, turning women's deepest fears into profit margins. Medieval women were once sold relics to protect them in childbirth. Modern women are sold freezing packages at the cost of tens of thousands of dollars. The products differ, but the logic is strikingly consistent. Vulnerability is a market opportunity. This economic dynamic extends even into how pregnancy itself is experienced. The rise of designer births and luxury maternity care packages illustrates how class divisions shape reproductive health. Wealthier women in some countries can give birth in suites resembling five-star hotels, complete with gourmet meals and spa treatments, while poor women in the same cities struggle to access basic prenatal care. The contrast is almost medieval in its severity, as if noble women and peasants once again lived in parallel worlds. And within this divide, the cultural narrative of motherhood, glamorous, glowing, flawless, becomes an additional burden. Women who cannot afford such luxuries may feel as though they are failing, even though the truth is that inequality, not inadequacy, defines their circumstances. Social media adds another layer of contradiction. On one hand, platforms provide space for women to share raw, unfiltered accounts of miscarriage, infertility, or postpartum depression, breaking silences that endured for centuries. On the other hand, these same platforms encourage a culture of performance where experiences are curated for likes, followers, and validation. The pressure to turn private suffering into public narrative is intense, and it risks turning pain into content. In medieval miracle tales, women's suffering was often recorded only if it served as testimony to divine power. Today, suffering often gains visibility only if it is packaged in ways that resonate with digital audiences. In both cases, women's realities are filtered through the expectations of others. Even humor, powerful as it is, reveals the precariousness of this visibility. Memes about PMS or postpartum exhaustion create solidarity, but they also risk trivializing complex realities, reducing them to cliches. It is easy to laugh at jokes about chocolate cravings or irritability, but harder to acknowledge the debilitating pain of endometriosis or the grief of pregnancy loss. Humor opens doors, but it can also close them if it becomes the only acceptable language. This tension mirrors the medieval use of carnival, where laughter temporarily challenged authority but did not dismantle it. The question remains, will digital humor become a tool for lasting change, Or will it remain a safety valve that allows society to laugh without confronting deeper truths? Global disparities sharpen these contradictions further. A woman in Scandinavia may benefit from state-funded maternity care and free menstrual products, while another in rural Africa still faces dangerous childbirth without skilled attendants. These contrasts are amplified online, where images of abundance and scarcity collide in the same feeds. The visibility of inequality has increased, but whether that visibility translates into systemic change is another matter. It is possible to retweet a campaign about period poverty and then move on, comforted by awareness rather than compelled toward action. This dynamic risks transforming solidarity into consumption, empathy into spectacle. And yet, amid these contradictions, women continue to carve out spaces of defiance. Digital activists use encrypted networks to share reproductive health information in countries with restrictive laws. Artists use platforms to confront audiences with images that algorithms try to suppress. Campaigns challenge corporations to end discriminatory practices or to treat menstrual products as essential goods. These acts are not isolated. They form part of a long continuum of resistance that stretches back through history. Just as women once whispered remedies, smuggled herbs, or mocked taboos in secret, today they meme, post, code, and organize. The medium has changed, but the instinct to resist remains timeless. What emerges from all this is a portrait of progress that is real but fragile, liberating but compromised. Women have gained tools, platforms, and visibility, but these gains exist within structures that constantly threaten to co-opt or constrain them. Each app downloaded, each post shared, each story told is both an act of empowerment and a potential point of vulnerability. The suspense is not whether women will continue to resist, they always have, but whether society will allow those resistances to reshape the structures themselves. Until that transformation occurs, the story of women's health will remain an unfinished negotiation, a tug-of-war between liberation and control, intimacy and exposure, dignity and commodification. And in that unfinished state lies the anticipation of what comes next. Because the question is not only whether women can reclaim ownership of their bodies and their stories, but whether the world is ready to let go of centuries of habits that thrive on keeping that ownership just out of reach. It is this unresolved tension, so familiar, so urgent, that ensures the narrative presses forward, demanding attention, demanding reckoning, and demanding a new chapter yet to be written. The struggle over women's health in the digital age is not limited to screens and platforms. It also lives in the quiet spaces of daily life, where bodies meet institutions in the most ordinary yet intimate ways. Doctors' offices, workplaces, schools, pharmacies. These are the modern stages where stories of menstruation, pregnancy, and reproductive rights are negotiated in real time. And though centuries separate us from the medieval world, the echoes are unmistakable. Women are still asked to justify their pain, still forced to adapt their biology to external systems, still caught between the promise of care and the reality of dismissal. What makes this era distinct is that women now have the language and the tools to name these contradictions out loud. Though naming them does not always guarantee resolution, one of the most glaring examples of this tension is how women's pain is treated in clinical settings. Studies consistently show that women are less likely than men to receive adequate pain medication, and their symptoms are more likely to be dismissed as psychological or exaggerated. A woman presenting with chest pain might be told she is experiencing anxiety rather than a cardiac event. Another with severe menstrual cramps may be advised to just take ibuprofen, despite suffering from conditions like endometriosis. These patterns are not merely anecdotal. They are structural, reflecting centuries of assumptions about female bodies as unstable, emotional, or unreliable. Medieval physicians once claimed that wandering wombs caused hysteria. Modern practitioners may not use the same words, but the underlying skepticism toward women's testimony persists. Pregnancy care also reveals these lingering biases. Black women in the United States, for example, are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women. The causes are not genetic, but systemic. Implicit bias among providers, unequal access to care, and structural racism all converge to create deadly disparities. It is chilling to realize that in some of the wealthiest hospitals in the world, outcomes for women of color resemble those of developing nations. This inequality mirrors medieval hierarchies, where noble women had access to midwives and remedies while poorer women faced childbirth with little support. Progress has brought new technologies, but not universal justice. Workplaces, too, expose contradictions in how women's health is valued. Discussions of menstrual leave spark fierce debates. Some argue it is necessary recognition of a biological reality, while others fear it will reinforce stereotypes of women as less capable. Fertility benefits like egg freezing are marketed by corporations as empowering perks. Yet critics point out they also pressure women to delay motherhood for the sake of productivity. The message is subtle but powerful. Adapt your body to the rhythms of the company, not the other way around. In this sense, the modern workplace is not so different from medieval monasteries or courts, where women's reproductive roles were managed to serve larger institutions. The vocabulary may be corporate instead of religious, but the dynamic, control disguised as care, remains eerily familiar. Schools represent another front in this story. In many countries, comprehensive sex education is still contested, leaving young people uninformed about menstruation, contraception, and pregnancy. In some classrooms, menstruation is taught in whispers, if at all, reinforcing stigma rather than dismantling it. Girls may face bullying when they stain their uniforms, missing days of school because of embarrassment or lack of access to products. Period poverty in particular creates a cycle of disadvantage. Without pads or tampons, education is disrupted and opportunities narrow. This mirrors medieval practices of exclusion, where menstruating women were barred from religious or communal spaces. Then it was about purity. Now it is about economics and stigma. The effect, loss of participation, remains constant. Pharmacies, too, are places where women encounter barriers. In some countries, contraceptives are available over the counter, while in others, they require prescriptions or are restricted by law. Even where they are technically legal, pharmacists may refuse to dispense them on moral grounds. These refusals echo the moral gatekeeping of earlier eras, when priests or elders dictated access to remedies. The difference is that now the judgment comes not in sermons, but across the counter of a modern shop, and the impact is just as profound. Autonomy delayed, choices restricted, dignity questioned. The everyday rituals of healthcare, school, and work show that control is not always dramatic. Often it is mundane, woven into policies, conversations, and procedures so ordinary they can be overlooked. But for women living them, these encounters accumulate, shaping their sense of worth and agency. It is here, in the small indignities of being dismissed, shamed, or denied, that the echoes of history are most tangible. And it is here, too, that resistance begins, not always in marches or manifestos, but in the simple act of refusing silence, of demanding recognition in spaces that once demanded compliance. What makes this chapter compelling is that it reveals how deeply embedded the struggle is. It is not confined to laws or platforms. It exists in waiting rooms, staff meetings, classrooms, and checkout counters. And because it is so ordinary, it can feel harder to fight, slipping under the radar of outrage. Yet these ordinary spaces are where the narrative is most urgently rewritten, because they touch everyday lives more directly than grand debates ever could. The suspense that lingers is whether these institutions will evolve, learning to listen, adapt, and care, or whether they will continue to perpetuate centuries-old patterns under the guise of modernity. For history has shown, again and again, that progress is fragile when it remains external rather than internalized. Until schools teach without shame, workplaces respect without conditions, and clinics treat without prejudice, the story of women's health will remain a battlefield disguised as ordinary life. And it is within these daily encounters, deceptively small yet profoundly impactful, that the next act of resistance is already unfolding. The story of women's health in the 21st century becomes even more complex when we shift our gaze from institutions and workplaces to the cultural imagination that surrounds reproduction itself. For while policies and medical practices define material realities, it is stories, images, and metaphors that define how those realities are felt, internalized, and transmitted from one generation to the next. Culture, perhaps more than law, shapes how women interpret their own experiences. And, if we listen closely, we can still hear the echoes of medieval myth whispering in modern language, reframed in glossy advertisements, Instagram captions, or even clinical terms that carry hidden judgments. The struggle is not only for rights or access, but for narrative control, the right to decide what meanings are attached to blood, fertility, and motherhood. Consider the cultural scripts about menstruation. Though activism has made strides in normalizing open discussion, silence and shame linger stubbornly. Young girls in many societies still receive vague or euphemistic explanations when they first bleed, reinforcing the idea that their cycles are something to hide. Advertisements continue to depict women running joyfully in white pants, as though menstruation were best handled by pretending it doesn't exist. The use of blue liquid instead of red in commercials might seem trivial, but it reveals a broader discomfort with confronting biological reality head-on. Activists who post candid photos of period blood often find their content flagged as inappropriate, even when their goal is education. This tension shows how culture clings to cleanliness, discretion, and invisibility as ideals, subtly teaching women that their biology is acceptable only if it is invisible. Pregnancy narratives carry their own burdens. Popular media loves the image of the glowing, serene mother-to-be, fulfilled and radiant, her discomforts minimized or ignored. Yet real experiences often tell a different story. Nausea so severe, it prevents eating. Anxiety over test results, miscarriages cloaked in grief. These realities rarely find their way into mainstream narratives. Instead, women are bombarded with bump-up date culture, curated maternity shoots, and gender reveal parties that transform private milestones into public performances. The pressure to embody an idealized pregnancy creates guilt for those who feel anything less than bliss. This is not unlike the medieval exaltation of the Virgin Mary as the ultimate maternal figure, pure, serene, and without complaint. Then as now, the archetype overshadows the complexity of lived experience, demanding performance where honesty should suffice. Even medical terminology reflects these cultural biases. Terms like hostile uterus, incompetent cervix, or failed cycle frame the female body as defective when it does not conform to expected outcomes. Such language is more than descriptive. It is judgmental, turning biological unpredictability into moral failure. A woman who miscarries is not told her body faced natural complications, but that it failed to carry a pregnancy, as though she herself were culpable. This language mirrors medieval associations between misfortune and sin, where infertility was often framed as divine punishment. The continuity is sobering. Centuries apart, women are still asked to carry blame for events beyond their control. Popular culture and entertainment amplify these contradictions. Films and television often depict childbirth as either miraculous or catastrophic, skipping over the mundane but important realities, long labors, postpartum recovery, breastfeeding challenges, and the quiet exhaustion of early parenthood. These omissions shape public expectations, leaving women unprepared for what awaits them. At the same time, social media influencers curate images of perfection, staging motherhood as a brandable lifestyle. The result is a double bind. Women are either invisible in their struggles or hypervisible in curated performances, with little room in between for messy honesty. Humor offers one of the few cultural spaces where these taboos are challenged. Comedians who joke about cramps, fertility treatments, or childbirth pains invite audiences to laugh at what has long been silenced. This laughter builds solidarity, stripping shame from subjects once buried in secrecy. Yet humor, too, can simplify, reducing complex realities to familiar tropes of chocolate cravings or moody outbursts. The challenge is whether humor will deepen understanding or merely mask discomfort. In medieval carnival traditions, laughter briefly inverted social hierarchies but rarely dismantled them. Modern memes about PMS may work the same way, offering momentary relief without challenging deeper structures. Global comparisons reveal how deeply cultural narratives matter. In Japan, for example, companies sometimes provide menstrual leave policies, reflecting an acknowledgement of biological rhythms, but the stigma of using them keeps many women silent. In India, period taboos still restrict women from kitchens or temples, despite broader modernization. In Scandinavian countries, open conversations about reproduction coexist with cultural expectations that women balance careers and motherhood seamlessly. These examples demonstrate that progress is never uniform. Cultural scripts may advance in one direction while pulling backward in another. The persistence of contradiction ensures that women remain caught between competing expectations, no matter the setting. What becomes clear is that rights and technologies alone cannot dismantle centuries of stigma. As long as cultural narratives frame menstruation as shameful and pregnancy as idealized perfection, women will feel the pressure of performing biology rather than living it. The fight for autonomy must therefore include not only policies and practices, but also stories, words, and images. Only by rewriting these narratives can the silence of the past be broken and the complexity of women's realities truly acknowledged. And it is precisely here, at the intersection of language and lived experience, that the suspense sharpens. Because the question is not whether women will continue to bleed, conceive, or give birth, they always will, but whether the stories told about those realities will finally reflect truth rather than myth. Until that shift occurs, the cultural imagination will remain a battlefield, as decisive in shaping women's health as any law, policy, or pill. And it is within this battlefield of words and images that the next chapter of this unfinished story waits to unfold. The cultural imagination surrounding women's bodies shows how stories, symbols, and expectations shape experience as much as biology does, but to fully understand the present moment, we must also look at how science and medicine themselves have contributed to both progress and distortion. For centuries, women were largely excluded from formal medical research, their bodies treated as deviations from the male norm rather than as subjects worthy of study in their own right. The consequences of that exclusion are still felt today, even as breakthroughs promise a future where reproductive health could be transformed beyond recognition. The paradox is that women live in a time of unprecedented scientific potential while still carrying the burden of centuries of neglect. The history of medical research reveals how systemic this neglect has been. Until the late 20th century, women were often excluded from clinical trials on the assumption that their hormonal cycles made them too complicated as subjects. Medications were tested primarily on men, then prescribed to women in the same doses, with little regard for biological differences. It was only in the 1990s that regulatory agencies in the United States and elsewhere began requiring the inclusion of women in clinical studies. This means that much of modern pharmacology was built on data that did not adequately represent half the population. Women's health, in other words, has often been treated as an afterthought, with devastating consequences in areas ranging from pain management to cardiovascular disease. Reproductive health research has faced its own contradictions. On one hand, extraordinary advances have been made in fertility treatments, prenatal care, and contraception. In vitro fertilization has allowed millions to conceive. Premature infants survive at rates once unimaginable. Contraceptives have given women unprecedented control over reproduction. On the other hand, conditions like endometriosis, which affects 1 in 10 women, still take years to diagnose on average, with patients often dismissed as exaggerating symptoms. The imbalance is glaring. Immense resources are devoted to technologies that create or prevent pregnancies, while chronic conditions that simply affect quality of life are neglected. This skew reveals how research priorities often reflect societal anxieties about fertility rather than holistic concern for women's well-being. The language of science itself sometimes betrays these biases. Consider how female reproductive anatomy has historically been framed. Ovaries described as lesser testes, menstruation as waste, or menopause as decline. Even modern medical textbooks often present the male body as the standard model, with the female body depicted as a variant. These subtle framings shape how future doctors perceive their patients, reinforcing unconscious biases that influence care. It is difficult to shake the sense that science, while offering knowledge, has also perpetuated myths of deficiency and abnormality. Yet it would be misleading to portray science only as an agent of neglect. In many areas, it has provided women with tools of liberation. The contraceptive pill, introduced in the 1960s, reshaped social and economic possibilities, allowing women to delay or avoid motherhood in ways that transformed education and employment. Advances in maternal care have drastically reduced mortality rates in much of the world, offering safety that was once unimaginable. Egg freezing and genetic screening provide new options for those navigating the complexities of modern family planning. These innovations reveal science as a double-edged force, at times complicit in marginalization, at other times essential to autonomy. The challenge is that access to these scientific benefits is profoundly unequal. In wealthy countries, women may debate the risks and benefits of elective egg freezing, while in poorer regions, women still die from preventable complications during childbirth. The same technologies that represent empowerment for some highlight neglect for others. This unevenness recalls the medieval patchwork of practices, where one town might embrace a new remedy while another clung to superstition. Progress, in other words, has always been fragmented, shaped by geography, economics, and culture. Perhaps the most pressing question now is how emerging technologies will reshape this landscape. Artificial wombs, already tested in animal models, suggest a future where premature infants might develop outside the human body. Gene editing technologies like CRISPR raise possibilities of eradicating hereditary conditions, but also fears of eugenics. Wearable devices promise to track hormonal shifts in real time, offering unprecedented insight into cycles, but also new avenues for surveillance. Each innovation carries both potential and peril, reminding us that science is never purely liberating or purely controlling. It depends on how it is wielded, by whom, and for what purpose. The ethical dilemmas of these technologies mirror older anxieties. In the Middle Ages, women feared that charms, relics, or midwives might draw suspicion of witchcraft. Today, women weigh whether using gene editing or surrogacy will spark accusations of unnatural behavior. The suspicion is the same, that deviating from prescribed reproductive norms threatens not just individuals, but the moral order itself. Technology changes, but the cultural weight attached to women's bodies as symbols of stability remains remarkably constant. What makes this moment especially tense is that women themselves are increasingly involved in shaping research agendas. Female scientists, doctors, and activists push for funding into overlooked conditions, demand inclusive clinical trials, and challenge the biases embedded in medical language. Their presence does not erase centuries of neglect, but it shifts the trajectory. The knowledge being produced now reflects more voices, more perspectives, and more urgency than ever before. And so the narrative turns toward the future, where the question is not only what science can achieve, but whether it will do so in ways that respect women's dignity, autonomy, and complexity. Will new technologies be tools of liberation, or will they reproduce old hierarchies under new names? The suspense lies not in whether breakthroughs will come, they always do, but in how those breakthroughs will be framed, distributed, and lived. Until that becomes clear, women remain poised between the promise of unprecedented progress and the risk of yet another chapter, where their bodies are sites of innovation without true empowerment. And it is precisely this uncertainty that keeps the story of women's health alive, unfinished, and urgently relevant. The relationship between science and women's health has always been a precarious balancing act, poised between empowerment and exploitation, but perhaps nowhere is this more evident than in the history of reproductive technologies themselves. For every breakthrough that has offered liberation, there has been a shadow of control, reminding us that innovation often comes with strings attached. The story of modern gynecology, for example, is not only a tale of medical advancement, but also one of profound ethical failures. In the 19th century, J. Marion Sims, often celebrated as the father of modern gynecology, performed experimental surgeries on enslaved black women without anesthesia, their pain dismissed as inconsequential. These women, Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy, were not patients, but subjects, denied both consent and dignity. The tools and techniques Sims developed would eventually save countless lives, but their origins reveal how progress for some was built on the suffering of others. It is impossible to tell the story of reproductive health without acknowledging this foundation of exploitation. This theme repeats in subtler ways across history. Contraceptive trials in Puerto Rico during the 1950s tested high-dose birth control pills on poor women without fully informing them of the risks. Many suffered severe side effects and several died. Yet these trials paved the way for the pill's approval and its global spread, reshaping gender roles in profound ways. The contradiction is stark. Liberation for millions was purchased through the vulnerability of the few. This pattern forces us to ask uncomfortable questions about whose bodies are deemed expendable in the pursuit of progress. It also reminds us that scientific advancement is never neutral. It is shaped by social hierarchies, economic interests, and cultural anxieties that decide who benefits and who pays the price. Even seemingly benign technologies carry traces of this dynamic. Ultrasound machines, now considered routine in pregnancy care, were once marketed not primarily as diagnostic tools, but as reassurance for anxious mothers and fathers. The image of the fetus, floating serenely in black and white grain, became a powerful cultural symbol used by both medical institutions and political movements. Pro-choice advocates argue that this visualization has been weaponized to shift the focus from the pregnant woman to the fetus, subtly recasting her body as a vessel rather than a subject. What was intended as a medical tool has thus become entangled in debates about autonomy, morality, and control. It is a reminder that technology never exists in isolation. It always enters cultural and political landscapes that reshape its meaning. The global fertility industry provides another example of this tension. Assisted reproductive technologies like IVF, surrogacy, and egg donation have created new possibilities for those struggling with infertility, same-sex couples, and single parents. But they have also generated new forms of inequality and exploitation. In countries like India or Ukraine, commercial surrogacy has become a booming business, where poor women rent their wombs to wealthier clients from abroad. For the surrogates, the income can be life-changing, but it also raises questions about coercion, consent, and the commodification of the body. Eggs, too, are bought and sold, with donors often selected based on educational background, physical traits, or ethnicity, echoing unsettling echoes of eugenic thinking. What appears as choice and opportunity for some becomes pressure and sacrifice for others, highlighting how technological progress always intersects with economic disparity. The introduction of long-acting contraceptives, such as Norplant or IUDs, also reveals the double-edged nature of innovation. While these devices provide effective, low-maintenance birth control for many women, their history includes episodes of coercion. In the 1990s, welfare recipients in the United States were sometimes pressured to accept Norplant implants as a condition of assistance. In developing countries, mass programs promoted IUDs without adequate consent or follow-up care. These practices, framed as public health initiatives, often targeted poor women and women of color, reinforcing patterns of control under the guise of care. The line between empowerment and coercion remains perilously thin, reminding us that reproductive technologies can liberate only when paired with true autonomy. Yet within these contradictions lies a story of resilience. Women have always found ways to adapt technologies to their own needs, reinterpreting tools that were not designed with them in mind. Birth control pills, for instance, were originally prescribed to regulate cycles and prevent pregnancy, but women quickly discovered secondary benefits, such as reducing acne, easing endometriosis symptoms, and managing polycystic ovary syndrome. Online communities today share hacks, warnings, and alternative uses for devices and medications, reclaiming knowledge that was once confined to doctors' offices. This informal circulation of expertise recalls the networks of medieval midwives and herbalists who exchanged remedies outside the control of male-dominated institutions. The tools may be modern, but the strategies of survival and adaptation are timeless. What makes this story so compelling is that it forces us to rethink what progress actually means. Is progress measured by the number of new technologies developed, or by the degree of dignity and autonomy women experience in using them? History suggests that the two do not always align. The legacy of Sims, the pill trials in Puerto Rico, and the coercive use of contraceptives all caution against equating innovation with justice. Progress is not just about invention. It is about who controls that invention and how it is lived in practice. Without equity, even the most advanced tools risk perpetuating the very inequalities they claim to overcome. And so, the suspense of this narrative remains unresolved. For every story of liberation, of women seizing control of their fertility, surviving childbirth with new technologies, or rewriting medical narratives, there is a counter-story of exploitation, coercion, or commodification. The balance between these two poles has never been stable, and the future will almost certainly bring new contradictions as emerging technologies push the boundaries of reproduction even further. Artificial wombs, gene editing, and biotechnologies promise unprecedented possibilities, but they also demand vigilance. For if history has shown us anything, it is that the question is never simply whether something can be done, but whether it will be done in ways that truly serve the dignity of those most affected. And until that question is answered, the story of women's health will remain not a tale of steady progress, but a drama of power, resistance, and the unrelenting quest for autonomy. The paradox of reproductive technologies is that while they open doors, they also build new walls, and it is often difficult to distinguish one from the other until years have passed. Artificial reproductive techniques like IVF or egg freezing are celebrated as triumphs of science, yet they also carry unspoken social scripts that shape how women are expected to behave. Take egg freezing, for example. Marketed as empowerment, it suggests that women can buy time, delay motherhood, and focus on careers without fear of a ticking clock. On the surface, this is revolutionary, liberating women from the tyranny of biology. Yet beneath the glossy ads lies a quieter narrative. Women are still expected to adapt to a system that refuses to adapt to them. The burden is not on workplaces to accommodate maternity, but on women to freeze their eggs and conform. What looks like freedom can just as easily become another form of pressure. Surrogacy reveals a similar contradiction. For intended parents, it represents hope, a chance to build families against biological odds. For surrogates, it can mean financial lifelines, opportunities to educate children, or escape poverty. Yet the global surrogacy market also exposes the stark inequalities between those who commission and those who carry. Wealthier couples from the United States or Europe often turn to women in India, Ukraine, or Kenya to carry their children. The language of choice and opportunity is complicated by economic coercion. How free is a choice made under financial desperation? This imbalance evokes medieval echoes, when poor women often became wet nurses for wealthy families, their own children left undernourished while they provided for others. Then as now, the female body becomes both labor and commodity, a vessel for someone else's future. The language of empowerment frequently disguises these tensions. Companies offering fertility benefits to employees present themselves as champions of women's autonomy, yet the fine print tells another story. A benefit like egg freezing or subsidized IVF can function less as support and more as subtle pressure. Don't take maternity leave now, invest in productivity, and postpone motherhood until it is more convenient for the company. Corporate generosity becomes corporate strategy. In this way, biology is not liberated but re-engineered to align with market demands, transforming deeply personal decisions into extensions of workplace efficiency. It is a modern echo of how medieval households arranged marriages and pregnancies around labor needs, only now dressed in Silicon Valley branding. Even the celebration of choice in reproductive technology can be misleading. On the surface, women today appear to have more options than ever before. Freeze eggs, hire surrogates, pursue IVF, adopt, or choose not to have children at all. But choice without equity is an illusion. Technologies are expensive, often accessible only to the wealthy, while others remain excluded. For some, choice is framed as a menu of possibilities. For others, it is simply a reminder of what they cannot afford. The gap between these realities exposes how progress often widens inequality, granting freedom to some while deepening constraints for others. The illusion of universal empowerment masks the persistence of systemic injustice. Stories from real women illustrate these contradictions with painful clarity. A woman in California might speak proudly of freezing her eggs to focus on her career, while a surrogate in Gujarat recalls months of isolation in dormitories, away from her family, treated less as a person than as a biological resource. Both women are participating in the same technological ecosystem, yet their experiences diverge in ways that reflect not biology, but class and geography. Progress is uneven, fragmented, and at times disturbingly reminiscent of older hierarchies disguised in modern language. Technology also reshapes cultural ideas of motherhood itself. The rise of genetic testing allows parents to select embryos free of hereditary diseases, a development hailed as life-saving. But it also opens the door to designer babies, where parents may one day choose traits like height, eye color, or intelligence. The line between prevention and perfection is thin, and it raises questions not only about ethics, but about what society deems a worthy life. Medieval anxieties about monstrous births, infants born with physical differences interpreted as omens or punishments, find unsettling resonance here. The tools have changed, but the impulse to control the unpredictability of reproduction remains constant, revealing humanity's enduring discomfort with uncertainty. These contradictions ripple outward into politics. Governments wrestle with how to regulate surrogacy, genetic testing, and artificial wombs, often invoking morality as much as medicine. Some countries ban commercial surrogacy altogether, while others embrace it as an industry. Debates over abortion are increasingly tied to technologies like ultrasound and fetal monitoring, which shift focus from maternal autonomy to fetal personhood. Science, rather than settling moral debates, often intensifies them, providing new symbols, new images, and new battlegrounds. It becomes clear that technological progress does not dissolve controversy. It amplifies it, ensuring that every advancement arrives with cultural consequences. And yet, resistance persists. Women share their experiences online, forming support networks across borders, challenging industries that profit from their bodies, and demanding accountability from governments and corporations alike. Advocacy groups campaign for fairer access to fertility treatments, protections for surrogates, and ethical guidelines for emerging technologies. These acts of defiance transform personal struggles into collective movements, echoing the resilience of midwives, herbalists, and caregivers who once preserved knowledge outside of official structures. The tools are modern, but the spirit of survival and solidarity is timeless. The suspense that remains is not whether technologies will advance, they always do, but whether society will confront the inequalities and contradictions they carry. Will egg freezing be remembered as a tool of empowerment or a mechanism of corporate control? Will surrogacy evolve into an ethical partnership or remain a marketplace of inequality? Will genetic testing bring relief from suffering or usher in new forms of exclusion? These questions hang unresolved, demanding answers not only from scientists and policymakers, but from all who live in the shadow of progress. And until they are answered, women's bodies will remain the terrain where the promises and perils of modernity collide, forcing us to ask once more whether liberation has truly arrived or whether it is still waiting just out of reach. The deeper we go into the story of reproductive technologies, the more it becomes clear that progress is never a straight line. It is a maze, full of promises that lead to new questions and doors that open onto unexpected corridors. Artificial wombs, for example, are no longer just speculative fiction. They are being tested in laboratories with animal models, showing that it may one day be possible for premature babies to develop outside the human body. On one level, this sounds miraculous, an end to the tragedies of neonatal death, a new horizon of survival. Yet the very idea also destabilizes centuries of cultural meaning. If pregnancy can be shifted from the body to a machine, what happens to our ideas of motherhood? Does the mother become peripheral, or does she remain central in ways that science cannot replicate? The excitement of innovation collides with existential unease, because technology has the power not just to change outcomes, but to rewrite relationships and identities themselves. Gene editing carries a similar charge of possibility and peril. The CRISPR-Cas9 technique allows scientists to snip and replace sections of DNA with astonishing precision, raising hopes of eliminating hereditary diseases that have plagued families for generations. Parents who once lived with the certainty of passing on debilitating conditions might dream of healthy children free from those burdens. But alongside this promise lurks the specter of eugenics. What begins with eradicating disease can easily slide into selecting for traits, height, intelligence, appearance, reshaping not only individuals, but societies. The language of improvement carries echoes of darker histories, when governments sought to control reproduction to engineer populations. The medieval terror of monstrous births has been replaced by a modern anxiety about designer babies, but the unease remains the same. How much control is too much? And when does the pursuit of perfection become a prison rather than liberation? Even the devices we already take for granted show how technology reshapes daily life. Period tracking apps are marketed as tools of empowerment, promising to decode cycles with mathematical precision. Yet studies reveal that many of these apps sell user data to third parties, exposing intimate details of sexual activity, fertility struggles, or pregnancy loss. In countries where abortion is restricted, such data could be weaponized, turning a tool of empowerment into a tool of surveillance. The irony is painful. A woman who once whispered her secrets to a trusted midwife now whispers them to her phone, only to find they may be shared with advertisers, corporations, or even law enforcement. The age-old fear of betrayal lingers, only now the betrayer is not a gossiping neighbor but an algorithm. The rise of wearable technology adds another layer. Smart thermometers, ovulation bracelets, and hormone tracking devices promise real-time insights into fertility. For some, they provide clarity and confidence. For others, they introduce new forms of anxiety. The relentless stream of data can create pressure to optimize every aspect of reproduction, turning intimacy into performance. Couples trying to conceive may find their relationships strained under the weight of numbers and charts, their most private moments transformed into clinical exercises. Here again, the paradox emerges. What was meant to liberate can just as easily confine, binding individuals to the tyranny of constant measurement. It is as if medieval humoral theories, once used to chart bodily balance, have returned in digital disguise. Different tools, same obsession with order. Artificial intelligence further complicates the picture. Startups are developing AI systems that analyze reproductive data to predict fertility windows or assess risks in pregnancy. These algorithms are hailed as revolutionary, yet they are only as reliable as the data they are trained on. If that data reflects biases, as it often does, the AI reproduces them at scale. A system might underestimate risks for women of color, dismiss irregular cycles as anomalies, or fail to account for socioeconomic disparities. The result is a high-tech version of the same old problem: women rendered invisible by frameworks that do not see them fully. The promise of precision medicine risks becoming another chapter in the long history of exclusion, where progress is unevenly distributed. Public reaction to these emerging technologies reveals the depth of cultural ambivalence. For every person who celebrates the idea of eradicating disease or saving premature infants, another voices fears of unnatural intervention. Religious groups warn that playing with creation oversteps divine boundaries. Ethicists caution about inequality, exploitation, and slippery slopes. These debates are not new. They echo medieval anxieties about midwives using herbs or charms, accused of trespassing on God's territory. Then as now, the question is whether helping life along is an act of care or an act of hubris. The fact that these arguments persist across centuries suggests that technology never silences moral questions. It merely reshapes them into new forms. Amid all these contradictions, women themselves continue to navigate, adapt, and resist. Some embrace technologies wholeheartedly, using every available tool to shape their reproductive lives. Others reject them, choosing traditional or holistic methods in defiance of medical or digital authority. Many stand in the middle, negotiating a path between opportunity and caution, aware that empowerment and exploitation often arrive in the same package. Online communities provide spaces for sharing experiences, debunking myths, and building solidarity, echoing the networks of midwives and herbalists who once kept knowledge alive in secret. The tools may be digital rather than herbal, but the logic of survival through collective wisdom remains unchanged. What emerges is not a story of clear progress or a mitigated danger, but of constant negotiation. Every new technology offers both liberation and constraint. Every innovation both promise and peril. The suspense lies in how societies will choose to wield these tools, whether they will amplify inequality or dismantle it, whether they will impose control or expand freedom. And until those choices are made, women's bodies will remain the site where the future is contested, where centuries of history and cutting-edge science collide in a struggle that is as much about meaning as it is about biology. The next steps will not only determine how reproduction is managed, but also how humanity defines itself in the face of its own inventions. And that is a question no algorithm, app, or machine can answer on its own. The fascination with new reproductive technologies often focuses on what they can do: extend fertility, prevent disease, or even move gestation outside the body. But the more pressing question may be what they will mean. Scientific tools do not enter neutral ground. They land in cultures shaped by centuries of myths, traditions, and inequalities. Artificial wombs, for example, may one day save lives, but they also force us to confront the symbolic role of pregnancy itself. For millennia, pregnancy has been tied not just to biology, but to identity, morality, and power. In many societies, motherhood has been elevated as the pinnacle of female purpose, a role sanctified by religion, idealized by culture, and enforced by law. If gestation can occur in a machine, will that diminish the moral weight historically placed on mothers? Or will new hierarchies emerge, where natural birth is seen as authentic and artificial gestation as suspect? The potential for liberation sits side by side with the potential for stigma, and it is impossible to predict which will dominate. This ambivalence is not new. When anesthesia was first introduced in childbirth during the 19th century, critics argued it was unnatural and even sinful, interfering with the divinely ordained pain of labor. Today, those arguments sound archaic, yet they remind us that every innovation is filtered through cultural values that decide whether it is accepted or condemned. Artificial wombs may someday be hailed as miracles in neonatal care, but they may also become symbols in ideological battles over gender, family, and morality. Already, commentators speculate whether they could weaken arguments for abortion rights by shifting viability earlier, turning a medical innovation into a political weapon. The history of women's health shows repeatedly that tools intended for care often become instruments of control, and there is no reason to believe this time will be different. Gene editing raises similar dilemmas. On paper, the ability to eliminate hereditary diseases seems unquestionably positive, but history warns us to be cautious with any language of improvement. Eugenics movements of the 20th century began with promises of health and efficiency before descending into coercion, sterilization, and genocide. Today, the tools are sharper, the science more sophisticated, but the temptation to engineer perfection remains. Would parents feel pressure to ensure their children meet certain standards, not just of health, but of intelligence or beauty? Would insurance companies one day reward optimized births while penalizing those who decline interventions? The very possibility reveals how quickly liberation can turn into obligation, how the line between choice and coercion can blur until it is almost invisible. Even less radical technologies carry cultural weight. Consider the way ultrasound images have transformed pregnancy narratives. In the past, the fetus was a mystery, hidden until birth. Today, its image circulates on social media within weeks, reshaping the pregnancy journey into a public performance. Parents host gender reveal parties, share updates, and invite commentary from friends and strangers alike. Yet for women who miscarry, the same technologies can deepen grief, with images and announcements frozen online as painful reminders. A tool meant to bring joy also carries the power to wound. This duality is everywhere in reproductive health. Every advance offers both comfort and cruelty, depending on the context in which it is lived. Data-driven technologies amplify this contradiction even further. Period tracking apps, fertility monitors, and AI-based health predictions are sold as empowerment, but they also create new forms of surveillance. In countries where abortion is restricted, prosecutors have already used digital footprints, search histories, text messages, and app data as evidence in criminal cases. A woman who once confided her cycle to a midwife now risks having her phone testify against her. This chilling reality reveals how little separates care from control when intimate information is collected without strong protections. The medieval fear of betrayal by neighbors or priests has been replaced by the fear of betrayal by machines, but the vulnerability feels strikingly familiar. Global inequality sharpens the contrast. In affluent nations, women debate the ethics of genetic selection. In poorer regions, maternal mortality rates remain dangerously high for lack of basic prenatal care. For some, the future is about navigating the dilemmas of artificial wombs and AI-assisted fertility. For others, it is still about surviving childbirth without hemorrhage or infection. The coexistence of these realities underscores how uneven progress has always been. In the Middle Ages, wealthy women consulted learned physicians, while peasants relied on folk remedies. Today, wealthy women freeze eggs, while others still give birth without electricity or trained attendants. The tools change, but the divide endures, reminding us that the story of reproductive health is never universal. It is fractured, layered, and profoundly unequal. Yet within this fractured landscape, resistance and adaptation thrive. Women form global networks to share strategies, from encrypted groups offering safe abortion information to grassroots campaigns distributing menstrual products. Artists and activists use digital platforms to reclaim narratives, posting unfiltered accounts of miscarriage, infertility, or birth trauma in defiance of sanitized media portrayals. These acts echo older traditions, when midwives preserve knowledge through whispers and songs, defying efforts to silence them. The means are modern, but the impulse is ancient, to reclaim authority over bodies from systems that seek to control them. What makes the present moment uniquely suspenseful is that the stakes feel higher than ever. For centuries, the struggle was about survival, reducing maternal deaths, alleviating suffering, preventing unwanted pregnancies. Today, the struggle has expanded to include identity itself. What does it mean to be a mother, a parent, or even a woman, in a world where biology can be outsourced to machines and genes can be rewritten in a lab? These questions press at the edges of ethics, politics, and philosophy, and they cannot be answered by science alone. They require cultural reckoning, historical memory, and collective imagination. And it is in this unresolved tension between miracle and menace, empowerment and exploitation, that the story presses forward. Because the truth is that technology has never simply solved problems, it has always created new ones, even as it resolved old ones. The suspense lies not in whether change is coming, it always is, but in whether we will recognize its costs as clearly as its benefits, and whether we will remember that behind every innovation lies a human body, a human story, and a human struggle for dignity that no machine can erase. The march of technology into the most intimate corners of women's health is often presented as inevitable progress, but inevitability is rarely neutral. Every new device, every algorithm, every medical breakthrough arrives already entangled in cultural expectations and economic structures, reshaping not only bodies, but the meaning of choice itself. Artificial wombs, gene editing, fertility tracking, and AI-driven diagnostics may look like distinct innovations, yet they share a common thread. They redefine what it means to be responsible for reproduction. And responsibility, as history has shown, is a burden disproportionately placed on women, whether through religious morality in the Middle Ages or through digital monitoring in the 21st century. The continuity of this weight forces us to ask whether progress has truly liberated women or simply dressed old obligations in new disguises. One of the clearest examples lies in how technology reframes timelines. Before the advent of egg freezing, fertility was understood in biological terms, finite, unpredictable, and deeply personal. Now, fertility is also an economic calculation. Women are encouraged to invest in their future by freezing eggs in their 20s or early 30s, often at great financial cost. Clinics market these services not only as medical insurance, but as lifestyle choices, appealing to ambition and independence. Yet beneath the rhetoric of empowerment is a quiet transfer of responsibility. If motherhood is delayed and difficulties arise later, The blame can shift to the woman herself for not having frozen eggs sooner. What was once the unpredictability of biology becomes the accountability of choice, turning freedom into a new form of pressure. This reframing extends beyond individual decisions to cultural narratives. Motherhood, once considered a destiny imposed by nature or God, now risks being recast as a personal project to be optimized. Apps track ovulation with pinpoint accuracy, genetic tests suggest which embryos are most viable, and corporate benefits frame reproductive decisions as career strategy. The rhetoric of control, precision, and planning creates an illusion of mastery, yet it also magnifies guilt when outcomes deviate from expectations. A failed IVF cycle becomes not just a biological event, but a perceived failure of planning. Miscarriage, already a devastating loss, is compounded by a sense of responsibility to the data, the charts, and the expectations set by technology itself. The same culture that once blamed women for sin now blames them for miscalculation. The emotional consequences are profound. Online forums teem with stories of women oscillating between hope and despair, their lives measured in 2-week increments of waiting, testing, and recalculating. The language of these spaces reveals both solidarity and exhaustion. Women swap acronyms for fertility treatments, decode lab results like cryptic messages, and cling to success stories as lifelines. In many ways, these communities mirror the networks of medieval women who shared herbs, prayers, and remedies outside the authority of male physicians. The details differ, but the underlying need for collective resilience remains unchanged. Isolation turns into solidarity, secrecy into shared knowledge, and suffering into stories that keep others afloat. Even outside fertility treatments, technology shapes narratives in ways both subtle and overt. Consider the rise of wearable devices that monitor heart rate, sleep cycles, and hormonal fluctuations. These tools promise insight, yet they also create new expectations of optimization. Restless sleep becomes another problem to solve. Irregular cycles, another anomaly to correct. Women find themselves living under the tyranny of data, constantly measuring themselves against charts and benchmarks. The result is a peculiar mix of empowerment and anxiety, where knowledge brings both clarity and relentless pressure. The body becomes not only lived, but managed, curated like a profile that must always be optimized. The irony is that while individuals are urged to take increasing responsibility for their reproductive health, systemic inequalities remain unaddressed. A woman in Silicon Valley may debate whether to freeze her eggs, while another, in sub-Saharan Africa, still risks death in childbirth from preventable causes. The global fertility industry flourishes, while basic access to contraception and prenatal care remains scarce in many regions. This disparity recalls medieval hierarchies, where noble women sought remedies from learned physicians, while peasant women relied on folklore and chants. The technology has advanced beyond imagination, but the divide between privilege and precarity endures, exposing the fragility of narratives that celebrate progress without addressing inequality. And yet, it is in this tension that resistance often emerges. Artists create provocative works that challenge sanitized images of motherhood, activists campaign for menstrual equity, and grassroots organizations fight to provide reproductive health access where governments fail. These acts disrupt the narrative of inevitability, reminding us that technology is not destiny. It is choice, shaped by politics, ethics, and collective will. Just as medieval women whispered knowledge through networks of trust, modern women hack the very tools meant to control them using encrypted apps, anonymous accounts, and grassroots distribution to reclaim autonomy. Innovation, it seems, will always be met with counter-innovation from those determined to preserve dignity. The unresolved question, however, is whether society will learn from its own history. Will artificial wombs, gene editing, and reproductive AI be harnessed in ways that truly expand freedom, or will they replicate old hierarchies in new forms? Will empowerment remain a privilege of the wealthy, or can it become a right accessible to all? These questions cannot be answered by science alone. They demand cultural reckoning, ethical frameworks, and political courage. Until then, the story of women's health remains one of suspense, caught between miracle and menace, autonomy and exploitation, and it is within this uncertainty that the future waits, pressing forward, insisting that we decide what kind of world these technologies will create, not just for the women who use them, but for the generations they will shape. Throughout history, one of the most enduring truths has been that women's bodies are never just biological. They are cultural, political, and symbolic battlegrounds. In the medieval period, pregnancy and menstruation were woven into myths of purity and danger, with women seen as both sacred vessels and potential sources of corruption. In the modern age, those same processes are filtered through medical jargon, corporate branding, and digital technologies, but the underlying dynamic remains. The female body is always more than itself, carrying layers of meaning that shape how it is treated, celebrated, or controlled. This continuity is striking because it shows that progress in science or policy alone is never enough if cultural narratives lag behind. Biology may evolve slowly, but the stories we attach to it can shift or resist shifting with astonishing force. Take the example of menstruation, a biological fact that should be neutral, yet it has carried immense symbolic weight across centuries. In medieval Europe, menstruating women were thought to contaminate crops, sicken infants, or spoil wine with a mere touch. Today, those superstitions sound absurd, yet stigma persists in subtler forms. Women hide tampons in sleeves on their way to the restroom, advertising avoids showing actual blood, and workplaces rarely accommodate severe menstrual symptoms with the seriousness they deserve. The echoes of ancient taboos live on in corporate boardrooms and glossy commercials, suggesting that while science has stripped away the myths, culture has been slower to follow. This persistence reveals how deeply shame can embed itself in collective imagination, surviving long after its supposed rationale has faded. Pregnancy narratives also bear the weight of continuity. In the Middle Ages, queens' pregnancies were political events, their swollen bellies symbols of dynastic survival. Today, celebrity pregnancies are tracked with similar fervor, splashed across magazines and dissected online. The pregnant body becomes public property, scrutinized for size, style, and choices. Did she gain too much weight? Did she reveal the gender too soon? Did she bounce back fast enough? The scrutiny is endless, and it mirrors the surveillance that royal women once endured under the gaze of entire kingdoms. What should be a private journey is transformed into spectacle, carrying the implicit message that women's bodies exist to be observed and judged. Even medical language reflects this cultural layering. Terms like geriatric pregnancy label women over 35 as risky or abnormal, despite many giving birth safely at those ages. The word itself frames natural variation as pathology, subtly shaping perception. In medieval times, infertility was blamed on sin or divine punishment. Today, it is blamed on age, lifestyle, or failure to plan properly. The vocabulary has changed, but the tendency to locate fault within women's bodies has not. Language becomes a mirror of cultural bias, quietly enforcing hierarchies and expectations without anyone needing to say them outright. The commercialization of reproduction sharpens these contradictions. Fertility clinics market hope in sleek brochures, offering images of perfect babies and happy couples. Yet the cost is staggering and success is never guaranteed. Women mortgage homes, drain savings, or take on crushing debt to pursue treatments that may or may not succeed. The emotional toll is immense, compounded by the financial risk. It is difficult not to see echoes of the medieval marketplace of relics, where desperate believers paid fortunes for objects that promised miracles but rarely delivered. Then, as now, vulnerability becomes a business opportunity, and hope itself can be commodified. Global disparities make these issues even more complex. In some countries, women debate the ethics of surrogacy or embryo selection. In others, women still die from hemorrhage or sepsis in childbirth. The coexistence of such extremes is not a sign of contradiction, but of continuity. Progress has always been uneven, distributed according to wealth, geography, and power. In medieval villages, one woman might consult a local healer, while another sought remedies from an abbey physician. Today, one woman navigates genetic testing options, while another gives birth on a dirt floor without medical assistance. The juxtaposition underscores that modernity is not universal, but fractured, exposing fault lines that no single invention can bridge. And yet, despite these divides, resistance persists. Women share unvarnished stories online, from period struggles to birth trauma, breaking through polished narratives that erase pain. Activists fight for menstrual equity, demanding free products in schools and prisons. Artists create provocative works that confront sanitized images of motherhood, forcing audiences to confront realities long ignored. These acts, though diverse in form, share a common thread with the whispered remedies and satirical songs of medieval women, a refusal to let their bodies be defined solely by external authority. The tools are different, but the instinct to reclaim narrative is timeless. The suspense that emerges from all this is not simply whether science will advance or laws will change, but whether culture itself can be transformed. Can we move beyond centuries of stigma, blame, and spectacle to create narratives that reflect the complexity and dignity of women's realities? Or will the old patterns persist, repackaged in digital platforms and clinical jargon, continuing the cycle under new names? The answer remains uncertain, and that uncertainty keeps the story alive, pressing forward. Because the truth is that every breakthrough, whether technological, medical, or cultural, risks becoming hollow if the narratives surrounding it remain unchanged. And until those narratives shift, women's health will continue to be shaped not only by biology, but by the weight of stories that stretch back through history and refuse to let go. If the body has always been a stage where power, culture, and science intersect, then stories are the scripts that decide who plays which role. Women's health has never been just about medicine. It has always been about storytelling. The way a society talks about menstruation, pregnancy, and fertility determines not only how women experience them, but also how those experiences are valued or dismissed. In medieval chronicles, stories of miraculous births reinforced divine authority, while tales of monstrous births served as cautionary reminders of sin or corruption. Fast forward to today, and the scripts may seem more sophisticated, but they are just as influential. Magazine spreads of glowing pregnant celebrities, social media reels of period hacks, or clinic pamphlets promising success with smiling stock photo families. These narratives shape expectations before a single doctor's visit or product purchase ever occurs, demonstrating that biology is always accompanied by interpretation. Consider how miscarriage is narrated. In the past, women often endured pregnancy loss in silence, framed as private misfortune or even divine punishment. Today, more women speak openly about miscarriage, breaking the silence that shrouded previous generations. Yet even these new narratives often carry a demand for framing. The story must be inspirational, a testimony of resilience, or a bridge to eventual joy. Raw grief, prolonged despair, or unresolved trauma fits less neatly into the cultural script. The result is that while visibility has increased, complexity is still constrained. Women are allowed to speak, but only within boundaries that make their stories palatable to audiences. It is an improvement, but also a reminder of how deeply storytelling itself can become another form of control. Media portrayals of childbirth highlight similar contradictions. Television and films often depict labor as a dramatic rush of water breaking, a frantic race to the hospital, and a few minutes of intense pushing before a perfect baby emerges. The reality, of course, is often hours or even days of grueling contractions, medical interventions, and physical recovery. This discrepancy shapes expectations in damaging ways. Women may feel unprepared for the length and intensity of labor, or guilty when their experiences do not match the triumphant scripts they have absorbed. The gap between representation and reality creates not only misinformation, but also emotional dissonance, where personal truth collides with cultural myth. Medieval miracle tales may have framed childbirth as evidence of divine favor. Modern Hollywood frames it as a cinematic climax. In both cases, the complexity of lived experience is sacrificed for narrative neatness. Language also plays a decisive role in shaping perception. Words like biological clock, geriatric pregnancy, or incompetent cervix frame natural variations as problems, subtly attaching blame to women's bodies. Even the common phrase, falling pregnant, still used in some cultures, suggests passivity, as though pregnancy is something that happens to women rather than something they participate in. These linguistic patterns matter because they seep into medical consultations, social conversations, and internal self-perceptions. A woman told her body is failing may internalize that judgment, carrying shame alongside medical reality. This is not unlike medieval sermons that linked reproductive misfortune to moral weakness. The vocabulary has changed, but the emotional burden remains surprisingly consistent. Advertising adds another layer to these narratives. Menstrual product commercials, for instance, often frame periods as inconveniences to be discreetly managed, rather than natural bodily functions. The message is subtle but clear. Menstruation must be hidden, controlled, and made invisible. Fertility clinics, meanwhile, often market themselves with images of smiling babies and relieved parents, rarely addressing the financial, emotional, or physical toll of treatments. These images shape desires and expectations in ways that can both inspire hope and exacerbate disappointment. Just as medieval relic sellers promised miracles through objects infused with divine power, modern advertisers promise miracles through technologies wrapped in clinical authority. Both play on the same emotional currency, hope in the face of uncertainty. Digital culture magnifies these storytelling dynamics exponentially. A single viral post about a birth experience, a miscarriage journey, or a menstrual health hack can reach millions, shaping collective perception in real time. While this creates opportunities for solidarity and awareness, it also introduces new pressures. Women who share their stories online often face scrutiny, trolling, or judgment, as though their private experiences were public property. The intimacy of the body becomes fodder for algorithms, likes, and comments, echoing earlier eras when women's reproductive lives were subject to communal oversight. The difference is that now the audience is global and the judgment instantaneous. What becomes clear through all this is that control over narrative is just as important as control over medicine or law. A society can provide access to contraception, fertility treatments, or maternal care. But if the stories surrounding those services are shaped by shame, idealization, or commodification, women will continue to experience them within constraints not of their choosing. Progress requires not only new technologies, but also new scripts, stories that embrace complexity, honor pain as much as joy, and resist the urge to flatten women's lives into cliches. And this is where the suspense lies, and whether we can learn to tell better stories that admit uncertainty instead of demanding neat endings, that allow grief to coexist with resilience, that show childbirth as laborious and messy rather than cinematic perfection. Stories that reject blame, that question the vocabulary of defectiveness, and that place dignity above performance. Until those narratives are written and embraced, women's health will continue to be shaped not only by biology and policy, but by the weight of stories that decide what is sayable, what is visible, and what is valued. And in that unresolved need for new stories lies the tension of what comes next, pressing us toward a cultural reckoning still waiting to unfold. The history of women's health is inseparable from the history of secrecy, because silence has often been the default response to biological realities that society has struggled to accept. For centuries, women were expected to endure menstruation without speaking of it, to carry pregnancies without complaint, and to grieve miscarriages in private. Silence became a form of survival, a way to avoid shame, suspicion, or punishment. Yet silence also created a vacuum where myths, superstitions, and half-truths flourished, filling the gaps left by forbidden conversations. In medieval Europe, whispers about menstrual blood's supposed power to wilt crops or dull weapons gained traction precisely because women could not publicly correct them. Today, the myths may look different, but the mechanisms are the same. When certain experiences remain unspeakable, stories rush in to fill the void, shaping cultural imagination in ways that persist long after their origins are forgotten. The persistence of this silence is perhaps most visible in how societies have dealt with miscarriage. Until very recently, miscarriages were rarely spoken about outside the family, and often not even within it. Women were expected to mourn quietly, to resume life as if nothing had happened, their grief hidden from public view. This silence was reinforced by medical language that reduced loss to clinical terms: spontaneous abortion, non-viable pregnancy, that stripped away emotional weight. Yet the silence did not erase the grief. It only privatized it, leaving countless women to believe their suffering was abnormal or uniquely theirs. It is only in the last few decades, with public figures and ordinary women alike breaking the taboo, that miscarriage has entered public conversation. But even here, the stories often follow a pattern. Loss must be framed as a step on the path to eventual joy, a prelude to the rainbow baby that redeems the pain. This expectation, however comforting to some, can erase those whose grief never resolves neatly, reminding us that even when silence breaks, it can be replaced by narrative constraints that shape how speech must occur. Menstruation carries its own history of silencing. Across many cultures, the first period is still greeted with secrecy rather than celebration, explained in whispers rather than open conversation. Girls are often handed products without instruction, left to navigate cycles in confusion and shame. Schools make gloss over the subject, offering vague biology lessons that avoid acknowledging the social realities that come with menstruation: leaks, pain, stigma. The result is a cycle of inherited silence, where each generation passes down discomfort rather than dismantling it. This silence extends to workplaces, where menstrual pain is often hidden, and to media, where even the most progressive advertisements often sanitize the reality of blood. Just as medieval women were excluded from public spaces during menstruation, modern women are excluded from full participation, when silence forces them to pretend nothing is happening. Pregnancy, too, has been shaped by silence, though in different ways. In medieval courts, queens and noblewomen carried pregnancies under constant surveillance, their bodies subject to public speculation, but ordinary women often concealed pregnancies as long as possible, fearing judgment if circumstances were not deemed acceptable. That instinct remains. Many women today wait until the second trimester to announce pregnancies, not only because of medical caution, but because miscarriage is still considered unspeakable. The silence is protective, but it also reinforces stigma, creating a paradox where women must hide early pregnancies precisely because society cannot bear to acknowledge early loss. The cycle repeats. Silence protects, but also constrains, leaving women caught between visibility and vulnerability. Even in the medical sphere, silence has shaped research priorities. For decades, conditions like endometriosis or polycystic ovary syndrome were underdiagnosed and underfunded, in part because women's pain was minimized and rarely spoken of. When women did raise concerns, they were often told their symptoms were normal or psychosomatic, responses that effectively silenced further inquiry. This dismissal reveals how silence is not always imposed externally. Sometimes it is enforced through authority that refuses to listen. When doctors dismiss symptoms, when policymakers ignore needs, when advertisers erase realities, silence becomes systemic, a structure that reproduces itself across generations. But silence is never absolute. It is always challenged. In the Middle Ages, women shared knowledge in whispers, passing recipes for herbal remedies or protective charms from mother to daughter. These underground networks resisted official silence, preserving wisdom outside the reach of institutions. Today, digital platforms serve a similar role where women post candid accounts of periods, miscarriages, fertility struggles, and birth trauma, reclaiming experiences once kept hidden. Hashtags like #shout your abortion or period positive transform silence into speech, turning private realities into collective movements. Yet even here risks remain. Stories shared online can invite trolling, censorship, or surveillance, showing that the act of breaking silence is still fraught with consequences. What makes the present moment so charged is that silence and speech now coexist in unstable balance. Women's health is more visible than ever, yet certain aspects remain taboo. constrained by stigma or sanitized for public comfort. The tension lies in whether the voices breaking through will expand the boundaries of what is sayable, or whether they will be absorbed back into structures that dictate acceptable narratives. Can miscarriage be spoken of as unresolved grief rather than as an inspirational story? Can menstruation be acknowledged as messy, painful, and inconvenient without apology? Can pregnancy be narrated as complex and unpredictable rather than glowing and idealized? These questions press against cultural boundaries still resistant to change. And it is precisely in this tension, between silence inherited from centuries of stigmas and speech struggling to assert itself, that the story of women's health continues to unfold. Because every time silence is broken, it creates not only a new space for truth, but also a new battleground where old taboos push back. The suspense lies in whether speech will finally outpace silence, whether the voices rising today will become permanent fixtures of cultural imagination, or passing disruptions soon swallowed again by centuries-old habits. And until that suspense resolves, women will continue to live at the edge of what can be said, their realities pressing against boundaries that have not yet learned how to yield. The history of silence surrounding women's health reveals how power operates not only through laws or institutions, but also through the unspoken rules of conversation. Yet silence is rarely neutral. It protects, it constrains, and it shapes what is imaginable. When women cannot speak openly about their bodies, the gap is filled with myths, shame, and distorted expectations. But once silence cracks, even slightly, stories rush in, and those stories have the power to alter not only perception, but also practice. What is striking is how fragile these openings often are. One generation may find the courage to speak, only for the next to retreat, silenced again by stigma, policy, or backlash. The story of women's health is therefore not just a story of progress, but of constant negotiation, where each gain in speech must be defended against forces eager to restore silence. This is clear in how different societies frame menstruation. In some cultures, silence takes the form of taboo. Menstruating women are kept from kitchens, temples, or even their own families, treated as unclean. In others, silence is subtler, manifesting in advertising that pretends periods are neat and odorless, using blue liquid instead of red to avoid discomfort. These approaches look different, but both achieve the same result. They prevent menstruation from being recognized in its full reality, and when the reality is erased, so too are the needs. Public bathrooms without disposal bins, schools without affordable products, workplaces without sick leave for severe pain, all are symptoms of silence institutionalized. The refusal to acknowledge biology translates directly into barriers to participation, showing how silence is not just cultural but practical, embedded in the very architecture of daily life. Pregnancy narratives reveal another dimension of this silence. Women are often told not to announce pregnancies until the second trimester, in case of miscarriage. While this practice is protective for some, it also reinforces the stigma of loss, as if early pregnancies that do not continue should remain invisible. The irony is painful. The very silence meant to shield women also isolates them in grief, leaving them without support when they most need it. This isolation echoes medieval practices of seclusion, when women gave birth in private chambers surrounded only by female attendants, their struggles hidden from public life. Today, the chambers are digital, not physical, as women manage loss quietly behind closed doors, their absence from public conversation perpetuating the illusion that reproduction follows only smooth trajectories. Medical spaces, too, are shaped by silence, often in ways women themselves absorb. Many delay seeking care for painful conditions like endometriosis, assuming their suffering is normal because it has never been openly discussed. When they finally do, they may encounter dismissal from providers who downplay or misinterpret their symptoms. This creates a feedback loop where silence produces ignorance, ignorance reinforces neglect, and neglect perpetuates silence. The pattern is strikingly similar to medieval medicine, where women's knowledge was often dismissed as superstition while male physicians claimed authority, even though their treatments were often less effective than the remedies women shared among themselves. In both cases, silence around women's testimony allows external authority to dominate, even when it lacks real answers. Silence also shapes memory. Generations of women grow up without hearing their mothers or grandmothers speak openly about menstruation, miscarriage, or childbirth trauma. As a result, they experience these events as if for the first time, unprepared for their intensity. When silence is inherited, it becomes a legacy of unknowing, forcing each generation to start anew rather than building on shared wisdom. Contrast this with cultures where storytelling is encouraged, and you find radically different experiences. In some indigenous traditions, elder women speak candidly to younger girls about cycles, fertility, and childbirth, framing them as natural transitions rather than shameful secrets. The difference is profound. Silence isolates, but storytelling connects, transforming biology into a shared human journey rather than a solitary ordeal. The digital age complicates this pattern. On one hand, silence is easier to break than ever before. Blogs, podcasts, and social media platforms allow women to speak their truths to audiences of millions. Campaigns like "Shout Your Abortion" or "Staunch Period Positive" demonstrate the hunger for speech after centuries of silence. Yet digital platforms also expose women to new forms of silencing. Censorship algorithms flag menstrual blood as inappropriate, trolls attack those who share abortion stories, and cultural backlash pressures women to delete posts that break too many taboos. The cycle continues, reminding us that silence is not only imposed from above, but also enforced through peer policing, shame, and fear. Speech may be freer than before, but it is still contested, fragile, and easily pushed back into the shadows. What emerges from these patterns is the realization that silence is never just absence. It is a presence, shaping lives as tangibly as laws or medicine. It dictates who feels safe to speak, what truths are considered acceptable, and which realities remain invisible. And when realities are invisible, they are easier to neglect, exploit, or distort. Breaking silence, then, is not only about expression, but about power, because once women begin to narrate their own experiences, they challenge the structures that have long controlled those narratives. The question that lingers is whether this current wave of voices can transform culture permanently, or whether it will be absorbed, sanitized, and re-silenced. Can candid stories of miscarriage, menstruation, and pregnancy complications remain in public discourse without being forced into palatable scripts? Can institutions adapt to the truths that speech reveals, changing practices and policies, rather than simply tolerating them? Or will silence, with its centuries of weight, reassert itself once the initial shock fades? These questions hover unresolved, ensuring that the struggle over silence and speech remains one of the most decisive frontiers in the history of women's health. And it is precisely within this fragile balance between the words spoken and the ones withheld that the next turn of the story is waiting. Silence, as heavy as stone, has shaped generations of women's lives, but silence has never been absolute. Beneath the weight of taboo and shame, women have always found ways to whisper truths, to preserve knowledge, to carve out spaces of resistance even when the world tried to mute them. The history of women's health is therefore not only about what was hidden, but also about the ingenious strategies used to keep knowledge alive in the shadows. These hidden transcripts of survival, recipes for herbal remedies, coded songs, shared confidences in kitchens or washhouses, form a counter-narrative that is just as vital as the official stories told by doctors, priests, or lawmakers. And when we trace these quiet traditions, we see that women have never been entirely voiceless. They have always spoken, only in places the powerful were not listening. Consider the figure of the medieval midwife. Official records often portray her with suspicion, accusing her of witchcraft or malpractice. But her real role in communities was far more complex. Midwives were custodians of knowledge passed from one generation of women to the next. They knew which herbs could ease labor pains, which teas could stimulate menstruation, and which charms could offer comfort when medicine failed. Their expertise was often dismissed by male physicians who lacked comparable, practical experience, yet communities relied on them in times of crisis. Whispered remedies and secret practices were not just medical, they were acts of defiance, preserving a female-centered form of knowledge in a world eager to erase it. This tradition of whisper networks did not end in the Middle Ages. In the 20th century, before abortion was legalized in many countries, women relied on underground networks to share information about safe providers or methods. In the United States, the Jane Collective operated secretly in Chicago during the 1960s and early 1970s, helping thousands of women access safe abortions at a time when the procedure was criminalized. These women risked arrest, stigma, and even violence, but their work saved lives and challenged the silence imposed by law. The Jane Collective was not so different from medieval women exchanging herbal recipes in hushed tones. Both are examples of women refusing to let silence dictate their survival. Even in less overtly political contexts, everyday acts of speech chipped away at silence. Mothers telling daughters what doctors would not, friends sharing their experiences of miscarriage in private letters, women gathering in sewing circles or church groups to trade advice. These moments created archives of lived knowledge that often ran counter to official discourse. It was through such channels that many women first learned the truth about sex, menstruation, or childbirth, truths that institutions deliberately withheld or sanitized. This reminds us that silence is never complete. It is always porous, always vulnerable to the persistence of human connection. The rise of feminist movements in the 20th century made these hidden transcripts visible in new ways. Books like Our Bodies, Ourselves, first published in 1971, transformed private knowledge into a public manifesto, breaking taboos by discussing menstruation, contraception, abortion, and sexual health with candor. Written collectively by women, for women, the book represented a radical shift. Knowledge was not only shared in whispers, but shouted, printed, and circulated. It proved that once silence cracks, it can give way to avalanches of speech, overwhelming structures that had relied on secrecy to maintain control. The echoes of those early feminist texts can still be felt in digital spaces today, where blogs, podcasts, and forums continue to democratize knowledge once locked behind medical jargon or cultural shame. But the transition from silence to speech is never linear. Every moment of progress carries the risk of backlash. For every campaign normalizing menstruation, there are algorithms censoring images of period blood as inappropriate. For every story shared publicly about miscarriage or abortion, there are online trolls who weaponize shame to force silence back into place. This push and pull is constant, reminding us that silence does not vanish once broken. It lingers, waiting for opportunities to reassert itself. That persistence makes the act of speaking not a one-time victory, but a continual process of defense and renewal. Curiously, humor has always been one of the most effective weapons against silence. Medieval women used satirical songs to mock the contradictions of purity laws, and today, comedians use stand-up routines to dismantle taboos around menstruation, fertility, and childbirth. Laughter creates solidarity, making audiences complicit in defying what was once unspeakable. It turns shame into absurdity, showing that the power of silence often lies not in truth, but in fear. When fear is punctured by laughter, silence loses much of its grip. This suggests that speech need not always be solemn to be revolutionary. Sometimes it is jokes, memes, and irreverent commentary that cut deepest into taboos. What ties these threads together is the realization that silence is never as stable as it appears. It may seem absolute, enforced by law, religion, or stigma, but beneath it are always murmurs, always voices finding cracks in the edifice. Those murmurs may not topple structures immediately, but they accumulate, passing knowledge through generations, until conditions allow them to erupt into the open. The Jane Collective, feminist publishing, online hashtags, all of these are eruptions built on centuries of whispers. This continuity reveals that women's health has never truly belonged to silence, only to contested space where silence and speech wrestle for dominance. The suspense that emerges is not only whether silence will finally be broken, but how speech will be sustained once it is. Will today's movements, digital campaigns, activist networks, public testimonies embed themselves deeply enough in culture to resist backlash, or will they fade, leaving silence to return under new guises? The answer lies in whether societies learn to value complexity, discomfort, and truth more than convenience or control. Because if silence thrives on avoidance, then its defeat requires the courage to face what is messy, painful, and real. And it is in that confrontation, still unfolding, that the next act of this long story is being written. Silence, when it cracks, often does so in uneven ways. It does not shatter all at once, but splinters into fragments, some of which are quickly absorbed into mainstream culture, while others remain marginal, resisted, or ridiculed. This unevenness is what makes the story of women's health so compelling and so precarious. Progress is rarely universal, and each new voice carries both the promise of transformation and the risk of backlash. When one taboo is broken, another often tightens its grip, ensuring that the struggle is never finished. What is striking is not only how women challenge silence, but how societies decide which truths they are willing to hear and which they insist must remain unsaid. One vivid example is the way menstruation has been pulled into mainstream visibility in recent years. Campaigns have fought to make period products freely available in schools and workplaces, and activists have worked to normalize open discussion of cycles. Yet even as visibility grows, discomfort lingers. A single advertisement that dares to show red blood instead of blue liquid sparks outrage, as though reality itself were indecent. Algorithms flag posts about menstruation as graphic, while allowing violent imagery to circulate freely. This contradiction reveals that progress is not just about making something visible, but about changing the cultural frameworks that interpret what visibility means. Otherwise, the act of speaking risks being recast as provocation rather than truth. Pregnancy narratives reveal the same fragility. Public figures who share stories of miscarriage or fertility struggles are often celebrated for their honesty, yet their experiences are quickly absorbed into narratives of resilience or redemption. The raw edges, the grief that does not resolve, the bitterness that lingers, are often sanded away to fit cultural comfort. When Chrissy Teigen posted photos of her pregnancy loss, the response was polarized. Some praised her courage, others accused her of oversharing. The controversy itself revealed how fragile the boundary of speakability remains. Society welcomes speech as long as it conforms to certain scripts, stray too far, and silence rushes back, policed by shame and judgment. Even within medicine, cracks in silence reveal contradictions. Women's health research has expanded significantly, yet conditions like endometriosis and polycystic ovary syndrome remain chronically underfunded. This imbalance suggests that certain forms of female suffering are easier to acknowledge publicly than to prioritize scientifically. Breaking silence in culture does not automatically translate into investment in research or transformation in care. Stories can inspire awareness, but unless they shift systems, they risk becoming another form of spectacle, visible, emotional, but ultimately sidelined. This gap between awareness and action is one of the most persistent challenges in women's health, reminding us that speech without power can become another kind of silence. Workplace policies illustrate the same dynamic. Menstrual leave, for instance, has been proposed in several countries as a way to recognize the reality of debilitating period pain. Yet in practice, such policies are often met with resistance, framed as special treatment or as a threat to women's equality in the labor market. What was intended as acknowledgement becomes recast as weakness. Here, silence mutates. Women may be technically allowed to speak about their needs, but doing so risks professional penalty. The lesson is clear. Visibility without structural support can backfire, reinforcing stigma rather than dismantling it. Progress requires not just the courage to speak, but the willingness of institutions to listen and adapt. The digital sphere, while offering unprecedented platforms for speech, also illustrates the precariousness of breaking silence. Hashtags like #TaosMeToo or Shout Your Abortion mobilize millions of voices, forcing global attention on experiences long suppressed. Yet, almost as soon as these movements gained momentum, backlash followed. Accusations of exaggeration, threats against activists, and attempts to discredit or trivialize testimonies. The cycle repeats a familiar historical pattern. In medieval Europe, women who spoke too openly about reproductive knowledge risked accusations of witchcraft. Today, women who speak too openly online risk harassment, doxing, or professional repercussions. The mechanisms differ, but the underlying logic is the same. Silence is enforced not just by absence, but by punishment. What complicates the picture even further is that not all women experience silence or its breaking in the same way. Class, race, geography, and culture shape the boundaries of what can be said. A wealthy influencer in Los Angeles may feel free to post candid accounts of birth trauma, while a rural woman in conservative India risks ostracism for even mentioning menstruation. The same act of speech that is celebrated in one context can be dangerous in another. This unevenness ensures that the story of women's health cannot be told as a simple arc of progress. Instead, it is a patchwork, where gains in one place coexist with silence in another, and where liberation for some can highlight neglect for others. And yet, despite this unevenness, each act of speech matters because it chips away at centuries of silence. Even when backlash occurs, the fact that a conversation has been forced into public view makes it harder to erase entirely. What was once unspeakable becomes, if not normalized, at least imaginable. This shift in imagination is crucial because change rarely begins with policy. It begins with the expansion of what people believe can be said, heard, and accepted. Speech does not guarantee transformation, but it plants seeds that silence cannot kill once they have taken root. The suspense that hangs over this story is whether these seeds will grow into lasting change or be smothered by the weight of backlash. Will visibility translate into power, or will it remain trapped in cycles of spectacle and suppression? Can women's health narratives evolve beyond inspiration porn and sanitized scripts, allowing room for messiness, rage, and unresolved pain? Or will silence, ever adaptable, find new forms in digital algorithms, corporate marketing, or institutional inertia? These questions keep the narrative alive, pulling us forward with the sense that the battle over silence is not yet resolved, and perhaps never will be. And it is within that uncertainty, that fragile space between what can be said and what must still be whispered, that the next act of this unfolding drama takes shape. Silence may appear like an immovable wall, but history shows it to be more like a veil. Thin, fragile, and constantly tugged aside by those unwilling to live in its shadow. What becomes fascinating is how women across centuries have not only broken silence, but reimagined what speech itself can do. Speaking is rarely just about telling the truth. It is about shifting power, forcing institutions, communities, and even entire cultures to confront realities they have long ignored. In that sense, each story told is not merely testimony but a political act, one that rearranges the possibilities of what can be imagined and what must be confronted. And once speech begins, it rarely moves in predictable directions. It spreads like cracks in ice, radiating outward, destabilizing what once looked solid. Consider the way testimony functions in courtrooms, activist movements, and even casual conversations. A single voice can destabilize the most entrenched silence when it reveals what others were already quietly enduring. When women began speaking openly about workplace harassment, for instance, what shocked audiences was not the rarity of these experiences, but their ubiquity. Silence had hidden the scale, creating the illusion that individual women were alone in their suffering. Speech revealed the truth. The silence itself was the lie. This mechanism is not new. In medieval villages, women whispering about their cycles or childbirth experiences created solidarity that challenged official narratives written by male clerics. What differs today is scale. Whispers that once traveled from mouth to mouth now reverberate instantly across the globe. The effect, however, is the same. Speech disrupts isolation, replacing it with connection, and connection breeds resistance. But speech is never uncontested. The moment silence breaks, institutions scramble to reassert control. After #MeToo exploded globally, corporations and media outlets embrace the language of empowerment, plastering it onto advertisements and mission statements. Yet behind the glossy slogans, structural issues often remained unaddressed. This is a familiar pattern. Speech is commodified, absorbed into the very systems it sought to challenge. Something similar happened centuries earlier when the church, threatened by women's underground networks of reproductive knowledge, incorporated fragments of their wisdom into sanctioned texts, while simultaneously prosecuting midwives and healers as witches. Speech may spread like wildfire, but powerful institutions are adept at dousing flames, redirecting energy, and turning disruption into decoration. The question is whether today's voices can avoid the same fate, or whether their radical edge will be dulled into consumable slogans. Humor plays an unexpectedly important role in this contest. Jokes about menstruation, pregnancy, or birth pain, whether whispered among women in a medieval laundry or shared on a late-night talk show today, function as subversive tools. They make the unspeakable speakable, not through solemn confrontation, but through laughter that undermines authority. Humor is dangerous because it reframes shame as absurdity, stripping silence of its dignity. When a stand-up comedian quips about the chaos of giving birth or the indignities of menstruation, audiences laugh not just because it is funny, but because it is liberating. Humor reveals that silence was never truth, only performance. And once the performance is ridiculed, it becomes harder to sustain. Personal storytelling offers another form of disruption. Women posting about miscarriages, infertility treatments, or postpartum depression online are not just sharing private pain. They are reframing what counts as public discourse. For centuries, grief tied to reproduction was considered unworthy of attention, relegated to whispers within households. Today, such grief can trend on social media, forcing societies to reckon with what they once ignored. Yet this democratization of storytelling carries risks. Intimate truths become vulnerable to exploitation, voyeurism, or dismissal. The very platforms that amplify voices also commodify them, transforming raw pain into content. The challenge lies in navigating this paradox, how to tell stories that break silence without allowing them to be swallowed by the algorithms that thrive on spectacle. What makes this moment historically unique is the simultaneity of silence and speech. Never before have women had so many tools to speak, digital platforms, grassroots movements, global networks, and yet never before have they faced such intense scrutiny, backlash, and digital policing. Every act of speech is met with echo and opposition, praise and trolling, amplification and censorship. The result is a landscape where silence and speech exist not in succession, but in constant tension, locked in a struggle that unfolds in real time. This tension makes the story of women's health today both exhilarating and precarious. Speech has never been freer, but it has also never been more vulnerable, and this tension is precisely what keeps the narrative alive. The suspense lies not in whether women will speak, they already are, but in whether their words will transform culture or be neutralized, co-opted, and forgotten. Will stories of pain lead to systemic change, or will they be absorbed into a cycle of spectacle without consequence? Will humor and testimony dismantle shame permanently, or will silence reinvent itself in subtler, more insidious forms? These questions hang in the air, unresolved, urging us forward, reminding us that the story is not yet finished. And it is in that unresolved space, where every word risks being both weapon and wound, that the next act of this long history waits to be told. If silence was once the cage that confined women's health, then stories have become the keys capable of unlocking it. Yet every key opens not into a simple room of liberation, but into a labyrinth, where every new passage reveals fresh complexities. Speaking about women's bodies, about menstruation, pregnancy, loss, and sexuality, has never been merely descriptive. It is transformative, disruptive, and at times deeply uncomfortable. Once something long silenced becomes public, it resists being confined again, but it also invites scrutiny, debate, and backlash. And it is here, in this restless movement between liberation and resistance, that we see how fragile and powerful women's narratives truly are. Take, for instance, the way miscarriage has entered the cultural conversation. Once hidden in shadows, it is now spoken of by celebrities, writers, and countless women on digital platforms. These voices have built solidarity, revealing that what many believed was an isolated tragedy is in fact a shared and common experience. But even this breakthrough reveals complications. The framing often insists on redemption, the rainbow baby, the happy ending that redeems the grief. And while such stories offer hope, they can also silence those who do not get that ending, those for whom grief remains unresolved. Here, speech is both gift and burden. It opens space for acknowledgement, but also sets new expectations for how pain should be narrated. And in doing so, it reminds us that breaking silence is only the beginning. Reshaping the terms of speech is the harder battle. Menstruation activism offers another example. Campaigns to provide free period products in schools and workplaces have gained momentum globally, challenging centuries of stigma. Social media hashtags like period positive or hasama, menstruation matters, amplify voices once relegated to whispers. And yet, The backlash is immediate. Images showing red menstrual blood instead of sanitized blue liquid trigger outrage, as though honesty itself were indecent. This irony exposes the stubborn resilience of cultural discomfort. Progress can make menstruation visible, but it cannot instantly dismantle centuries of training that taught societies to treat it as shameful. What we are witnessing is a tug of war, where every step toward visibility provokes new attempts to police what can be seen. The story is no longer one of silence versus speech, but of contested speech, where even openness is filtered through layers of acceptability. The workplace is another battlefield. Conversations about menstrual leave or accommodations for reproductive health often spark debates that reveal how deeply silence has shaped norms. To admit openly to period pain or pregnancy complications is to risk being labeled unprofessional or weak. Women who speak face a double bind. Silence forces them to suffer in private, while speech invites judgment. The workplace, much like the medieval church or the early modern courtroom, becomes a stage where silence and speech are negotiated not just through culture but through survival. Policies that look progressive on paper can reinforce stigma, if not paired with broader cultural shifts. In this way, speech can be allowed but punished at the same time, exposing the contradictions of progress. Digital platforms magnify these dynamics. A post about miscarriage, abortion, or birth trauma can reach millions overnight, turning private realities into public conversation. But the same platforms that amplify voices also censor them, flagging them as inappropriate, or expose women to trolling and harassment. Algorithms treat bodily truth as dangerous content while promoting violence or sensationalism without hesitation. This digital policing mirrors older forms of silence. Medieval women accused of witchcraft for knowing too much. Modern women shamed online for saying too much. What has changed is the speed and reach of enforcement, which now operates in real time on a global scale. The very tools that liberate voices also risk reinforcing silence under new disguises. Humor, however, remains one of the sharpest weapons in breaking these cycles. From medieval satirical songs mocking purity laws to modern stand-up comedians dismantling taboos about menstruation or childbirth, laughter turns the unspeakable into something communal and less frightening. It ridicules the absurdity of silence itself. A joke about the chaos of childbirth or the clumsiness of hiding period stains does not trivialize. It liberates, making the shame ridiculous instead of the body. Humor shifts perspective in ways solemn discourse cannot, offering relief and rebellion at once. And in doing so, it demonstrates that breaking silence need not always be framed as grave resistance. Sometimes it is irreverence that cuts deepest. What lingers beneath all these examples is the question of sustainability. Can speech that begins as radical remain disruptive once it becomes mainstream? Or does it risk being absorbed, commodified, turned into slogans and advertisements that strip it of its edge? We have seen this pattern before. Feminist manifestos transformed into marketing campaigns. Activism rebranded as corporate diversity strategy. The danger is that speech becomes tolerated only when it is profitable or palatable, leaving its more uncomfortable truths silenced once again. This cycle reveals that the battle is not only to speak, but to preserve the integrity of what is spoken, to resist dilution by systems eager to neutralize disruption. And here lies the real suspense. Women are speaking more openly about their bodies than at any point in history, yet the conditions under which they speak remain precarious. Speech expands, but so does resistance. Silence retreats, but only to re-emerge in subtler forms. The unresolved question is whether this time the voices will carve space wide enough that silence can no longer creep back in, or whether the old patterns, dressed in modern clothes, will reclaim control. That uncertainty keeps the story alive, reminding us that every word spoken today is not the end of silence, but part of an ongoing struggle against it. And it is in that tension between the promise of permanence and the threat of relapse that the next chapter waits, heavy with both possibility and peril. Every time silence gives way to speech, it feels like a permanent breakthrough, but history teaches us that breakthroughs are never final. Silence has an uncanny ability to reinvent itself, slipping into new forms just when it seems to have been defeated. It no longer always appears as outright prohibition. Sometimes it disguises itself as politeness, professionalism, or even empowerment. The narrative around women's health today illustrates this paradox perfectly. Conversations about menstruation, pregnancy, or loss are louder than ever, yet the terms of those conversations are still carefully policed. What can be said, how it must be framed, and who is allowed to say it remain contested. This is not the end of silence, but its transformation, a reminder that liberation is not a one-time act, but an ongoing negotiation. Take the example of miscarriage stories going viral on social media. On the surface, they mark an extraordinary cultural shift. What was once whispered behind closed doors is now trending worldwide. But scroll through the comments and you see the contours of silence reemerging. Many applaud the bravery of sharing, but others accuse women of seeking attention, of making private grief public for spectacle. This backlash demonstrates that while silence may no longer forbid speech outright, It still seeks to shame those who speak too loudly, too vividly, or too often. In this way, silence adapts, not by silencing everyone completely, but by disciplining the tone of what is allowed to be spoken. It says, "You may tell your story, but only in ways that do not make others uncomfortable." Consider, too, how corporations engage with women's health. Menstrual product companies now use slogans about empowerment, showing women running marathons or climbing mountains while on their periods. On one level, this is progress, a far cry from the whispered ads of the past that urged secrecy. But there is also something hollow about it. The focus is on overcoming periods, not living with them, on showing strength, not vulnerability. By framing menstruation as a challenge to be conquered rather than a natural rhythm of life, these campaigns inadvertently reinforce the very stigma they claim to dismantle. It is silence repackaged as positivity, erasing discomfort by insisting only on triumph. The body is permitted to speak, but only if it speaks in the language of strength and productivity. Workplaces show another form of this adaptive silence. A woman may technically be free to mention her period pain or pregnancy complications, but she knows the unspoken rules. To reveal too much is to risk being seen as unprofessional, unreliable, or less committed. This silence operates not through prohibition, but through anticipation of judgment, the fear of being marked as weak in environments still shaped by male norms of endurance. The result is self-censorship, which can be even more effective than external censorship because it feels voluntary. Women silence themselves, not because they cannot speak, but because they know the cost of speaking may be too high. The medieval exclusion of women from public rituals has been replaced by modern professional codes, but the logic remains. Certain truths about the body must be hidden to maintain belonging. Digital spaces, often hailed as liberating, carry their own traps. Platforms allow women to share experiences of miscarriage, infertility, or postpartum depression with global audiences, but they also algorithmically determine which stories are amplified and which are suppressed. Posts about reproductive realities are flagged as sensitive content, shadow banned, or outright deleted, while less disruptive narratives circulate freely. Here, silence is enforced not by priests or doctors, but by lines of code. The effect is chilling. Women may feel they are speaking into the world, but in reality their words are quietly hidden from view. It is a modern version of the medieval village gossip, allowed in private but dangerous if it spreads too far. Even humor, so often a weapon against silence, can be co-opted. Jokes about PMS or mom brain are widely accepted, but they often reinforce stereotypes rather than dismantle them. They trivialize complexity, turning real struggles into punchlines that invite laughter but not understanding. Compare that with the humor women have used in subversive ways, comedy sets that mock the absurdity of purity taboos, or viral posts that expose the ridiculousness of hiding period stains. The difference lies in who tells the joke and why. Humor can either challenge silence or disguise it, depending on whether it punches up at stigma or down at experience. Silence, once again, shows its adaptability. It can survive even in laughter. The most insidious form of silence, however, may be the one disguised as progress, by celebrating stories only when they end in triumph, when fertility treatments succeed, when miscarriage leads to a healthy baby, when period pain is overcome. We risk creating a new form of invisibility for those whose stories do not resolve neatly. Grief without redemption, pain without cure, struggle without victory remain uncomfortable to acknowledge, and so they are quietly excluded from the cultural conversation, leaving those who live them to wonder if their truths are still too messy to be spoken aloud. In this way, silence has not disappeared. It has simply changed costume, appearing now as selective hearing rather than outright refusal, and it is here that the suspense intensifies. If silence can adapt this easily, what would it take to dismantle it permanently? Is it even possible, or will it always find new disguises, new thresholds of acceptability, new ways of turning truth into taboo? The tension lies in not knowing whether the current wave of openness will expand into something irreversible or collapse back into managed speech that looks like freedom but feels like constraint. The struggle continues, unresolved, keeping us leaning forward, waiting to see if the next generation will inherit the same shadows or finally step fully into the light. The struggle against silence in women's health has never been a neat story of suppression followed by liberation. It is, instead, a cycle of concealment and revelation, of voices breaking through only to be reshaped, redirected, or commodified. What makes this final stage of reflection so compelling is that it forces us to ask what genuine progress actually looks like. Is it enough that women today can post about miscarriages, menstruation, or birth trauma without fear of being burned as witches? Or must progress be measured by something deeper? Whether those words lead to structural change, whether stories once dismissed as private sorrow can finally reshape public policy, medical research, and cultural imagination. The difference between visibility and transformation is everything, and it is here that the future of this long battle hangs in the balance. Consider the paradox of modern representation. Women's health is more visible than ever, yet the visibility often takes forms that feel strangely hollow. A celebrity opens up about postpartum depression, and while her testimony makes headlines, it is framed as brave exception rather than as proof of widespread systemic neglect. A brand releases an advertisement showing period blood is red rather than blue, and it is hailed as revolutionary. Yet the same company still profits from stigma by promoting products that emphasize discretion and odor control. These moments matter, but they also reveal how low the bar has been set. What passes for radical is often little more than honesty, and what passes for change is often marketing. The question becomes whether culture can move past celebrating visibility itself and begin demanding transformation in the systems that have long benefited from silence. Medicine offers one of the clearest arenas for this test. For centuries, women's complaints were minimized, dismissed as hysteria or nerves. Even now, studies show that women's pain is less likely to be taken seriously in emergency rooms, and conditions like endometriosis still take years to diagnose. Awareness campaigns have helped, but structural inertia remains powerful. Stories of suffering circulate widely, but they do not always translate into funding, training, or new standards of care. Here we see the limits of narrative alone. Speech may ignite empathy, but without institutional response, empathy risks becoming another kind of performance. If the past has taught us anything, it is that silence can survive inside the illusion of progress, lurking in the gap between hearing and acting. Workplaces present another test. Policies like menstrual leave or flexible scheduling for fertility treatments are debated in parliaments and corporations, but the cultural reception is divided. Supporters frame them as overdue recognition of biological realities, while critics argue they reinforce stereotypes of women as weak or unreliable. The tension echoes across centuries. Women invited into public life only see if they conceal or overcome their bodies, punished if they admit to their limits. Here, the persistence of silence is subtler but no less damaging. It is the silence of self-censorship, the knowledge that one may have the right to speak, but not the freedom to be believed without consequence. Until workplaces are redesigned to accommodate difference rather than punish it, silence will linger, rebranded as professionalism. Digital culture complicates the story even further. Social media has created unprecedented platforms for women to share their realities, forming global networks of solidarity. A teenager in Nairobi can read about the struggles of a mother in New York, finding recognition across borders. Yet these platforms are double-edged. Algorithms flag content about menstruation as inappropriate, while trolls weaponize harassment to drive women offline. The same digital tools that amplify voices also expose them to exploitation, voyeurism, and policing. In this sense, technology is not the simple liberator it is often imagined to be. It is another contested space, one where silence and speech battle continuously, where every testimony risks being simultaneously amplified and erased. Even humor and art, powerful tools of resistance, face the danger of dilution. The stand-up set about childbirth trauma may shock and liberate, but once the routine is clipped into viral sound bites, it can be stripped of nuance, consumed as entertainment rather than catalyst. A mural celebrating menstruation may go viral, but it can also be commodified, printed on tote bags without ever challenging the systems that make menstrual stigma profitable. The same mechanism is at work as in earlier centuries. Moments of defiance can be absorbed into the mainstream, robbed of their subversive edge, and turned into symbols that maintain rather than dismantle the status quo. What remains, then, is the question of endurance. Can the voices breaking silence today sustain their disruptive force long enough to produce real transformation? Or will they be absorbed into cycles of spectacle, backlash, and commodification, leaving silence intact beneath a thin veneer of progress? History suggests both outcomes are possible. The whispers of medieval midwives eventually seeded entire traditions of care that survive even now, but they also triggered witch hunts that sought to eradicate them. The testimonies of 20th century feminists changed laws and institutions, but they too were co-opted into marketing slogans that softened their radical demands. The struggle is never final, because silence is never fully defeated. It waits, adapts, and returns in new forms, and so the suspense remains unresolved. We stand at a moment where women's health is more visible than at any point in history, yet that visibility is precarious, contested, and vulnerable to reabsorption into silence. The question is not whether women will continue to speak, they will, but whether societies will finally learn to listen in ways that transform rather than contain. Will the future bring a world where grief without redemption can be spoken as freely as triumph, where pain without cure is acknowledged as fully as strength, where the body is not asked to apologize for being real? Or will silence, sly as ever, reinvent itself once again, leaving the next generation to fight the same battles in different forms? That uncertainty is what keeps the story alive, what keeps us leaning in, waiting, wondering whether the words spoken today will echo long enough to change tomorrow.